Good morning, everyone. Time for some more Warlords today. I got my coffee, I got some water, and we're set for 3 best of 7s. This might be a long one. Gonna get the Rex one by one, it seems. Gotta keep an eye on this Discord. We throw the map and civ drafts onto the scene real quick. Let's see, gotta find my Warlords best of 7. Do I have a best of 7? I should. I think I casted best of 7s last week. I don't even know if I do. I need to make a draft overlay. Lots of Brazilian Dynasties ones. I have TTLs. I got RBW. We don't need RBW. Amigo. These Knight. Hello, you are indeed first. You are first. Try these. Well, actually, let's just get the wreck and get into the game. We'll do the overlay between the games. It's fine. Do the overlay between the games. So close to falling back to sleep. Bam, Twest notification. Hello, Ray. Also, how are you doing, Ray? Hope you're feeling better after your concussion. Must have been a rather awkward experience. I hope you're feeling better. Alright. Finally gone. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. The Burmese versus Tupi on Cliffbound, and I will put Vinch in the red for game 1. I think we're good to get started. Just get my capture age settings, so I see this is a best of 5. Or best of 7. I'm seeing the same thing you are. And let's go. So welcome in, everyone. We'll have Vinch as the red Burmese to the northwest, and Dark as the blue Tupi to the southeast. This map is Cliffbound, and immediately taking the elephant, we will have a tiny bit of green near the TC, so the TC is not on cracked terrain. Everything else is on cracked terrain. Your houses, your wood lines, even if you chop the trees and build over them on cracked terrain. So, lots and lots of regression on this map. The only thing you can't really do is douche, because your TC would take extra damage and you'd lose the douche fight quite hard. I mean, maybe Persians could still do it, but I would not recommend douching on this map. Maybe what we need is just the opposite, where only the TC's on cracked terrain, so douching becomes the meta. Oh my gosh, that would be a sick sudden disaster map. Well, I guess you can't douche there. Cracked. Ooh, I wonder what evacuation would be like for a sudden disaster. Because your TC's on cracked terrain and it's weaker, and you need to like leave the cracked terrain to get to the mainland. If you want resources, ooh. We gotta come up with some evil ideas for sudden disaster. Sudden death maps, we need some sniping possibilities. Isn't this done less silly Socotra? Because over here, Ray, this is cracked terrain. When you're on cracked terrain, your buildings take 20% extra damage. So if you build your TC here to douche, this TC is not going to take bonus damage, and your TC would. So you're taking all that extra damage when your opponent isn't. Hello, Elsie River. How you doing? Douche never cares about all that, though? I mean, maybe. I figure if you try to douche, it's just a situation the TC is able to fight you back. If the TC goes down, you just rebuild it in the same spot. It's about the running away bit. I mean, maybe you could still pull it off. Maybe you could. But I think auto losing a TC war probably is not the best part, or not the best strategy for a douche. I don't know. Anyway, Dark over here, he will have 2 settlements as the Tupi. What do the Tupi settlements do? Now the villas can garrison, so they're like Khmer houses basically. Archery range and barracks upgrades are reduced so that they can go for the champion runners. Not far to run away on this map, though. There are these acacia trees. And this was a fun trick to do If you generate this map in the scenario editor, you won't see any forest on the mini-map. That's because in order to get the acacia trees working, I actually had to place cracked terrain on the entire map in terrain generation. Then afterwards in objects generation, I had to place the acacia trees, where I placed them by using a fish trap or a dead fish trap that gets removed immediately when the game starts. That changes the terrain underneath it, like a farm would, and changes it to the acacia forest terrain, and then has a second object to place a tree on top of it. And since it's the forest terrain, you can't actually palisade and remove the trees. And since originally it was the cracked terrain, you still get the cracked bonus. And that way you can't just chop into your forests and then have a spot to build a tower and be in a tower war where your tower takes less damage. Yeah, you actually have to commit to the tower war with the less HP like normal. You can't do any tricks to get away from it. So Vinch drushing. Vinch has always been a fan of drushing in Arabia maps. I remember watching him in the Sax Arabia tournament. He was pretty much always drushing. Would go for 2 militia with a 2 militia follow-up into men-at-arms. And looks like that's what he's doing here. And is there loom? There's no loom for Dark. Dark, your feudal, do loom. There's loom. He's gonna have 4 men-at-arms in his base. He's not looming. Kelp douche would be nice for the extra wood chopping. He has every bit of terrain cracked, every bit other than the little grass by the TC. I figured we make the TC not cracked, and you have a little spot near the TC if you want to engage in a tower war. Other than that, yep, everything's cracked. Bob, that was not funny the first 2 times you posted it. Let's not make fun of those people in the chat, please. So we'll have another couple of archers coming out from Vinch as a follow-up to this. And men-at-arms just destroying houses now. And that's all they're able to do. But they're on cracked terrain, so they go down very quickly. As the Burmese, they have extra attack. Vinch doesn't even have arson yet. And we have a scout trying to fight the champy. Maybe can block a bit. We'll take a couple of arrows from the archers, but that champy's going down. But the scout takes arrows from the TC. Why 2P? Champies, I think. Well, actually, no. Yeah, that's a good question. Why 2P now? Extra resources. Fallen units return their cost. This might just be a play for Blackwood archers. I did see Tato play a couple, well, he played 1 game of the Brazil Dynasties on Satan, which is a very open map, where he went FC Blackwood archers. And I've seen that a couple of times, and the unit is so cheap that you can amass them very, very quickly. And it might not be about the Feudal Age or the Dark Age here, so much as about trying to get to the Blackwood archers. And looks like there might be a hole in the wood line. Yes, there is. These acacia trees to bait you into thinking you're walled. And Dark will go wall that up. How much extra damage do buildings? It is 20%, 20%. The hill bonus is 25%, and the cracked terrain is 20%. And they do multiply with each other if you have a downhill bonus on cracked terrain. So a mangonel on a hill, if you build a second TC out here, will tear through the TC. Keyboard. Well, I'm pretty sure most players will probably use identical pine trees as their mod. I've seen a couple identical pine trees along with identical bushes for the reeds, or just something to make the reeds look different. So an archer skirmish here. Vinch still has his men-at-arms alive. Yeah, the hill does help make it difficult to see the hole. It's true. What we really need are those East Asian blacksmiths on a hill covering up the holes. Yeah, Hindustani scouts on a hill. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. Goth men-at-arms on a hill. I mean, even these Burmese men-at-arms with +1 attack, if they had arson on a hill, they'd tear through buildings. And I think that could even happen here, maybe by that house. And then Castle Age for Vinch, so he'll click up first. Dark won't be too far behind. At the market, he'd buy himself up. He doesn't have one, just gonna farm a bit more. And yeah, settlement between the gold and the stone. Oh, look at that double settlement. That's a beautiful mining camp right there. So yeah, he will be going for the castle. He will be going for the Blackwood archers. Only downside is he won't be up all that fast compared to Vinch. And as the Burmese, what did Burmese without even the second archer armor? I'd even struggle to go skirms against the Blackwood archers. Not really sure what they do. I imagine this has to be a quick double workshop and try to get good scorpion numbers for Vinch. There's something that's going to deal with the Tupi. I don't think you can go Arambai. I mean, Arambai, if you catch the Blackwood archers out of position and grouped up, will massacre the Blackwood archers. But I don't think that Dark's going to let that happen. Much less res on this map. It does look like that because of the acacia trees, as all acacia maps do. I think that Vinch is actually open and not walled back here. But there are actually lots of resources on the map. They're just in piles of 2, so you have to move around to catch them. Like a Vinch microing one skirmisher. Oh, the fewer units you have, the easier it is to micro them. Vinch up to the Castle Age. And still has that hole over here. I don't know if that cliff, maybe the cliff actually walls it off, but I think there's a hole. Looking at that passage mazing through the trees. And Vinch will see this. He'll see the archers coming over. He's sending a Vil. He's checking for holes. He needed to check for holes a long time ago, though. And there still is a hole to the side of that house. And will he get that walled up in time? He won't. He won't. The army will get in. And the acacia trees now, both players fallen victim to acacia trees. Oh, that was more Vinch just not scouting. But he'll use his scout now, just to take one volley of arrows away from the Vils. That's at least 2 Vils down. Tons and tons of idle time for Vinch. He's gonna go Squires? That has to be a misclick. And because Vinch has to react to this, the Mangonel's gonna go back to clear the archers. That's gonna let Dark go for the forward castle. Dark's going for the forward castle. Imagine the Mangonel were to one-shot that. That's a risky castle. But he's going for it. Oh, let's go. Is there a hole there? No hole there. That's going to be a very forward castle for the Blackwood archers. Yeah, this might be GG. Vinch with the hole in the wall. Just didn't scout properly. A double monastery has to be awful against Blackwood archers. Has to be absolutely awful against it. Yeah, Dark. Yeah, these maps do have 7 relics on them. Vinch probably gets out to 1 or 2 relics in time. I'll see, maybe even not. How are the crossbows there? Maybe this comes down to Mangonel Micro. Can he get the crossbows? Monk has to dodge. Here come the Blackwood archers. They only have 20 hit points. So you don't want to take any stray shots from a Mangonel. Crossbows with 35 are bad enough. But they train in pairs. So a monk that only comes out 1 at a time. Not going to get as much value from a conversion. Also, remember, the Tupi get resources back when they lose units. So they're more than happy just to tank Mangonel shots sometimes. If you have to lose them, at least you get the res back. There's one conversion. Can you destroy the mangonel? The repairs are there. Or, okay, yeah, repairs just in time. So I'm just gonna stop one relic over here. Are we winning at casting yet? We're winning whenever you're in the chat, Panda. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Or a start to your day. So through here comes Dark, right up the middle. Vinch trying to do redemption to convert mangonels. And he's going full on mangonel defense. I think the only thing you can do against the Blackwood archers is the Burmese really is siege. Elephants will probably be too slow against the big numbers of archers. And ooh, those archers almost taking a hit. The castle reached the workshop? Not quite. And it has Bodkin right now. Actually would be, maybe it can. The circle just overlaps it. We need to right click and see if it does. It's going for the barracks right now. And again, these are buildings on cracked terrain. There's one relic in for Vinch already. Vinch still has some stone, still has some gold. He'll work on some walls in the back of his base. Try to control the area where these archers can run around. My day started 6 hours ago because you don't seem to like sleeping. Same. Same. I've been trying to work on improving my sleep. So counterattack. Ooh, we do have a bit of a counter. The men-at-arms. It's the men-at-arms getting into dark space. Men-at-arms. Mangonel's pushing the TC. Men-at-arms are back here killing some vills, but they're gonna run into the TC. And just a bit awkward running straight into the TC. Vill attacking the mangonel gets converted, but now the monk is out of monk juice, so the Blackwood archers could try to pick off one of the monks. That's a lot. Look at how many Blackwood archers there are. 14 of them. I can hold. Oh wait! Imp for dark. That is a fast imp. Imp for dark. Not only is this the pushed TC, it's also the imp TC. You heard the clan M- is really big these days. It's the players who aren't on a team. And you needed to put something on the UI so it didn't look empty. Oh my gosh. What is this? It's 6 mangonels from Vinch. What are the numbers up to? 22 Blackwood archers. Oh, well, there's a mangonel. Doesn't get a kill, though. There's Imp. And now Bracer comes in. And what is the range going to be? The range is going to be 8, so these will now outrange the mangonels. That's going to be really tricky for Vinch to micro. Outrange the mangonels. I think they need chemistry in order to do enough damage. Oh, that university did not finish. Dark probably just needs another university in the back. He's doing a monastery. Ooh, patrol stacking there. That is tricky. He wants to stay outside the mangonel range. Has to retreat. This is so awkward for both of them now to micro. There is the Treb. Mangonel almost goes down to the castle. Repairville is clutch now for Vinch. Dark hat. One mangonel shot ends this. Oh, Dark has to be so careful with the micro. Here's the university. He doesn't have ballistics either. And right now, 6 pierce armor for the mangonels, and if I click one of these, 7 attack for the Blackwood archers. If they get chemistry, then they do twice as much damage to the mangonels. Dark using some stop micro to get away. For mangonels, Vinch pulls the weak ones back. There is the Treb, though. Trebs can take down the TCs, so Vinch is going to be 0 TC gaming. Okay, we gave up on relics. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Quite a few relics out here that Vinch could have taken by now. So there are 0 TCs on the map right now. No one has a TC. And this all comes down to, can these archers eventually take a fight against these mangonels? Dark can't afford chemistry. I don't know whose position I prefer right now. Oh, the relic gets in the monastery. He can do a second TC by the castle, that's true. Vinch getting a castle, I think the castle might die instantly, though. Monk Mangonel. Ballistics now for Dark. I think he wins the game if he gets ballistics and chemistry. I had the resources for chemistry a moment ago. He has 0 on food and 0 on gold, so he might not have the resources for them. At least they can garrison in the settlements if they have to dodge mangonel shots. He's got an eco down here. Do a settlement on the stone and the gold and take the zebras down there. The zebras could still be relevant. Dark would love to have chemistry right now. It makes such a huge difference against the mangonels. Does he still have his university though? Yeah, it's up there. There. There's a market. He lost the market, doing a settlement on the gold and the stone in the middle. You're gonna ton of map control if you ever got a second castle. Blackwood archers fending off the mangonel for now. There's a crossbow out there. Goodbye, crossbow. So, okay, oh my gosh, all these vills could die. All these vills could die. How many mangonels are there? There are 6 mangonels here. You need to attack around the vills on the mangonel to save it. There they go. That's what they needed. The vills fighting the mangonels pretty effectively. These are almost more effective than the Blackwood archers, but also dying. It's 58 to 39 vills now. The rest of the vills will run away, try to do a settlement in the middle of the map. Vinch will spot that with an outpost. Vinch is doing monasteries that keep going down. Mangonel still needs repairs. Clutch repairs on the mangonel. Nice shot on the Blackwood archers. 1 bit of miss micro and they all die. This is still a game where if Dark ever miss micros the Blackwood archers into a mangonel shot, he probably loses the game. But I guess he has enough resources now to train more. He can definitely sell wood or just drop off gold. Do chemistry now. I think that has to be his priority. We have 1 Arambai. I don't think that'll do anything. Ooh, nice shot. And Dark continuing to micro, picking off repair vills. Vinch selling wood for gold, trying to do more houses. And he needs housing space. He's housed now. He's lost too many houses. And this unit here is the answer to Ray's question of why Tupi. Because of the Blackwood archer. And how many of them you can create. What are you watching? You're watching AoE 2 in 2026. 1 mangonel shot clears this whole thing. That was a decent shot. Where are the other mangonels? We have 4 mangonels down here. Vinch has a ton of resources that he can't spend because he's lost all of his production buildings. Outposts all over the place for Dark. Vinch needs to repair some of these mangonels. Here come more vills. The vills charging the mangonels. That mangonel is weak, getting a bit too far ahead. And then he needs attack grounds on these vills. He has to micro in so many places at once. Elite Skirm and Bodkin. What's that gonna do? He needs armor for them. He's still only in the castle age, so no bracer. These mangonels will go down to vills. Well, there are only 36 vills left. Let's see, what type of attack grounds can the mangonels get? I could lose 10 more vills and still be fine. Ooh, there are repairs. Vince trying to grab relics. He is pushing in, grabbing the workshop. And picking off more vills from Vinch. These vills are now dead. We have chemistry. Still no chemistry. Ooh, that Treb could go down to the mangonel. That Treb is left unprotected. There's a Treb down from Dark. I think there's just... How many mangonels left? Only 2 mangonels left. No more workshops. I think Vinch is dead. I think Vinch is completely dead here. I think Dark's gonna take the first game. Oh, the Tupi are so crazy. I mean, the problem with the skirms is that they lack the second armor. And against a huge mass of Blackwood archers, I don't even know if skirms are the answer. Vinch trying to do a TC. It's going to be found by the archers. So, and unfortunately, YouTube predicting a 4-0 for Vinch. I think that's not going to be the case, as Dark wins game number 1. I can click my capture age. Dark wins game number 1 behind the power of the Blackwood Archers. It's a 95 to 85 KD. And you can see how easily it was to go from 6 to 24. And then eventually 38. Oh, the unit is so cheap when you train them. You train 2 at a time. When you lose them, you get some resources back. I've not seen an answer to that. Oh yeah, I didn't have the drafts set up. Hold on, chat. Let me get the drafts. I need to make an overlay for them. Let's do this one. Where is this tag on Discord? I'm getting tagged somewhere. And game 2 right away. I don't even have the drafts. All right. More time. Oh, and thank you very much for the sub. Oh, also Kirk, earlier I totally missed my alert. Thank you so much. Hello, and thank you very much for the subs.
Behold, the horde of Genghis Khan approaches.
I don't even have time between games to play an ad. Oh, we have a horde of Monaspas. Oh my gosh, this map. Pacific Isles. All right, game number 2. We have a derby here. Thank you again, Perk. Thank you very much for the sub. Subs help us. Oh my gosh, wait, what is this? Dark, don't lose your build to a Rhino. It says subs help us fulfill that dream of getting to 300 for the 70-30 split. Five pierce defense for Burmese skirm, 7 attack. Yeah, that's still the awkward position where your skirms are taking twice as much damage as they usually would, though. Maybe a situation if, in the feudal age, Vinch goes heavier into skirms, and then has a good skirm mass where he could transition to elite skirm, and have enough numbers to fight Blackwood archers, that'd be one thing. Also not having that hole so the castle doesn't be forward. Or it can't be built forward. Anyway, so Pacific Islands is game number 2. Dark will be the blue Armenians to the northwest, Vinch the red Italians to the southeast. And you start with a hut. Nice little hut. Oh my gosh, I probably should have removed that and just made the houses into huts. I think I actually have code for that. Write a reminder for myself. Pacific Islands hut. There we go. I'll remember what that is. So on this map, I made a couple of small changes to it. One, there's 7 relics, and 2, I adjusted the middle islands so they were more consistently the same size as each other. Sometimes you'd have one that was kind of like a crescent moon out to the side and was really small. That should be, if not impossible, much more rare on this map. But you start the transport ship, you also start with a hut, so just a bit of extra Dark Age pop space I guess. I haven't actually seen the map played, and I totally didn't think of that when I was adding the Nineville start. So I can just remove that and make the starting houses huts, I think. And then it all will be wonderful. Not as much HP on the hut, but if that matters on Pacific Islands, that'll be crazy. So Dark also transported his scout to Vinch's Island. Maybe hoping to pick off a loomless Ville. There's Loom from Vinch. Vinch also did Wall on the Dockville. I was also mapped the favorite Men-at-Arms openings. Well, I did go for the Men-at-Arms, and thank you Venge Blaze for the follow. Maybe he needed Arson along with the Men-at-Arms, because then you have Arson with the +1 attack that the Burmese have, and the cracked terrain. And then you're really putting pressure on the houses. Maybe you could also follow with a Tower Rush just to force Dark then to spend stone on towers rather than castles. This will be a map where they have to figure out which island they land on. Do they land the same island or opposite islands? Forcing early looms a slight win in itself? Maybe it is. Ooh, that scout could be walled in now. Vinch, you gotta be the Viper. He's your teammate now. Vinch, go be the Viper. Wall in the scout. Vinch, the scout's just standing there. Prime for the quick walling. Oh, no. Are they supposed to have the same number of relics? One will have 2 and one will have 3 in the middle. I need to put 7 relics on the map somehow, and one has 3, one has 2. So if you want to scout that out and pick which one to land on, go ahead. I don't think it makes too big of a difference. The other option would just let it be on the shallows somewhere, but I didn't think I could do that in a manner that was fair for the players. Finch is on Onamaru, is that recent? I don't think that's recent. I think he's been there for a while. Doesn't he predate the tyrants joining Onamaru? So, scout fight here. Yeah, as Ray writes, you do get it back since you have a bit of extra gold for producing from the docks. So, fire opening from Vinch. Loom also from Dark, but after Feudal. And neither player transporting yet. 1 Vil from Vinch. Oh, what is this? Vinch went for a lumber camp on the Mangrove Shallows. He's not going to the middle. He's going to the shallows. Okay. Now that is a different opening for Vinch. Okay. There's a dock for Vinch. Much less fish than before. Nope, this map just never has much fish on it. Pacific Islands has never had many deep fish. Not really a fish booming map. They're always very sparse and spread out. Compared to many other water maps, it is quite barren in terms of the fish. Any map is a fish booming map if you're Italians. Well, if you have fish traps... No, one thing I did, if you look very closely, you can see this is medium water instead of the shallow water out here. I made it so you can't dock the little bits of water that spawn in the middle of your islands. That way no one's going to get a free fish boom, like right here. Dark will not be able to get a free fish trap fish boom in that little pond. Have to dock the outside water. So the reason Vinch is going fires here is because fires are the best at destroying docks. And also they counter the galleys, so all in all it works here. When you're this far apart, it might be tempting to open galleys, but Vinch going straight for the counter ship. So they tank the most arrow fire under docks, they destroy docks the quickest of all ships, and they also counter the galleys, which is the natural ship to open when you're far apart. So no hulks from Dark. And Dozer Tasker, thank you for the follow. And the transport will now be sending 1 Vil to the middle. Oh, but there is a tiger there. There are tigers on this map. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Alright, you scout the middle, do loom. Don't run into the tigers. Got it. Usually, I remove tigers from this type of map, but okay. Tigers in the middle. Let's go. That's what happens when it's 21 maps, and I'm checking for major things. Are the islands the same size? And the players do the docks in the back. And little things, but I'm not playing... I can't play several dozen games on 21 maps to get a feel for them myself. Little things like that. The tigers, or... the huts will slip by me. Why is he not making hulks? That is a great question. They would help counter the fires. A lot of players simply want to go fire plus galley as a composition. Vinch going pure fire. I mean, in theory, fires should counter galleys, and he should simply have more fires. And yeah, since the galleys, you gotta be careful when you fall back, because when you put the fires and the galleys in one formation, the galleys end up towards the back of the formation because they're the long-range unit. So you have to make sure that you're moving them in separate formations to retreat from the fires. You'd think maybe a couple of hulks by now. And Vinch is up to the castle age going pure fire. Some players just are really stubborn and don't go for hulks. And here Dark getting enough fire ships out that he's able to push Vinchester back. Vinch has 10 fires total. All of them are back at home being repaired. And he's just now moving to the middle. So since he didn't go to the middle early on, he wasn't at risk of any early men-at-arms aggression, or scouts or archers or anything that might take him off the middle. Now he can go there, leisurely do a lumber camp, and start building up in the middle. Didn't sell his stone on the way up, and was able to survive just with the wood from his Mangrove Shallows lumber camp. Alright, interesting. Maybe he doesn't have enough time to get the castle age upgrades though, although, oh, no. He's gonna sandwich this. He's gonna sandwich this navy. There he goes, taking the fight. More fires coming from behind. They'll counter the galleys in the back. The galleys have nowhere to run now. They're not really blocked in, but they're going down. They are going down. Castle age for Vinch. All of the fires are very, very low. 2 HP left. And maybe now you do have to go hulks. If you're going to go feudal versus castle, I think you do need the counter ship. Maybe now is even the time for Vinch to think about war galley so he can start shooting the vills on Dark's islands, or around Dark's mainland. Is now castle age for Dark. The Armenians, if Dark gets to the castle age, can do fortified churches. Vinch will spot the vills. That's a low HP scout. If the vills fight, the scout would die, so Vinch pulls back. There are now the hulks, but medium warships is the upgrade for Vinch. With enough fires, he can fight the hulks. He even had a couple hulks of his own in front. Advantage of the fires, too, is that you don't need blacksmith upgrades. The hulks benefit from the forging line, and the galleys from the fletching line, like they always have. The fires only need the university, so making them in the feudal age means you don't need to worry about the blacksmith. So how much will this uptiming matter for Vinch? Vill count will equalize as castle age comes in. He did idle a bit more to go up more quickly. And he's building his second TC now. So he should take an early lead. Clinker construction on the way. That'll be for the ship movement speed. It's 1.47 now, and fires get very, very fast. To 1.62. There's siphons. That's going to make fires stronger, gives them a charge attack of some sort. There's Dark up to the castle age. Swapping sails, but going down to the fires. And now medium warships for Dark, but that's a 35 to 20 KD already. And as Dark is struggling a bit to keep the ships alive, Doc will kill a ship there. And we'll have a fortified church for Dark. And Dock goes down, house goes down to the fires. We'll have more docks to the side. Medium warships for Dark. Galleys going down to the fires. And that church should help against the fires. As Dark's transitioning to hulks. But all in all, Dark's actually ahead in Vill count. Let's see, 48 to 46, but 9 fishing ships to 5. And Vinch will be on the island with 3 relics. Well, that deer running by the TC. Nice TC, wood, deer. and gold for Vinch. He picks up relics. And as the Italians, he should still have the faster up to imp. But res collected for dark is actually much higher. The score right now is reflecting the KD. Is there a reason docks have chemistry projectiles? Oh, I didn't notice that. Well, pay attention. I'll see if we can note that. Obviously, chemistry is not in yet. And we'll have to check if that's the same in the game. Or if it's just a capture age thing. No, I don't think this is over at all. I don't think this is over at all. I think if Dark is able to match the boom, and as Armenians he'll have the relic, or he'll equal the relic numbers, even on this island, he should be fine. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. We'll see if there's another fight by docks with garrisoned fishing ships. Oh, and yeah, you can see just how sparse the fish are spread out. How sparsely the fish are spread out on this map. As that fish... Ooh, we'll garrison the dock. What do the projectiles look like? I can't even see the arrow. Couple more fishing ships. Oh yeah, they are flaming. I like that in game. I didn't catch it in time in game. Are all dock projectiles like that? They are indeed flaming. Yeah, well, we'll have to experiment. We'll have to experiment then. Finch big time ahead this game. I don't know. I mean, the res collected are still very, very close. He's taken some good fights so far, for sure. He's still going to be against Armenians late game with Cilician Fleet. Italians better civ for this map? Maybe. I'm still thinking the best water civ overall is Vikings with longboats or Koreans. Turtle ships, actually, I don't know how to read turtle ships. Sometimes it looks like they win everything. Sometimes it looks like they lose everything. So I'm not sure how to get a read on them. Oh, let me check the projectiles. Flaming in game? Yeah, they're flaming in game, too. That's not a capture age bug. They actually are flaming. That was for both civs, too. So, fortified church for dark. Double fortified churches. As Vinch is trying to do a castle... Is it possible the church denies the castle? The castle's at 60%, 70%. No, the church will not deny that. But 2 fortified churches, that's a lot of hit points. That'll be annoying for Vinch, at least. Armenian's still gonna be deadly on land. But, okay, Dark... Here I am thinking, oh, Dark still has a chance. Dark doesn't think he has a chance. He'll call GG. And Vinch will tie that up 1-1. I think Dark was not in as bad a position as maybe he thought he was. But okay, we learned docks have flaming projectiles. 71 to 51. And a 1k res collected lead for Vinch. Dark was ahead in res collected for a while, which is why I thought he was still okay, but never mind. Never mind. That castle maybe seals it. So, okay, do we have the next rec right away? We don't. I have a moment to try to set up a draft overlay. I could have sworn, did I cast this last Sunday? I thought I did. Casting so much I'm forgetting what I'm casting. And best of 5 definitely is best of 5, but maybe that works for the maps too. something. Oh wait, this is a best of 5. Never mind, this is a best of 5 and not a best of 7. I totally forgot that it's a best of 5. That's why. That's why I didn't have an overlay. Because it's not a best of 7. It's only a best of 5 for the qualifier. So Cliffbound won by Dark, Pacific Islands won by Vinch. Noobcaster. Can't even keep the ads off in between the games. Due to the quickness with which Twitch paid, or the recency with which Twitch played that ad. There's Celts in the draft for Dark. How many qualifiers? 3 today, 3 tomorrow. And then after this, we'll cast some USA Cup again. Had a lot of fun casting those yesterday. So game number 3, here we are. Pop that into my save game folder. Refresh the capture age, and it'll be on Mirkwood. Arbase, hello Arbase. There's a Celts in the draft. Look, there's a Celts there. Look at the Celts. So this will be Mirkwood. Portuguese against Catans. Alright. Alright, so Mirkwood. This is like Nomad, but the edges are shallows, and there's no pond in the middle. I don't think you can get a donut map here. To this map, we added a few oysters here and there on the outside, so you can get a bit of gold. You won't be punished as harshly if you're pushed off a gold in the middle. I really should have been best of 7. That is a lot for qualifiers, though, to do best of 7s. Lots of different trees all mixed together. I'm pretty sure, from what I've learned, is that bamboo does not actually grow near other trees. If bamboo itself is considered a tree, it might not even be a tree, but apparently it is so aggressive in consuming resources that it outcompetes other trees. You're playing 1 versus the 1400, you have to stay awake. Yeah, we did see a couple of great games from 1400 versus 1700 yesterday. It's a type of grass. It's a type of grass that kills everything around it. Alright, grass bamboo. Give Viper an emote for that. So, Dock in the very north for Vinch, in the very south for Dark. And it is fishing time, taking the salmon. T90 would be proud. I wrote descriptions of the maps. And I'm sure the Aussies will appreciate. I said that this one was it girt by shallows. There are bamboo varieties that can grow up to 1 meter in a day. That is tall. Bamboo and pandas are silent killers. Well, the pandas eat the bamboo. Pandas keep the bamboo in check, right? There's Loom for Dark. So he's doing Loom on a Nomad map. Guess he wants to lure in maybe a tapir from far away. Second dock from him, actually. So why Catans on Nomad? Probably a map where you're going to be doing a bit of fishing and not going for the pastures. Catans do have a bonus on water that the double blacksmith upgrades will apply to their Hulk line. Hulk versus Hulk, they're the only civ where forging makes a difference. Because of the way the armor works out. They need +2 actually to get bonus attack against another Hulk. All civs can do forging against fires or galleys, of course, but Hulk versus Hulk, the Catans benefit from it. Just hoping to make it interesting. Nice, nice, nice. And you certainly can make it interesting if you maybe practice something like Voyagers. Or take the different maps. total intended water bonus for the Catans. Hey, don't be knocking the Catans on water. So loom for Vinch. Available lure in the Tapir. And he'll be up to feudal first. With the Portuguese, I mean the Portuguese, you're no stranger to nomad. Organ guns are a great unique unit if you want to go for a castle drop. A good water sieve for fighting for fish control on the outside. A flexible tech tree for doing the cheap gold units to go crossbows. You can do a monk rush. Lots of options for them. Yeah, as Biscuit says, +1 attack does nothing. I think it's 4 melee attack against 4 melee armor. So you're doing the default 1 damage. And forging means now it's 5 versus 4, so now you're just doing 1 damage instead of the 0 that gets set to the default of 1. And you need +2 to get to 6 total melee attack against the 4 armor actually to do 2 damage. Dark not going for Tapirs is going to be bad. This is his home map, so we should know how the Tapirs are out there. The map does spawn different wildlife. It can be boars, elephants, rhinos, tapirs, but all of them are always the same. Maybe that's something I should make a note of for myself. Let me make a note of that. Workwood, random, individually randomize the hunt. It's a lot of fishing ships. Yep. What do we have? 7 fishing ships to 16? 16 fishing ships for Dark, and he's playing this as a fishing map. He's playing it as a fishing map. Mill on the berries there for Vinch. Remember, you need the mill for the market. He throws up a market now, that'd be silly. But looks like he'll be going for fires again. So once more wanted to go for the early fires. Try to harass the fish. Violent tapirs, that feels wrong. I need to go to the zoo and consult. I don't know if I've ever actually seen a tapir. This is a new animal for me. Look at him giving a little shimmy there. And this dock will probably go down to the 3 fires. They can sit within the murder holes range. Then the fishing ships will have to flee somewhere else. Be another dock. That's maybe where they flee. As he gets to feudal, then we can start seeing hulks to defend. If this were an attempted fast castle from Dark, he does not have the resources yet. Looking like a fish doom instead of a fish boom. So fishing lines and double bit axe, both on the way for Dark. A couple of hulks pumping out of the docks. Bills will be mining the gold. Why is everyone so obsessed with fishing lines? Because when they changed when they did their water rework, they made fishing ships themselves less efficient. And you need to prioritize fishing lines so that fishing ships aren't quite so bad anymore. Because fishing ships by themselves aren't as good without any upgrades. More hulks for Dark. And good evening, No Zombie. Yeah, we casted some No Zombie yesterday. Over in the YouTube chat. Priorities to keep them alive. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You garrison in the docks and you keep them alive anyway. Right, 14 fishing ships. Still making them more efficient is nice. But yeah, I see your point. Maybe a Hulk in preference to that. There's the forging we were talking about. That'll certainly help out against the fires. But Castle Age for Vinch, who feels like he's really far ahead right now. It's messing with you as a campaign player. There's University for Vinch. And we see the Hulks with forging now, taking a much better fight against the fires. And that fight was before medium warships, but even with medium warships, the double forging can help? Yeah, maybe not enough. Not enough Hulks there. And that dock just disappears. Dark not liking that foundation. I think Dark is completely dead if he's still stuck in the feudal age. Eventual add TCs and now boom him. Now boom him, no problem. There is siphons from Vinch. Buying wood. And I wonder if this becomes a water map. Maybe it is a pure water map with all the fish outside. Well, no, it can be like that sometimes. I think we're seeing here the effectiveness of the double attack on the Hulks. As Dark still has significantly more res collected than Vinch. That's 38 to 34 actual vills. This TC will help even that out. Dark will be up to the Castle Age. Vinch can even add a third TC and keep booming if he wants on land, but might have to add in more fish or some farms at some point. Because he only has 8 fishing ships, and a lot of them are on oysters. So he needs to get more food to keep the TCs running. And investing wood then into farms or moving fishing ships off of oysters could affect the number of ships he's able to pump out from the docks. So KD here relatively even. It's not like that Pacific Islands game where Vinch was super far ahead. Maybe Dark's onto something with all the fish booming. There's Castle Age for Dark. So, TC here, number 3 for Vinch. Yeah, I mean, a Siege Monk push could kill before the water pays off, but I think Vinch is also okay to boom. And, I mean, actual villagers will be more valuable than fishing ships. This might be a classic example of every single game I've seen in DE, over-focusing on water means you lose the game. Well, Hulk's also kind of getting cleaned up by some galley fire. Dark does take the score lead as he is winning the water. Is he castle droppable? Very much. And there are 5 vills on stone for Vinch. So Dark, no land military yet. Castle drop right here. Would be devastating. Vinch with a monk and some good outposts for scouting. The player is very well aware of the value of outpost scouting these days. Why does Vinch have vision of this one particular tile? Must have been a TC shooting at him, maybe? It's not like he's Vietnamese and sees the TC location. Why does he see that one tile? DE, what? What happened there? So a bit of idle TC time for Vinch too. But the castle will be at home. The capture age bug? Let me check in-game. Well, I guess sometimes the in-game line of sight is messed up when I use capture age. But... okay, yeah, I can't actually tell in-game. A bit like Gaia when there's a decaying war. I don't know what that is. Maybe he had a water buffalo there that got shot? But that wouldn't make sense, because then we'd see the scouting connect. I'm trying to think about how that happens. I don't know. Well, anyway, there's an organ gun. I'll see how strong organ guns can be. So stable and potentially a workshop for dark. We'll want mangonels against the organ guns, but that will then open up redemption monks for the Portuguese. Gold discount is nice for pumping out monks. That is a lot of hulks. A lot of war hulks now. I mean, when you get that number, they'll take down docks pretty quickly. Oh, that looks so silly with the ropes and the grappling hooks. That was so silly. Wheelbarrow now for Vinch. DauT will go down, as will the fishing ships. So Dark taking a good score lead. I'm just still not sure if he's actually winning. The actual Vil count is 49 to 71, but he has 38 fishing ships. Where are they? He has enough docks spread out. He's still taking fish. 38 fishing ships. That's maybe going to be rough if he runs out of fish. But 4 relics for Vinch. And there are 7 relics total on the map. Actually, 5 relics. He got another monastery somewhere. Or he just put it inside just there. Now he's vulnerable to light cav raids. So how does he defend the light cavs? Right now he's walling, but isn't fully walled. At some point, we'll need to get fish traps added in for Dark. There's Wheelbarrow for Dark. And the light cav will keep pouring in if Vinch doesn't finish up those walls. Hulks are not going to do any pressure inland. You'd need war galleys with Bodkin for that, really. Ram push on the TC as the rocket carts push in. Rocket carts will help against the organ guns, as will light cav if they just can run in and get on top of them. That's what they're doing. As they'll be picking off Vils. I was getting some repairs on the TC too. And maybe Dark will be able to do this. It felt to me like Vinch would have a huge advantage by being castle first. But maybe what he needed to do was go for that forward castle drop and actually pressure Dark rather than booming. Trying to take the safe approach and boom, but is countered by 46 fishing ships. That is so many fishing ships. And Dark, by a continued presence on the water, able to fish boom, win the game through the fish boom. Yeah, keeping all the fish alive was huge for Dark. Remember, there was that time he was getting pushed. That was when Ray was asking around about fishing lines. He went from like 17 to 14, but didn't lose much after that. Kept them alive. And it's just taking oyster and fish on the outside. Oh, look at that knight blocking the monk. It doesn't help, though. Oh, nice attack rounds on the knight. Yeah, Vinch also floating some resources. Maybe close to Imp, but I think he dies if he goes Imp. Just too many raids. Not enough gold access. He will have one safe gold if this castle goes up. And he can go imp now. I guess the Portuguese of all civs, if they're gonna go imp, they're the one to do it because they can do Pretorias. And he's gonna have to click imp now if he's stockpiling that much resource. Imp and then maybe block printing redemption monks against the rocket carts. You can do trebs then to push everything else. Yep, and imp in this TC. Safe enough, I guess. And now Vinch has to hold. He does have ballistics and bodkins for the castles and TCs. Castle dropped by Dark. This TC will die. This gold is still pretty exposed. And also mined for the most part, but still 3k left. And this is Vinch's only real gold, main gold access, so 3.6k. So between these two, he's around 6,500 gold. He's losing a TC. Losing a TC, and some knights will come down, try to hit the rocket carts. Rocket carts go down to the knights. Light cav chase the knights too. TC will hit the light cav. So, Imp's still coming in. Finch on 3 TCs. Down by 30 Vils. Dark, even with all those fishing ships, nowhere close on the food stockpile, would have to buy, which he very well could do. Could buy and use the market to go up. Ooh, no, the Vils. Not enough garrison space. They're all going right to the middle to the rocket carts. Oh, that's a good number of dead Vils. Light cav raids continue. Yeah, Vinch basically forced off of that side gold. This 1 gold's all he has left. But he's imp now. Now, Trebs, Bracer, block printing. I feel like those have to be the options for him. He still does have 5 relics, and let's not discount the fact he has almost 2,000 relic gold so far. There's imp now. Dark using the market to go up. They have no trouble getting up. They'll be able to take this TC, and I'll knock Vinch down to 2 TCs. And he also has to be careful about losing trebs to rocket carts. But that's what block printing monks would be for. Take care of the rocket carts. There's another castle for Vinch. Dark thinking of a castle, but thinks better of it, not wanting to engage in a treb war against the early imp of Vinch. Now, Vinch doesn't really have any more stone access. This castle is a nice hill, but doesn't give him any resource. This might have even been the better castle spot up here. Could have destroyed outposts with it, too. Yeah, Dark's gonna start running out of fish. Well, he needs a dock up here, can keep moving the fish around, but he's gonna need fish traps soon. And this is not how you add fish traps. He needs a few more. Does Dark play Rage Forest? Is he used to adding fish traps? I don't think either of these players play much Rage Forest. Maybe Vinch does now since he's on Onamaru. Inscription for Vinch. Monk's gonna want a conversion on the rocket cart. Yeah, this is a good. Oh my gosh, look at this ram push. Dark. Well, he's gonna have to do capped ram at least. Do Khitans have siege ram? They do have siege ram. There's a lot of rams, and he needs to make sure he doesn't waste rams. Arbalest now for Vinch. Thumb ring clicked for him. He still could do Pretorias. He needs resources. Only rams. There's capped ram. Dark. Will he have the food for siege ram? Especially since we're seeing how the fish are starting to run out. Crossbow's pushing the Vils. This is the handcart TC being trebbed. So that shouldn't finish. 2 defensive castles for Dark, who is floating a bit of stone and decides to add it to 2 castles. And then some vills getting picked off by the crossbows. Oh no, look at the DauT castle from Dark. Remember when Dark had a 30 vill lead? Does this castle get finished? How many vills did he just lose on the castle? DB Cooper, thank you for the sub. The fishing is not sustainable. The oceans are acidifying.
Down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor.
Oh my gosh,
So
look at all those vills. Look at all those dead vills. Vinch now has a vill lead again. Vinch has a score lead. Okay, I was worried maybe all in on Vinch as he was up to the castle age might have led to his death. He's stabilized, and now here comes the ram push. The ram push will get to the monastery. Vinch trying to go Cavaliers. Hussars from Dark. Dark, those fishing ships have got to start running out of food soon. Look at them in the bamboo and the weeds, trying to find whatever box turtles are left. He'll go to fight the rams. The Hussars have all died. There's nothing to protect the rams. Monastery might go down, but that can be rebuilt. Using plain money. Is that a reference I don't get? There go the Hussars. All the Hussars down. Rams down to the vills, and now Vinch can get the relics back. TC destroyed by the Trib. The vill counts equal. I mean, eco unit counts equal. That's 120 vills to 75 vills. Dark needs more actual villagers, trying to go full Hussar raids. Could add more fish traps, but those are expensive. It takes a lot of wood to add them in. A famous plane hijacker that was never found after he parachuted out of the plane. Oh, okay, okay. That ram should go down. Treb goes down. Some Hussar raids from Dark, destroying some siege. Now Vinch can pick up the relics again. There he goes, getting 5 relics back. Dark not grabbing any other relics. They're going for the castle. Going for the workshop at least. Cannon here to hit the Treb. Push the Trebs back. Cavaliers still hoovering around. We'll have another TC to the north for Vinch. As the Trebs are taking out one of Dark's castles, Dark now may be running out of gold access. Remember, the fishing ships are also taking oysters. Now they're just finding whatever box turtles they can. And some trees getting cut as part of the Treb war. Crossbows can pick off the repair vills. And that Treb should go down. Cavalier coming over to finish it off too. Anyone who was never caught by the FBI. Alright, learning some plain facts. The chat. So, plate barding armor for Vinch. And the mounted trebuchet. I've never seen this thing be useful. Only 10 range compared to the 12 of the cannon. I don't know what it's supposed to be good against. Do I get a description of it? Leave lingering fire on the ground. Strong versus siege weapons. Tight groups of units. Good against all units, they say. Don't know if I believe that. I mean, Vinch up by 3k score now. I feel like he has this with a good sustained push. Now, the Hussar raids so far have not been able to break Vinch. And he'll just be able to get more castles up as time goes by, and he gets more stone access. Already 4 castles in his base, and he's still mining stone. Is this strong versus Blackwood archers? I don't think anything is. Siege Onager, Elephant Archer, they all die to him. Cavalier's taking down some vills. 4 HP left as Iron Casting comes in. And more vills will go down to the Cavaliers. Right on the wood line. Is Dark dead? I think Dark is very dead. I think that he is very dead. Even though the Dows can't save him. Pastoralism, Elite Skirm. Well, he is going to start adding Elite Skirm. That's true. That is the best unit in the game. I don't think even that can save him. Okay, here we go. Will these things be effective? Will they be effective against the Bombard Cannon? No? Not really. What's their attack bonus against Siege? Plus 30. And 30 melee damage. That means it's going to take 2 hits to destroy a cannon. They have a blast radius? 0.5, so not that big. Circumnavigation and Arquebus in for Vinch. So Circumnavigation will give Vinch now vision to make the entire map explored. I guess Capture Age doesn't reflect that, though. Is that a bug in Capture Age? I think it is. I'm on Vinch's POV. Where's Bozzy? Bozzy, I gotta report a bug. Oh, there's the GG. And where are we at? So Vinch will win that. Coming back against the huge Fishboom of Dark. And even got to research his unique tech. So sets the entire map to explored. This is the type of bug that I discover. If you research that technology and you use the in-game grid, not the mod grid, like not the Zetnus grid mod that affects the terrains themselves, but actually the in-game grid, then if you research circumnavigation, the areas that are explored and revealed to you that you yourself did not explore do not correctly have the grid on them. Versus explored in the menu, which does. So in the future, if that gets fixed, I'd like to use it for Rage Forest so that you don't need to remember to set explored in the menu in case you forget. Slight bug there. And also, let me just grab a screenshot of this from Vinch's point of view. I'll just be like, oop, here's a screenshot for the Capture Age Discord. Yeah, I do some diligent bug reporting while we stream. See, I'm in too many Discords. Capture Age bug reports. I can't get that reported. Let me just click this. Let me just do this. Here's a game where a Portuguese player researched circumnavigation, but Capture Age did not set all of the terrain to explored when I select that player's POV. There we go. Bug report. Do we know why people are having issues with Rex yet? I do not, other than they seem to be looking into it. Alright. Between game add time, we'll check off the map. That was a Mirkwood loss for Dark. Marshwood could be the next map. And that was Catan's losing to Portuguese. So last pick versus first pick. Let's see, do we have another wreck yet? Yes, we do. Game number 4. Why do I have more chats in OBS than I do on YouTube? YouTube, why are you not showing me No Zombie's most recent message? I think the Rage Forest map should be allowed to be played on standard exploration, otherwise remove the option for some people. Maybe, but I think that Black Forest is so often played on Explored, it's good to have it for Rage Forest. And there's also standard Black Forest in the game if players want a different experience too. So this will be Mirkwood, it'll be Goths for Vinch, Spanish for Dark. And did I say Mirkwood? I meant Marshwood. So game number 4, we'll have Vinch to the west as the Red Goths, Dark to the east as the Blue Spanish. And lots of foxes. Lots of foxes for the players. So here we are on Marshwood, our very flowery map, where players are very far apart, but they do not have a wood line by their TC. They have to go out here to the hills to find wood. And Vinch will be taking the Goths. Dark the Spanish. It feels like Dark wants to play this some type of... Oh, what is that Vil doing? Yeah, there are 2 Vils out here, or 2 boars out here that you can lure in. And each player going to grab a pair of them. So it feels like you can play this super aggressive like we saw No Zombie do in that game the other day. Dark, is there room to Phosphoro FC Conks on this map? I mean, if that's the way it happens, Vince trying to go aggressive, Dark trying to FC, that'd be crazy. Can you wall yourself in on the woodlines well enough to pull that off? Thank you, Nayusika, for the follow. Goth gamers rise up. Oh, that is a 2 HP Vil, still luring in the boars. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine.
Monday? Servidor.
Is Twitch literally playing a 30-second ad just after I manually played an ad? Twitch, what are you doing? Oh no, the boar's gonna go back. The boar's gonna go back. And then the Drush is gonna come in for Vinch. Oh no, so Vinch wanted to early Drush as the Goths. Insta Drush taking stragglers. Does not want to let Dark get out to trees while Dark's taking a boar with a scout? Okay. Okay, taking a boar with a scout. Haven't seen that happen too often these days. So Dark lost 1 boar, but he'll get another. But trade a ton of scout HP for it. Not a good trade, I'd say. Welcome to Reg Fortress? What? Oh, Regicide Fortress? What? I mean, Regicide Fortress did have super far boars that were outside your walls a long time ago. I guess you can still lure with the scout now that they're inside the walls. If ever we make the map again, maybe I should do that. Put the boars back outside.
Monday?
Alright, there was that game Mihai tried to lure with the scout and wasn't paying attention and ran the king into Gabby's castle. The boar in the back, Vinch not going to try to steal that. Copenhagen? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, just haven't seen it in a while. Maybe one of those maps that just became a bit overplayed. You know, we were thinking of closed maps and didn't even have that one come to mind. Ooh, there's the Vil taken down. TC kills the Vil. Closed maps for what? Just closed maps for the closed category. The militia trying to lame the fox. Poor fox. See the Vils without no low HP Vils out there. And Dark will have to wall up the lumber camp. And this is what Vinch wants to do. Put pressure on the early wood lines with the Goths. You have to go super far from the TCs to construct your lumber camps. And Vinchester feudal. Now we look, will there ever be a forwardville for towers? Dark will lure in one more boar. Had a house trick there so the boar didn't kill the Vil. I remember I first learned that from a barbecue Turkmen video many years ago. The house to de-aggro the boar. Capture age doesn't show fox hunters as villagers on gold. You should submit this as a bug report. Alright, let me do that. Bazi's here in the chat, so I will listen to him. Where are we? Bug reports. Let Bazi know about that. Capture age doesn't show fox gatherers as villagers on gold. Alright, Bazi, I got you. You're talking about GG? Yeah, no, I got it. I'm not gonna make GG outdo it. So, brown bear in the middle. And Vil's gathering from a deer by the bear. Can't hope a CA dev is in the chat randomly all the time. Maybe you can. So here we have Vil's repairing a house. That's 5 militia turning into men-at-arms. Remember, the Goths have an attack bonus against buildings. And this is exactly what Vinch wanted to do, put pressure on Dark in the Dark Age. But now that Dark's up, he gets 1 extra melee armor on the house and a bit more HP. So he'll be able to repair that more easily. This will force up a tower on the wood and on the stone. But as the tower defends the stone, that means a castle should be able to go up. Dark, that house might still go down. That's going to get very close. That is very close. That's dropping to single-digit HP values. And the men-at-arms are in. And the tower isn't up yet, even as the Spanish wasn't able to build the tower fast enough, and all the villas are going to die from Dark. This is going to be an absolute massacre. The men-at-arms are now at the base of the tower. The scout will come over even for Vinch. Maybe he shouldn't have pulled the scout back, but there are only 2 vills left, very low HP in this tower. Everything going wrong for Dark. More vills come over, the men-at-arms try to fight them. It's a very low HP man-at-arms. That one dies to the tower fire. Oh, this is a disaster. The Vil isn't garrisoned in time. Dark has to be outside the minimum range of the tower to fight. The Vils are all going down. Oh, no disaster for Dark. Oh, this might be GG right here. Our Dark now feels pretty dead. That's 7 eco kills from the Goth men-at-arms. And if Dark were trying to fast castle, he does not have the food for it, does not have the gold for it, does not have the ability to do it. And Archer is now forward. There, he can drop off food from the sheep. Maybe can long distance mine some gold. The laming of the foxes certainly hurt. Finish on time to stay on schedule. Desperately, he wants a tower on the stone. Men-at-arms come around, the gate not up in time. There'll be more Vils dead. There are some low HP Vils here. Let's see. They're fended off. There is the castle age from Dark. I want to say Dark's completely dead, but he's still going to have conquistadors on a super open map where they'll be absolutely devastating. So, almost. Vinch almost up. Weak Vils out on the gold. Vinch will be hunting for them. Hunting for the weak Vils. Good job by Dark to pick them out and bring them back to either in the tower or to the TC. He has a watchtower for Vinch. Dark is very much a serious player. So milled down to the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms can take the houses too. Isolated about a minute behind for Vinch, so not a huge difference. And Dark will write GG in 2 languages, presumably. And Vinch then will win the set 3-1. Dark, with the crazy Blackwood Archer play in the first game, had a crazy fish boom in game number 3, but otherwise couldn't make it work. Had a plan with the Spanish, but not able to get to the conquistadors he wanted thanks to the aggression from Vinch. Do you need to have the mill built, or does it still need to be standing for the market? It might. I think you just need to have it built. It might need to be standing at the time you hit feudal. Let's maybe check that real quick as we wait for the next set, because the next set will be live. That will be a loss on Marshwood for Dark, as Spanish lose to the Goths. Maybe that's where we needed Celts. Celts versus Goths with militia wars. Ozzy, thanks for reporting. All of these issues will be fixed in the next update, replying to Dizzy, not replying to me. Does not need to still be alive. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. We have a moment. We won't have in-game sound because my sound isn't on. Oh gosh. Game, hello, there we go. Let's just check it out. We'll go to standard default Arabia. Byzantines, sure. There we go. And delete the mill. Let's let the destruction animation finish in case that has anything to do with it. And we should now advance to the next stage. Can we still build the market? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I mean, the emoji was that it was noted, not that it'll be fixed in the next update, Bozzy. I'm not getting the confirmation. Yeah, and this is also the bug I was talking about if you want to see with the Portuguese... where are we at? Portuguese here. They just send cruise ship. So here we have some area. I'll explore the area, and then I'll pull back so it's no longer explored. And then I click on circumnavigation. And boom, the area I've explored has the grid. The area I haven't explored doesn't have the grid. Whereas if I were just to type in the Marco cheat, the area out here does correctly have the grid. So I've reported that. Hopefully that gets fixed. Hopefully that gets fixed. Because I did have the plan to, like I do for tournament maps, like I defeat players if they pick the wrong settings. I do like to kind of force the settings in some situations so that if they pick the wrong settings, the map still works properly for the tournament. What I wanted to do was for Black Forest for Warlords, set it so that I'd essentially circumnavigation as a player resource. Like everyone has food, wood, gold, and stone, and you can modify them in the map script. You can also modify lots of other things. And circumnavigation works by setting one of those resources to be a specific value to enable the vision of the explored area. And I was going to do that in the map script, the same way I changed starting resources for the Nineville maps. I can change that. However, I then discovered that bug that using the grid, it wasn't properly explored. This is that Clash of Clans. Hello, supplies. This is not Clash of Clans. This is the nerdy AoE 2 stream. Look at that supplies emote. Am I even subbed to T90? I don't know if I am. I always get gifted subs to T90. I always get supplied with the subs. Anyway, the next set we have will be Barles versus Neas. So let me update titles and everything. Barles versus Neas. And update our drafts. And Alligator, thank you for the follow. And Supplies. Thank you for supplying us with a follow. Everyone, spam your supplies emote if you have a T90 sub. And we have Kilimanjaro as map 1. Okay, okay. So they are drafting right now. This has the potential to be a great set. This will be live. Let me update my stream title too. Barles versus Neas. Update my YouTube title. So many titles I gotta update. Barls versus Neas, and what's our third set for today? I've totally forgotten the schedule. It will be... oh gosh, too many Discord channels. On supplies, thank you for the gifties.
With William Wallace and his woad raiders on your side, the English may be in trouble. Once you have a large army with plenty of siege weapons, go. Destroy the English castle.
You get the William Wallace quotation for 5+. That's what it is. William Wallace for 5+. Lahir for 10+. You heard Clash of Clans was fun? I've never played Clash of Clans. I've seen children play it though, and I was scared. It was an AoE 2 game that was like Clash of Clans once. It was a mobile game. It was called Castle Siege. With circumnavigation? I think just the player who researches it. This isn't COC? It's not. It is not Command. I guess that would be... What is Command and Conquer? I guess C and C. I'm looking through the Discord, and I swear I had seen a schedule. Oh, and announcements. DauT versus Classic Pro, the final set. All right, DauT versus Classic Pro. There we are. Raid Shadow Legends. I get sponsorship emails from them. Hello, Gabby. How you doing, Gabby? What happened with Neas? Neas has been playing very well. He beat Jordan yesterday. I mean, I know it was a different event, but last year he did beat Viper in Sudden Disaster. So as far as I know, he's pretty young and improving fairly quickly. You're a chill streamer. Thank you very much. That's what people tell me. What I'm told is that sometimes T90 yells too much and he wakes them up when they're trying to watch him to sleep. So then they come to me so that I don't wake them up. And Neas has had some great runs recently. You listen to audiobooks? I do have a 2-hour video on my YouTube where I read books. There was years ago I played, you know, Lord Bassa, who works for Forgotten Empires now. Thank you, Mashi Naftali, for the follow. He made a custom scenario for the original AoE 2 called The Relics of Atheline. That was a 7-scenario campaign that was amazing. And within those scenarios, he hid some books. It was a custom graphic for an actual book. You had to walk your heroes to them and find the book. And when you found it, it unlocked extra text in the scenario objectives menu, and it was no gameplay related. It was just a custom stories, and he wrote several dozen stories. And as I was playing the scenarios, I was like, you know what? I'll just read all of these at the end. And it took me like a year finally to get around to editing it because there were so many of them. It took me 2 hours to read through all of them. That's one of my favorite videos. Yeah, it's always nice to have Gabby around. She's always so lovely to have in the chat. Alright, so I see we do have a lobby up for Barls. Kilimanjaro will be game 1. Let me just play an ad and take a very quick break myself before we get started. So stay tuned, and we'll get Barls versus Neas coming up shortly. All right, so let's get going. I think we're just getting started here. I am back. Thank you very much for waiting. Let me put Barls in red. It'll be Kilimanjaro. And set up our scoreboard here. It'll be Malay against the Way. Have us come back. Magic. Hello, Lily. I'm trying to see every age streamer the last 2 or 3 weeks and just dropping subs. Hopefully you drop some subs for Gabby. Who is Benanji? Benanji's... he's played in some clown tournaments before. He's definitely a strong player. Probably not as well known as some of the other top players, but if you pay attention to some of the B tier events, you'll definitely have seen him. Put them both as player 1 is not going to be confusing at all. Yeah, Barles has some really good meme videos. So Neas up to the feudal age, and Barles going up too. It'll be a 2 militia drush from Barles as the Malay. So this is Kilimanjaro. If you've seen Kilimanjaro in the past, this one's new. There is a flag on top. If you look very carefully, you can see there's a character on the flag. Someone in chat, tell me what this says. I'm sure someone can read this. But a bit different than before. 2 gold mines on top. And compared to last week, I did add a few extra tiles of gold around the edges of Kilimanjaro. So far from the players, but some extra tiles of gold around the edges. So it's not all about just fighting for the top. And that character, what does that mean? That looks similar. Hard to make out because it's white on white. Vils will fight the scout. Or no, they won't. They'll just run back to the TC? Well, now they'll fight. So range follow-up from Barles. Has to be careful, there are some hairs out. Might make walling a bit tricky. Those men-at-arms will break through the palisade. And is this open? Is this open now? Nope, not open. Right behind that palisade. Can I click it? I don't think there's any spot for me to click. Oh, there we go. No, that was the palisade. Gotta double-click something nearby to select that tree.
Yep.
So far, the men-at-arms not able to do too much damage to Neas. He'll be defending with archers. Archers and skirms. And a spear. And the spear picked off by the men-at-arms. So in terms of elo, Barles 300 points ahead. But I don't think 300 points of elo at 2k7 to 2k4 is quite the difference that the 300 points of, what, 1700 to 1400 was yesterday. She doesn't know what the symbol is. Yeah, I'm guessing that is an asset that doesn't quite belong atop Kilimanjaro. They probably just used the flag and saw the flag pretty zoomed out and thought, hey, it's a pretty flag that blends in with the snow without realizing there was something on the flag. Is that... Actually, it looks actually slightly different than what you posted, Lily, because there's like the bit here is beneath the oval at the top and goes out to the side. And what you posted, at least to me, it looks like there's something in the middle. So maybe it is different.
Yep.
There's wheelbarrow and fletching for Neas. So he's still repairing. The men-at-arms causing a bit of damage. Res collected slightly more from Barles, who also will enjoy the Vil lead from being a Malay and having faster uptime. And skirm defense from Neas. Neas will be camping the TC. And this woodline being so far from the TC does make it a bit tricky. Because the skirms have to leave the safety of the TC to fight the archers. Here Barles, as the farther towards the edge of the map he moves the archers, kind of the safer they are, because that brings the skirms out from the TC and makes them more vulnerable to the men-at-arms. And that Vil trapped by the archers. No fletching for them yet. But he's got nowhere to run. We'd have to delete the lumber camp to run. Oh, the poor Vil. Oh, poor Bill trapped in by the acacia trees. Oh yeah, that one looks more accurate, Lily. That looks more like it. So, Skirm's still fighting the men-at-arms. Barles doing a good job of keeping them alive. And I think all the Vills on this lumber camp are going to be dead. So that's 2 Vill kills so far. 2 more archers to kill the remaining Vills. Neas will try to run, but he'll run straight into his scouts men-at-arms. He is 4 HP left, blocked by the Skirms. The men-at-arm doesn't get the kill. And actually that Vill will be safe. Look at him go. Look at him go. He is Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow there. Wheelbarrow saved him. 0.88 speed. As the way... Well, as the way... Neas can get some Vills back, so it's only a 6 Vill difference. And considering Wheelbarrow's in, and 2 Vills are killed, and Barles has the melee bonus. So that might seem like a lot, but it could be worse. And now the men-at-arms getting in on the other wood line, along with an archer. Can they get more Vill kills? They're all very low on HP. There's another Vill going down. And I don't think anything else will die. But that's now 7 Vills. Ahead is Barles. Aside from the fact it's Wheelbarrow versus no Wheelbarrow. We saw the wonderful speed boost of Wheelbarrow saving a Vill there for Neas as he tries to wall up to the side. Now, one change I had made to the map compared to last week is you'll see the very corners of the map don't have trees in the very, very edges. That was, I had seen a few maps where there'd be extra forest back here where you could just wall yourself and boom and play in the corner too much. So I tried to even out the difference between the forest you'd get if you spawned here on the side versus if you spawn in the corner. And I think we're kind of seeing that here. Yeah, and Barles is up as the melee. And does he have a forward Vill? He's going to have forward crossbows. Up there goes the Vill. That's what I was looking for. 2 Vills, and we'll have a forward siege workshop. So Neo's map, in terms of wallability, was pretty darn good. Had the back gold, back stone, 2 back forests, and nice forest on the left to wall with towards the TC. But the aggressive 2 militia drush came in so early that he couldn't get initial walls up. And has been playing skirm defense this entire time against Barles, who's sitting at home, has had a very smooth economy, hasn't had to react to anything. Longsword and crossbow. What a combination of researchers. Longsword along with crossbow. A free melee armor will certainly help out the longswordsman. Mingnell will pop out for Barles. Barles with long swordsmen that are so cheap they have supplies integrated now. You look up the shield symbol used for the Wu in-game, same symbol, so the Wu has conquered Kilimanjaro and the Malay and Wei have invaded. Perfect story now. Maybe each civ should have some type of flag that gets replaced when you capture it. Let's switch hands like the monument in King of the Hill. I guess this would be maybe the most appropriate map for playing King of the Hill. Or maybe like old school Gold Rush or Crater Lake with the monument right in the middle. Ooh, here comes a Minganell. Gets a skirm. Gets a skirm. His Neas is almost up. Longsword's destroying the market. They don't even have arson yet. There's Bodkin for the crossbowman. And market goes down as Wheelbarrow comes in for Barles. He has a huge score lead, and we'll get a second TC right on top of the mountain. Couple of lines there that could be dangerous as the crossbow comes over for Barles. Might have to see. He does have Loom, right? He does have Loom. This garrisons the TC to kill the line. Here's Elite Skirm from Neas. As he makes a couple of Huiguang Cav. I'll try to pick the Mangonel with the Huiguang Cav. And should be successful there. Crossbow's not really in a spot that can defend it. They have 4 out of their 5 pierce armor in the castle age. We'll fight the longswordsmen. Who wins here? They're pretty low on HP, but I guess they have extra HP as the way. And with the Huiguan Cav, Neas will clean this up. Res collected, he's fallen behind. Are the ways so good that he can come back from this? He's starting to push up the hill. One Scorpion won't be enough. Huiguan Cav are getting kind of weak. Nea's not going to pull them back, or pull them back a bit too late to heal. He'll continue committing, kill a couple more crossbows. And now the Scorpion can deal with the skirms. So second TC for Neas, third TC for Barles. He'll be moving to stone. I have a crossbow or 2 on the side. Oh, there's a scout. And now Neas, he still has gold in his base. How much does he have? 3,500. That'll be a forward gold for him on the hill. And also some side golds he can try to sneak out to. And there is a castle for Neas. Hello, power to the pandas. Another panda in the chat today. Pikes or Ellies against Tiger Cav? Ooh, elephants sound interesting against Tiger Cav, honestly. Oh, the mangonel shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dead skirms all at once. And then castle drop from Neas. Neas, but he's under a mangonel. There's a converted Huiguan Cav. And Neas will call the GG there as that castle will fail. That was a nice mangonel shot, followed up by a castle denial. GG. And Barles will take that game. So the 2 militia drush giving him a very nice early lead. 33 to 19 KD. And well done for Barles. Wonderful mangonel shot. Supplied those skirmishers with a mangonel shot to the face. And that's a game 1 win for Barles. Going for the reverse sweep strat again. It's melee and OP Civ against the Way. Way had the last pick, kinda curious. Oh, does that image not show up? Oh my gosh, was never added to the website? Immersion? The horror. African Clearing. The 2 new maps added to the map pool this week. Where's Arbase? You can join my lamentations. And the castle just downhill from a workshop was a choice. You know, well, he needed a castle somewhere, and that was maybe his best option. I was pretty far behind at that point. C+H icon. I don't know what that means. And looks like the next game will be on Tafiti. And where is it putting to reopen Capture Age? There we go. And here we are, we'll have Neas as the Blue Dravidians to the north, Barles as the Red Burgundians to the southeast. 2 hybrid map civs for a hybrid map. We have 3 relics in the middle. On the outside will be our resource islands. 1 relic on 4 of the islands, spaced out. The other 4 islands, same resources but no relic. So 7 total like all the other maps. Neas needs to play Goths. Maybe he needs to play Celts. You gotta see your Gothy boys. We did at least see Goths in the last set. I'm sure there are lots of goth fans in the chat. One of those classic AoE2 civs that when you're starting out, you're a new player, they're an absolute powerhouse. You boom and goth spam. And these days with their Dark Age have some different uses. Longer lasting hunt. And the instant loom. And a good militia line. So you play only goths. The most supplied of all infantry lines in terms of their discount. So Neas around the outside with his scout. Move some more houses going up for Barls. And we'll see how quickly players add transport ships to go to the outside. So this is another one of the Mad Catters maps. And ooh, Neas running straight under the TC. Nice. Nice hit from Barles. I made a couple of changes to it. In the 1v1 version, originally it was 4 islands. I upped that to 8 islands. I think it works much better with 8 islands. If you've seen it in team game events, there also is a fortified tower in the middle of the TC. I removed that. Ooh, could we have a lame? Could we have a lame? Barles, lame, go for it. He's turning around. Go for it, Barles. Go for it. Oh. Going for the lame. Not going for the lame. Oh, another interesting lumber camp there from Neas, finding a little spot between the wood lines. I also made the wood a bit clumpier and added more clumps for kind of the same amount of wood total, so it's easier to find paths through the forest. And definitely not as perfect as I'd like it to be, but about as good as I think I'll get it through terrain generation. There are other wood generation techniques, though. That's a very dark rabbit hole to venture down. So, Feudal Age now for Barles as a mining camp comes up for him on his main gold. And now, what do? Do you transport to the outside? Both players thinking, yes, let's transport. Yeah, scouting the fish in the corner with his transport as he put a dock out there. Barles building the transport now. You only have shorefish on the inner ring, so you do want to transport to the outside for docks to get the deep fish, just like NeoZz is doing. And I'll see Barles going straight to the outside. Let me just bring up... There we go. Make sure I have Twitch visible. And we'll go for a dock on the outside, grab some fish out there. Kind of want to dock towards the corners if you can. Now, the Dravidians on this map here, as Neas says Dravidians, will have the bonus that their fishing ships have a larger carry capacity, plus 15. So they are extra efficient at picking up fish from far away from the docks. The Burgundians' only real bonus would be the fact they get fishing in lines in the Dark Age and gill nets in Feudal and Age early for both. And they're discounted. So they get the upgrades on the fishing techs. But in terms of overall efficiency, I think the Dravidian fishing ships are going to be great at taking all the fish from these corners. Make another note for myself for Tafiti that I probably need more variety in fish. It's just snappers out there. Add more fish than just snappers. So Feudal Age for NeoZz on the way. It's already in for Barles as he adds in Flemish Militia. And Barles is going to try to win the scout fight against the Dark Age scout. And gets the Dark Age scout, and I'm sure he's really happy with that as the militia come in. And will NeoZz be able to wall this up in time? And even if he does, could a transport ship get in? Now, only 6 HP left on the scout, so maybe a tough task for Barles to block the rest of the walling, but he'll do it. One tile, not finished, and the militia get in. Flemish Militia against Dark Age Militia, they'll wreck the Dark Age Militia. The unit a bit closer to the man-at-arms than to the militia. Maybe they should more rightly be called Flemish men-at-arms. They'll try to attack the palisade. We'll have another palisade hit from NeoZz. Our foundation hit. Trying to protect his gold. It is awkwardly close to the TC. Looks like Barl will have room to run around. Try to get into the other wood line. Fishing ships could garrison there, but not going to happen immediately. As a couple of houses now will come up for NeoZz, as we have a tower rush following this up from Barls. NeoZz with defensive men-at-arms will take down one of the towers and get a defensive tower to protect a gold and a stone. Militia keep wandering around, and even within range of the tower, there will be some quick walls. Bills will punch through this palisade on the front. And get up into their house. There is arson on the way from NeoZz. Palisades up for NeoZz too. And, well, this is a good bit of walling out here from NeoZz since these wood lines are so long. I'll do another house and try to keep his villas safe. There's a lot of Flemish militia as those villas from Barles can't quite get in. I mean, he could think about chopping through. The trees have 150 wood on them. I didn't realize that. There are 2 trees on one, no. I didn't realize the trees were modded on this map, but they are. Okay, 150 wood, more than normal. Just like an acacia tree. And now the men-at-arms with a transport ship from NeoZz getting into the back of Barles' base. Barles have to be careful as they get right into the wood line. Barles sending all the vills to fight. They'll pull back the weak ones as they fight the men-at-arms. And then get his militia over here, his Flemish militia. And this is actually a pretty darn good fight for Barles, all things considered. All of NeoZ's men-at-arms go down. And Barles continuing with his tower rush. In terms of fishing ships, it's 14 to 18, so Barles even with the fishing ship advantage. He does have fishing lines. I do worry the Dravidian's bonus still is a bit more powerful, as NeoZz does have an eco lead. And might be able to click up to the castle age soon. Here is the archery range. Does he have any other feudal buildings? That might be his only feudal building. And there is gill nets from Barles. Yeah, an amazing response to the men-at-arms getting in on the wood line. Doesn't lose not even a single vill. 0 to 0 eco KD for how aggressive this game has been. And good job for all players walling in the right spots, running vills back at the right times. There's fletching for Barles. Also, it's amazing we still have 100 viewers on YouTube too watching this, so glad you guys are watching the YouTube stream. That you're enjoying the ad-free YouTube experience. So gold mining for NeoZz as a bunch of vills go to the transport. YouTube, Red Clippy saying hi to YouTube. If this isn't a T90 video, you can say hi to YouTube. And it's not like YouTube smells like T90's YouTube. Hulk's attacking the dock. And it's a lot of Hulks for Barles, who's going only Hulks. NeoZz will chase them with galleys. And the Flemish militia trying to break through the houses. If they ever did break through, be a ton of damage to these vills. They're close to doing it, but with the defensive archers from NeoZz, they'll be just able to force the militia away. And as Barles is managing the eco, floating bit of food, just about able to click up. Neas will be up first, and he'll be up just about the same time Barles is clicking, within 10 seconds. Now Barles with Hulks tries to fight fishing ships. He finds 3. They are only on shorefish, though.
Davis.
And Gillnet's even from Neas as he does medium warships, really wants to fish. So double tower defense on his wood lines. Might struggle to take his golds. His stone is okay if covered a bit by that tower. Hudkin makes taking that stone very tricky then. Militia still trying to break through the house. On the outside, the Hulk's just looking for fishing ships as they're chased by war galleys, but no ballistics, so the Hulks might be able to run a bit. No attack upgrades, but Urson is in. Right on the fish in the bottom. War Hulks there, Neas. It takes a while to stop anything on the water these days, but those who are building the dock will go down. And that'll leave these fish to have to run, but run, where did they go when it looks like Neas still has the water control? The Flemish militia will attack the palisade in Barles' base and try to make a way out. Or maybe a way in for future army or future towers. Medium warships just now clicked for Barles as he does Bodkin. And do a defensive university, maybe a quick ballistics from that. Flemish militia is still destroying these walls. There is an overchop here under the tower. Now, I don't know if the militia would still want to push that, but they can get in. You can see Neas' vills walking around the back. Don't think Neas has been able to clean all the fish of Barles. Might get the transport. Medium warships now for Barles who can defend a bit better. And also still in a position to attack. Maybe those are low HP war hulks. They are countered by war galleys, so they won't be able to do too much damage here. More war hulks also for Neas. Alright, and then in the middle, there's a guard tower. Tower, did that stop attacking something? Or move to the house? And the wall actually just deleted by Neas. Oh, Neas is gonna send some vills forward. Barles is gonna send his vills forward too. Oh, we could have a big vill fight here. Here comes the Flemish militia. Neas sending everyone to YOLO down the tower. Some crossbows are out there. Barles, he doesn't want a castle drop. He doesn't have stone for anything. Alright, where's Barles going with those vills? Stone mining and gold mining on the way for him. Some Flemish militia, one out of crossbows. Neas won't be able to wall up those vills in time. Tower maybe can deal with the crossbows if the vills can fight. And here's a monk, Flemish militia there to help defend the monk. Monk goes down to the vills. Oh, the vills here fighting for Barles, trying to use the tower to his best advantage. More vills on the way for Neas as they're chased by the Flemish militia. So Neas is a TC on the outside. We'll destroy that tower, that'll free up his stone mine. All the vills now for Neas going back. That's a lot of idle time for him. We can see Barles pulling ahead and the res collected. What's the scouting look like? Much better scouting for Neas and Barles. Pretty good scouting for him too. But KDs are just the same. Scores flip back and forth slightly, as Barles has far more res collected. No, a race car driver saying hi, Red Cliffy. YouTube saying hi to Twitch. Oh, there is a dock not completed for Barles still on the side. And still a good navy for Neas. But also, those war hulks. Just sitting there menacingly. As in the middle, some Flemish militia getting healed by the monk. Barles can grab the third relic should he wish. There is the workshop. The remaining vills sit inside of this tower. What could the tower hit? Maybe beneficial to go for the palisade and force a reaction. They're from Neas. Or just to open up this gap hitting the other palisade. Both of them within range of that tower. And it'll be a battering ram for Barles, who is housed. Needs to take a fight and lose some population as he adds more houses. Still housed even after outing a house. And here is handcart for Barles. More Hulks here going down. Looks like Barles stabilizing and taking another bit of a lead. Ram pushing through houses and some stone walls. And treadmill crane on the way for Barles. Treadmill crane on the way. Linker construction, faster moving ships. Very important Hulks versus war galleys. That is not in yet. Or Neas. Treadmill crane for a future castle drop? Potentially. Even just for more towers, treadmill crane maybe, or guard tower up. You can try to hit the transport. Oh wait, the Hulks are right by the transport. Hulks can stop vills from transporting now. I need a good back stretch. I need to do some stretching between games. And Imp for Barles. So Imp for Barles, this leads to, at some point, a castle drop, and then probably just Trebs. So everything from you guys in the middle will be cleaned. You guys might have a bit of a boom on the outside. And without any middle control, I think you need an overwhelming eco advantage on the outside to make this work. And I don't think that's what Neas has, as he's down by 5, almost 6,000 res collected. Where is Neas gonna drop his castle? That's right, he does have 1,000 stone. Where does he drop it? I'm thinking Barles drops a forward castle. Where does Neas drop it? Does he somehow transport and drop it back here? That'd be crazy. I think we're onto something, chat. I think we're onto something. Do we have treadmill crane here? Is that available to Dravidians? If it's somewhere I don't see it in this menu. Oh, nope, no treadmill crane. He's just dropping off. And there is the castle. There we go. Called it. Neas right there. Defensive tower from Barles immediately throws up the guard tower, sends vills to fight, and Neas can pull weak vills onto the transport, but here come some Hulks from behind. The Hulks can help deny the castle too. And the tower is up from Barles. He can garrison vills and fight. And the tower denies the castle. The tower denies the castle. Sometimes the naysayers say this doesn't work, but Barles, he committed to it immediately. And then these vills from Neas have to flee. If that's not working out, well, he can delete it and do another castle somewhere. There's a stone shaft mining for Barles. So, tower denies castle. You gotta learn. You have to just go for it immediately. There's chemistry. Bracer, stone shaft mining as Barles advances to the Imperial Age. Sells some wood, does some technologies. And 6 on stone, but where are they? Over here. So he just needs to wait for enough stone for his own castle. Maybe just add in bombard cannon and push. Take Neas off the middle. And then you can worry about the islands. Not watchtower guard. Okay, well that's what you gotta do though. You gotta, oh gosh, tower denied there by the Hulks. If you see the castle coming up, you gotta prepare by researching guard tower. He needs to balance his eco. He does have 60 on wood and 0 on gold, so that's not the most balanced eco I've ever seen. It would tip the scales over onto the wood side. Bulk attacking the watchtower. There are blinking dots everywhere. This map can be crazy. Barles all the inside, TCing the outside. Imp versus castle. We'll have gold shaft mining for Barles. Vineyards place farms and you don't need gold. You could be spamming hussars place vineyards. And then save up the gold for something. Still guard towers for Neas, and he wants to hold on. Well, we do know Neas, he can hold on in these water hybrid situations and not die, but there's heavy warships for Barles. Neas not close to Imp. He is close to another castle drop, however. Do a TC on the side. He's trying to TC all the outlying islands. How easy is it to go Imp? He needs more food and more gold. I don't know if he's stuck, but it's not looking good. This TC will go down. And the Flemish militia keep pushing. Okay. Flemish militia have proven to be very, very aggressive in the feudal age. And kind of wrecking men-at-arms. Guard tower up for Barles. And adding a workshop, so we can guard tower fight over here. Does Barles have keeps? Oh, he does have keeps. And arrow slits. Only missing heated shop. Otherwise, Barles has really good towers. There's heavy plow. There is Imp for Neas. Has collected over 10k ahead for Barles. Now he just needs a way to finish off Neas. Maybe that is with Burgundian cannon galleons. He does have chemistry already. There's heavy plow for Barles. And this dock down, another tower up, an Imp for Neas. Okay, he is up to Imp at least. Did he do Thericidai? Is that too unfathomable that Neas can do Thericidai and win water and come back? Imp into GG. Why is it bright white colored on the minimap? Just a map design decision made by the Mad Catter when he made the map. I don't actually know. I didn't realize that until I started casting and was like, hey, wait a minute. There's this extra white stuff on the minimap. I should have noticed that. If you generate the map, if you like test the scenario, then go back to the editor, you'll see there's a bunch of bridges placed to generate that terrain. And I think they have their graphics changed. And if only Barles were actually patrolling on the shallows and saw that, but now he'll find the vills. And you'll see the vills. Barles selling food, trying to collapse the prices. Get enough gold. And tower down. Barles trying to push before Neas gets in. There's still 4 TCs for Neas, so 79 vills, still a lot queued. Invisible relics? All those white dots are relics on the minimap. That'd be a lot of relics. That could be a map. You just have to right-click your monk on every tile and hope that you randomly come across the relic. So there's ballistics on the way. The cannon galleons, will that be denied? No, it will not. Or there you go. Waiting for forging to change the ballistics. Alright, one more big fight. I think it's, yeah, galleon versus heavy warship versus heavy warship. Who comes out on top here? Look at the HP bars. And that looks like a win for Neas there. I mean, look at that score difference, though. We are beyond 5k score into the 6k score territory. As Neas is about to lose his second TC. He doesn't want to fall down 0-2, but Barles' push looks very, very deadly. It's now 20k res almost. Neas trying to dance with the galleons, but there's only so much you can do at this point. There's the GG, and Barles will go up 2-0. One game away from qualifying. Check out the stats. That's a much better KD. A fairly equal KD for the most part, but then things, once Barles gets imp, it's a huge power spike. It felt like Barles always had the initiative on the land. Those militia gave him such a great unit. 2-0. And I don't need to wait for a recorded game this time. I just go find it on the dashboard and cast it. Immersion will be the next map. It'll be Malians against the Vikings. Haven't seen Vikings on this map yet. Alright, that should be everything set up. That's good. Right. Yep. Let me find where I put my water. Give me a moment. I had to throw my water on the other side of the room when I took my break. Alright, and here we are, Immersion. Potentially the final game if Barles can close it out. But he'll be the red Vikings to the west, and he has the blue Malians to the east. And then in the middle, we will have cracked terrain with berries and oysters. We decided we'll remove one of the lakes. I added this to the middle just to give it a bit of flavor to it. This will still be a pretty aggressive hybrid map. Both of the civs with good swordsman line, and this extra HP for the Vikings, extra pierce armor for the Malians. So men-at-arms openings not out of the question for both of them. Even if we will be expecting docks. And it'll be Barles heading to the outside to dock. And the way this map works, each player roughly gets one pond. And then there is one neutral pond. Ponds on the mini-map look like they spawned a bit closer to Barles. Yeah, just that still slightly closer. So I did put a lot of effort on this map into adjusting the wood lines to make them fair. This was one of the maps I had gotten some wood line complaints on. So they're not going to be perfectly equal, nor do we want them to be, but they're going to be more fair than they've been in the past. Each player should have 3 wood lines roughly by the TC, and the rest of the wood lines should spread out quite a bit. And be a bit more clumpy and less looking like Black Forest. So we're not going to have huge wall-offs where 2 wood lines spawn together. That took a lot of hacking. I forget if I streamed this or not. I think I might have. Involves lots of place a single tile, have a terrain avoid that tile, replace the tile, and then put everything on the placeholder. That took some thinking to figure out. I think I'm mostly happy with the woodline result. But something I keep an eye on. And this map was, again, by the Mad Catter, and was a map from, I think, the map scripting competition for Warlords 4. Previous Warlords. Just then had the pond in the middle. So this was a decision, basically, we were worried there would be too much fish booming for the garrisoned docks shooting at land units in the current meta. So I decided just to open up the middle a bit. Less walling when that becomes a pond. I mean, when that becomes not a pond, I guess you could still try to wall across it, but it is cracked terrain now. So your walls would not be all that sturdy. I think it's a nice effect I came up with, layering some of the shallows or water on top of the cracked terrain. Oh, we have a pause. What is this pause for? Not for a bugged map, is it? I have a boar behind a wood line? Okay. Lore Neas needs to go play in the Voobly days. I think that's even... Is that in his starting line of sight? Lower the boar. Oh man, this was... He needs to go back and play in the days the boar would be like out here over a hill behind the wood line. I'd say that's fine. I don't think a boar behind a wood line is a re. It's not like the boar was missing. A missing boar would re. Like you can lure that in. Lure that in just fine.
Yes.
I'm gonna say in 14. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with that at all. Just lure it around the wood line. I'll need to check and if that was in the starting line of sight. I care if it's in the line of sight or not, but I don't think being behind a wood line is an issue. Yeah, I mean, you do stuff like that. You shoot it with the TC doesn't kill it anymore. Our weekly drama. Brought to you by boar behind a wood line. Oh boy. Maybe I should do that in the future. All boars always behind wood lines for maps. And then make players feel what it's like to play a real map of Age of Empires. Can't make his burger the rhino. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, he did have a pretty aggressive longsword ram push on this map against Jordan. But, I mean, both civs capable of that now. Still no Gots. Maybe he's saving them. Maybe he's just saving them. Now, Men-at-Arms versus Men-at-Arms. HP of the Vikings should prevail. But when you start adding other units, the Malians also have the Gebeta Warriors and the Pierce Armor to hold against crossbows. A Boobly Days tournament. We're behind wood lines. Unfair maps. Well, unfair maps were kind of made up for because players had restarts back then. And the militia will fight the vills on the wood line. Boars were random placed near spawn points. I mean, they are. I mean, that it's not like that's a huge distance. It's just behind the wood line. That's a very easy lure for players these days. Barles really likes the militia dress. Some people really do. Some people really do. Like I was saying earlier, Vinchester player, I see pretty commonly going for that 2 militia in the Dark Age, followed by 2 more militia plus the Man-at-Arms upgrade on the way up feudal build. Fishing lines, double bit axe, and Man-at-Arms, the technologies for Neas. A little unlucky. I mean, I think that's pure. That's very much within the bounds of the randomness we can have for a game. Up waiting. My stream's okay, right? My stream didn't crash. Oh my gosh. I don't know what just happened. I'm going to show you what this looks like in-game. This is what it looks like in-game for me. What is this? What just happened? Did other people's games crash? Why are there, like, mangonel shots all over NeoZ's base? What is going on here? What the heck? What? I mean, what even are these villager trails? Or is this everything that is path, like, done a path so far? What the heck? I mean, there are some trails from the fishing ships. Okay. What happened? Is everyone else's stream okay? I should have checked Barles' map. That was weird. This isn't on the dashboard right now. What just happened? Okay, Mem's out of game too. Okay, everyone else had it stopped too. Okay. That's weird. Dave's stream looks the same. Okay. Looks like my nephew's latest attempt at drawing something. Hello, Chicho. So, okay, that was weird. I can look at the map script real quick and just see how the boars respond. That was, I think, Trozzini's map script from last time. There was Warlords, so let me look at the objects generation. Or no, this might have been me placing it. DLC Rhino. Yeah, so how this works is it's missing a set circular placement. That's what it is. There we go. That'll be an update for next time. Make up for the boar. Hopefully they're able to restart it. Let's see what happens if I add a fire path. I guess the lesson is just scout for your rhinos behind your wood lines. They are randomly between 14 and 16 tiles from your TC. Do checkpoint autosaves? What do you mean checkpoint autosaves? It does not periodically do saves throughout the game, no. It only does an autosave when you crash. Where did I find the restore in my files last time? The restore folder. So I don't know if the players have a restore file, because I see that I don't have one. Maybe talk to JBR and see if he's working on it. Maybe Neas will get his restore anyway. So if I just go to multiplayer and I click restore, Kingstone Heart. Lots of old restore files, but none from this game. Yeah, my most recent restore is from 420. Neas thinks he does? Alright, if Neas thinks he does, then let's see if they can restore. Hopefully they set the spec delay not to 10 minutes. See if we can restore. Alright, hopefully this works. Yeah, so basically how rec files work is there are a sequence of commands from the start of the game that the game resimulates. And you can make save files which save the entire state of the game, but those are much larger. The game does not periodically make them, although it would be very nice, say every 5 minutes or so, for the server to make a restore file, because then if you were to spectate, you could join late and wouldn't have to simulate the entire wreck. Microsoft bought the game studio? I mean, Ensemble Studios published the game. I mean, wrote the game back in the 90s. And then Microsoft shut them down. They've owned the game for a long time. They don't actually own Forgotten Empires, though. That's owned by Keywords. They made World's Edge as like a publishing studio. So triple barracks for Neas, and he's going to go for the triple barracks longsword ram push again, it looks like. So Archer's going to hit the Vills. Can't wait for Copilot to be integrated into the next DLC. Hey. There is AI text-to-speech and speech-to-text integrated right now. Don't forget, we already have AI features added in. We don't have a volume slider or a mute button for the voice chat, but we do have AI speech-to-text and text-to-speech. This is a publisher who has their priorities 100% the correct order. So, Archers for Barles, he's up to the Castle Age. We'll have the res go up a second time. But he has to face now Longsword Ram, and he has with a score lead. Longsword Squires and medium warships all clicked. I think this is a situation of Barles. Look at that eco. If he were pumping out his own longswords now, they would have more HP and he'd win. But he was just not really doing arming on the way up. He didn't even finish his quick walls on the gold. The longswords are going to get in. Did Barles? Okay, he's running Vills. I was worried he might have dropped again, but not on point with the quick walls. Malians, remember, their longswords get extra pierce armor. So once that armor upgrade comes in, they'll have 5 pierce armor. And they don't get Gambesons, but they won't need it. Does it censor a micro slop? It probably does if you try to type it in. The in-game chat filter might. So, ram and longsword push, and, well, that's gonna lead to knights, but then Neas could add pikemen. The Maulians have good monks. You can fight the knights with longswords even. So, barracks going down. Are knights too expensive to stop this? I think Barles is just dead. I think he's dead from this ram push. Scale barding for Barles. As knight takes out the ram, and longswords will push the knight back. Units will hop inside the rams. How many rams to beat one knight? Well, it's a Viking knight, so probably not even that many. I mean, I guess it's a step above the Viking light cav we saw yesterday. It's still not that far above them. The longswords, they'll sit under the TC fire for a bit. Viking monks won't be all that good even, and Barles will call the GG, as once again Neas restores and goes for a ram push. Longsword ram. It looked like he was kind of dead, but then turned it around immediately. Barles was floating 1k food. And couldn't stop the push. That's where I think if Barles just mirrors that build, he should win as the Vikings. With the extra HP he has for the longswords, but not what he went for. In reverse sweep, Neas would need the reverse sweep. Well, no boar, no problem for him. So let me get that overlay rate. Lost defeaty, 1 immersion. And that was Maulians over Vikings. And then Burgundians over Dravidians. So they both have Chinese left. Then Italians and Goths for Neas, Mapuche and Portuguese for Barles. And if you like the Goths, well, where are we going to see them? Probably Skakuza. African Clearing and Skakuza, the 2 remaining maps for Barles. So, yeah, that was a weird crash. I don't know what that was. Very weird crash. So Skakuza next, and if you wanted to see the Goths, I have good news for you. We will have the Goths here. Skakuza, Barles will be the Portuguese, and Neas will be the Goths. Portuguese, remember, of course, they will have the gold discount on their militia line. Alright, so Barles will be the red Portuguese to the northwest, and Neas the blue Goths to the southeast. And Goths versus Portuguese was the first map and the third map. The third map we just saw, that was Immersion. The second map was Tafiti. And then the first map, what was the first map? That was Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro, yes.
Quais as vossas ordens? Estou pronto.
That was where Barles went for basically Malay 2 militia drush, and it disrupted the entire eco of Neas. Just did some melee things being ahead after that. So here are the Goths' longer lasting hunt. I'm always curious how much of an eco bonus that actually is on this map, because you have so much hunt. I don't know if it matters too much that it lasts longer. Not like the Mongols that gather from it faster. But the other eco bonus is the cheaper militia line. They get supplies as a civ bonus, basically. And now it'll be a very early drush against Barles. Barles, who is attempting simply to push the zebras into the TC. I guess you do have to do a bit less pushing. And he's not even going to mill the middle against the Goths. He's going to stay at home and mill his berry patch. That's one of the changes I made to this map. I ensured that players did have consistent berry patches and consistent distances to them. I like that mill. Feels like an AoE 1 styled mill. Right in the middle of all the berries. If you ever saw a classic AoE 1. Now, everything there will be walled in. He's aware of the danger of the Goths. Loom also for Barles coming in pretty quickly. Portuguese, remember, technology is researched faster, so the loom comes in a bit faster for them. They'll have a few seconds of an advantage. And will that final palisade tile be finished? Yes, it will. And the militia shouldn't get in on the berries. Nope, looks like that's fully walled. The wood line will need to be walled too. What is that Vil doing? Vil taking a bit of a side trip there.
Yeah.
And the militia will run around in the back. AoE 1 houses in the Dark Age. Yeah, those look sick. I have to agree with that.
Hey, yeah.
Iron Age houses. A lot of the AoE 1 architecture is really cool.
Bereit.
So Scout pushes the Zebra into the TC. AoE 1 farms. AoE farms are great. You could use them as walls. Couldn't walk on them. So barracks for Barles. Up to the feudal age 2 is Barles. As the militia keep doing a little bit of a hoover around.
Yeah.
And remember also after this we'll have some USA Cup coming up later today. We have another set after this. It'll be DauT versus Classic Pro. And then after that we'll check out what's going on with the USA Cup. And Scout there from Neas gets a hit on Barles' Scout. Barles will be up first. And moving over to gold. Not taking the gold by his mill, going for the farther gold, maybe hoping to be a bit hidden out there. Neas did not actually scout that. Barles will be repairing one of his houses as he's on his way up. Adding in militia of his own. So far giving Neas free reign over all of the zebras and ostriches in the middle. Looks like Barles' plan will be to amass archers as quickly as he can. Has the wood for one range, but with all the repairs on that house, won't be able to do another one. Wonder if it'd be better just to do another house instead of committing to the repairs. Look at that instant loom from the Goths as Neas is up to feudal now. There's the man-at-arms upgrade from Barles. He has 3 of them. Ready to fight in the middle. He doesn't want to fight till the upgrade comes in, so Neas has a few more seconds to prepare. But 3 on gold as the range comes in. I wonder if this will be a blacksmith follow-up or even 2 ranges. 2 ranges, a couple of archers, and then a quick transition to skirms. To get the numbers as high as possible. I feel that numbers are really important on this map. And if you want to, it might even be worth to do 2 ranges and delay a blacksmith until later. Delay fletching just to get numbers. I hope to snowball. There's another mill. Part of me feels that the Goths are more for the cheaper militia than for the hunt bonus on this map. That and essentially being 1 vil up thanks to the loom. Thanks to the instant loom. So their eco bonus comes in the form of infantry minus 15% in the Dark Age, minus 20% in Feudal Age. Because Barles here he gets a bonus, but it's only gold minus 20%. So his men-at-arms are, once you get to feudal, strictly more expensive on food than our Neas is. And look at how many militia he has right now. He has 8. That's the power of the Goths bonus. 8 militia as he does the man-at-arms upgrade. And I mean, this might be a repeat of the previous game if he tries to go for a ram push, but you need to get to the castle age for that, and that might be a struggle if he doesn't have wood, because Neas did not wall his wood villagers in properly. He'll lose 1 on the wood line, and be pretty inefficient here at chopping. Needs to ensure that those walls go up. Barles himself does not have arson yet. No blacksmith upgrades for the men-at-arms, and still on only 1 range. And you get enough archers out, you can deal with the men-at-arms. That's still... Ooh, they're gonna find the berries. The berries are wall, but there was an overchop. One Vil will try to find his way back to the TC as Vils respond with a house wall from Barles. If you queue up a militia in Dark Age and cancel it in Feudal, do you lose resources? Yes, you used to. I think that was fixed, though. That used to be a thing, most definitely. I don't think it is anymore. So the scout for Barles goes down. Always a pain to lose the scout. And now some Vils will come out and chase the men-at-arms away on the lumber camp. And there are blue dots everywhere in Barles' base. So both of them in each other's base like crazy. Archers hitting the man-at-arms. That goes down. As the men-at-arms get around the back, still chased by an archer. Might kill one of them. And actually doesn't target them properly. But wheelbarrow for Barles, that'll help with running Vils in case he needs to. Still trying to get in on the berries, but nice walling from Neas. I think the walls go down. Men-at-arms attacking other walls. Yes, there is a hole now. There is definitely a hole. And the archers there are still packing quite a punch and damage from the rear, but they're going to get out. As Neas is going full Goth men-at-arms. Love to see this. Only 1 barracks, but look at all those men-at-arms he has. He has 6 now. Trying to amass more. 5 archers from Barles. And our archers should counter men-at-arms. But I think the emphasis is on the should there. Yeah, the Goths have tons of them. Will it be enough? Those are some weak Vils. Neas walling to try to be able to run the Vils farther. He doesn't have wheelbarrow himself. Pretty heavy on gold. Yeah, actually floating a lot of res. He's thinking of... He could cancel Vils and go up to the castle age. The problem is he doesn't have any feudal buildings. And he can't get feudal buildings if he doesn't have wood. Can't even get enough wood for a market. Oh, that actually is horrible for Neas. Imagine he's able smoothly to click up now. Because he has enough, what, 5 villagers? That gives him just enough food. He then drops off. But no feudal buildings, no blacksmith, no market, no range, no stable. And now no wood access for doing the feudal buildings. And that is a disaster for him, as he only has 5 men-at-arms. He wasn't committing to more men-at-arms. He would need to chop the stragglers. These are Bobab trees with 200 wood. Yep, Vinch did win the first set earlier. And that will be a market for Barles.
Yeah.
And Barles getting ready to click up. Needs a tiny bit more gold, but we'll accomplish that by selling wood. And then he'll be up. Does have fletching too, could even probably just drop off gold. And yeah, there he goes. There he is up. Didn't even need to use the market. Market finishes now, and second range for Barles, and this is looking pretty darn good for him. Over here, Vils need to repair that palisade, and that'll force Barles to do a tower on the wood line. That is a great tower that should defend a ton of trees. Market under the town center for Neas. He collected enough wood from the straggler trees, but the archers on the outside of the market. That market needed to be one tile closer. Oh no, the archers could deny it. We'll do it on the other side, adjacent to the TC. There's the market and the blacksmith for Neas. But he's... Oh gosh, this TC is surrounded by archers. He still has only 4 men-at-arms. His Ville's going to try to find a clandestine spot for a lumber camp, or no, for a mining camp. But yeah, he does not have the eco balance he wanted to get to long swords in the castle age. He needs to cancel a couple of men-at-arms to go up. And there he goes. And I'm sure he'd love to do triple barracks long swords again.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Here come long swords over for Neas. They'll be hoovering around in the back.
Estou pronto.
Ja, pace. Deleted.
Quais as vossas Estou ordens?
pronto. Ja.
As the men-at-arms take some TC fire there, we'll have Barles moving over to more berries.
Deleted.
Sim.
And men-at-arms attacking the Ville. Crossbows taking down the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms down by the TC.
Ao seu dispor.
And we'll have some Villes putting food in the mill. There's the double-bit axe. And now just crossbow from Barles. 6 men-at-arms more on the way. But now out of gold is Neas. Castle drop right in the middle. Yeah, there are those 2 extra barracks, so triple barracks. That can lead to organ guns, which I'd imagine are good against longswords. 23 to 7 KD. And that castle will be within the range of the... Or that tower will be within the range of the castle. I should take down the tower. There's Neas up to the castle age. And long swordsman the upgrade for Neas. Oh my gosh, the workshop blocked by the men-at-arms. Oh, things have fallen apart for Neas here. There's the GG. And Barles will go up 3-1 and win the set to advance to the next round. And here we are, 27 to 8 KD for Barles. And it all went wrong for Neas when those men-at-arms got on his wood line and he never had the wood he needed. Would have been a different game if maybe he had that lumber camp walled in from the start. Could have gotten up to the next stage with his feudal buildings. But GG. Barles advances. He qualifies for Warlords. And we'll just check that off. A win on Skakuza. And for the Civs, win for the Portuguese over the Goths. And that'll lead us next to DauT versus Classic Pro. Yeah, if you say GG, but the other player resigns first, then it's not picked up in Capture Age. So just an unfortunate Capture Age thing. Just the misfortune of needing to use an extra app to spectate instead of spectating in game. So next will be DauT versus Classic Pro. This is sure to be a good one. Yeah, that was such a weird drop earlier. Also update the tags on the YouTube video. And then, what was that? It was Vinchester versus Dark was our first set. There we are. Update the tags. So next will be DauT versus Classic Pro. They are drafting... Oh, I haven't seen this map yet. It'll be Crossroads. Interesting. For the first map. Hope DauT won't do anything DauT-ish. I mean, DauT should be a favorite here. Lowland, that's an interesting map. DauT picking Black Forest and Border Dispute as his maps. That's a pair of home maps. Also, I think I didn't read this, but thank you earlier, Moshi and Naftali and Sumatran Tiger for the follows. I think I was taking a break. 3-2 DauT. I mean, I think DauT should be the favorite here, but yeah, I guess that's true. DauT can do DauT things. Anyway, I'm going to take a very quick break myself. I'll be back, and then we'll get into this next game. Looks like they're setting up the lobbies just now. Alright, welcome back, chat. So our first game will be on Crossroads. We are just launching. We'll have about a minute left in the spec delay. And we'll have DauT versus Classic Pro. The matchup where I think DauT should be the favorite. Classic Pro, pretty good player, though. I'd imagine something like 3-1 DauT. DauT takes this YouTube confident. DauT. Twitch chat 11 saying me Classic Pro has never won a set against a DauT. Is that true? I check that. I can check that on. I think their Wikipedia standings for this. DauT head-to-head against Classic Pro. Run query. And series count 4-0 wins for DauT and 10-2 DauT against Classic Pro, so I don't see any really recent sets, but this does date back to 2017. The Escape Euro Cup, dang. That was a while ago. That's when Leary was 14. Alright, so after coughing, here we go. We will have game 1. I'm looking at the wrong thing in Capture Agent. I keep getting to change it. There we go. Game number 1. This is a best of 5 to determine who qualifies for Warlords. Classic Pro the higher elo, but DauT certainly the favorite. This is the map Crossroads. I think this is the first time I've casted this map. Escape Euro Cup, was that around the Brexit? That was actually, yes. I think that was that would have been 2017. So Brexit would have been voted on, but not happened yet. Same thing with the ECL. The UK was still part of the EU when I was there. Ancient map for ancient players. Is this an ancient map? This is a map in DE. I don't know what to think about it. This feels like one of those Boobly era maps, right? It just kind of feels like that. But DauT will go do a dock. And same thing from Classic Pro. One thing I had changed on the map is the DE version is a bit bugged that the hills don't always rise up. There are 4 hills on the map, but you can see there's this second layer of hill that allows you to build lumber camps and settlements, but prevents you from building TCs. So I had to, sometimes that would just flatten off and wouldn't happen, so I had to make sure that always happened. That was a good copy and paste the create elevation command 32 times, and now it seems to happen. Also, a bit on the edges, I added a tiny bit of rock terrain to the larger areas on the edges, so you can't just fit TCs out here beneath the hill either. You actually have to chop through and make space for a TC. Otherwise, yeah, this map does not really have much wood. You have 5 straggler trees by your TC. Oh boy, you're gonna get a whole bunch of wood from them. Yep, that's why the bump is there, for preventing TCs. Let's go DauT. We got some DauT fans in the chat. I have a dock up here from Classic Pro. Actually, wait a minute. As my headphones were charging this whole time. Let's take them off the top of my PC case. Let the PC warm this room a bit more. There we go. So deer pushed in here by DauT's scout. I'll see that deer getting towards the TC. Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. DauT wins if DauT doesn't do DauT things. Chat, both chats. Twitch, YouTube saying that DauT doesn't need to do DauT things. What are DauT things, even? Like pushing deer in and failing at the deer lure? Well, seems like those deer pushes were successful. DauT forgetting to wall and dying when he doesn't have quick wall skills? Nope, he's fully wall on his lumber camp. On the water, they're pretty far apart. And you do have to scout to see where your enemy docked before committing to warships, because you might very well have docked opposite sides. You need to find out where those docks are. Can we mod that? Unfortunately, I don't think that's possible. If it were, I'd love to mod that. Because I absolutely hate that change. I think it takes all the fun out of Warlords when they're so easy and you can kill them with the TC every time. Okay, DauT. I was saying you're not gonna do DauT things and fail to wall your lumber camp, but you are leaving a hole. There we go. There we go. There we go. So Ville's moving out to chop the pine forest trees. Of Classic Pro. He will be feudal first, but looking at DauT's resources, he might try to fast castle this. I don't see any militia from Classic Pro. Maybe this will just be a stable and a scouts opening? Yeah, there's a stable. Maybe just scouts. Yeah, the Warlords logo is animated. If you're just noticing this, hopefully it's not too distracting. I was worried the animated one might be distracting. There also is a static one I could use, but then it has to have both sponsors like stacked instead of rotating, so it takes up more space. Maybe I could like combine them and make like the logo part static. Hello, Twissy. You don't get scouts on the map. I mean, scouts do kind of make sense from the perspective of you have some nice food eco. And oh gosh, the barracks is blocking the scouts, so there go any extra spears from Classic Pro. Classic Pro with the very classic stable barracks or whatever other building walled into the wood line. Maybe you should have just tried to chop them out. But nah, that scout will take a hit from DauT, and Classic Pro will go for the tower rush. Alright, well he wanted to be feudal going for the tower rush. DauT doesn't actually click up. Fortified churches up on these wood lines feel pretty strong. DauT will do a stable himself. And with 2 docks with fish, DauT has scouted the dock location. And Classic Pro has not. DauT will open with a Hulk. So there's the tower. DauT with the mule cart might have to run from the tower. And scouts for some map control, and I think Classic Pro is actually really gonna hurt not having the extra spears now. Because you need something to fight DauT's spears. And that DauT will have so many spears, he'll be on his 3rd spear. Classic Pro stuck with just scouts. And he's going to engage. He can't fight the Vills with the spears so close. DauT using the spears. That could have been an opportunity for Classic Pro to be uphill with a scout's advantage and try to fight the spears and pick them off. But now Classic Pro has to determine, does he go for an archery range or does he just go full double stable scouts? Maybe full double stable scouts could be a way to play it too. But he's taking an early fight against the spears, and DauT's spears were really effective in that fight. That's 3 dead scouts for Classic Pro. And I think that was not the right decision. He got super greedy trying to push the wood line. But you always have to keep in mind, if your scouts fight the spears, what HP will you have left for fighting the Vills? And in that earlier fight, it would have been just scout versus spear. Here, DauT also had his scouts in position. So if Classic Pro had tried to jump earlier, I think that would have been better for him. But maybe the play would have been just don't fight at all for a while. Yeah, DauT can move over. You already did some damage with the tower. Let him move his mule cart. Chop some more wood. And harass the base down here with the scouts. There is Castle Age for DauT, so he is up first. We'll lose a Vill out here. Classic Pro finally finding the Vill pick he wanted. Gets the Vill down. Forging for DauT for the spears. Forging. Well, I guess he wants to kill Vills with his scouts. As this wood line is not fully walled. And oh, that could be 2 dead Vills for Classic Pro. Out of position, not walled. The wood line is still open. And DauT with Forging and Bloodlines on the way. If this is open, he's gonna... Has Classic Pro noticed this? Well, if he did, it's too late. Well, the Vils pick off one scout. Upgrade's not there in time for DauT. He will run away. It'll be double range. Is Classic Pro gonna go Molly and CA? With double ranges? DauT will see that. He can go Georgian CA. There's fishing lines for DauT. He'll keep fishing, but also some hulks for Classic Pro getting it on the water. Classic Pro doing bloodlines himself, but look at the resources. Classic Pro's nowhere close to castle. Make sure it's not hiding in the TC. Nope, has a lot of Vils queued. But DauT can have a great timing advantage now, doing armor to have fully upgraded scouts. And Classic Pro, for the most part, is walled. DauT still could run in, though. He could also transport ship around. That's a lot of scouts. DauT not walled. What did I say about DauT taking damage because he's not walled on his wood lines? There is forging now for Classic Pro. A few archers for Classic Pro to pick off the spears. As long as the spears go down, the scouts can do work. And DauT has now lost at 7-7 Vil on the Vil KD. The scouts killing Vils here for DauT. Both players with scouts in each other's bases. I think DauT might be getting maybe the slightly better trade for now, but this tower's going to go down. This tower will go down. DauT will have to run all those Vils. DauT doesn't have any more spears to rescue them. Over here, the scouts from DauT do get into the wood line from Classic Pro. Don't think they can run back out through the gates, but they'll maybe get more Vil kills. These are now fully upgraded scouts. What is going on? Both players attacking the wood lines. Neither player gonna have wood. Let's just keep track of the wood though. We get 10 Vils on wood for DauT. Mule cart down here taking those stragglers. One knight for DauT. That will keep the tower standing. As DauT pulls back his last scout, that takes a couple of hits on the way. Classic Pro will still have wood access at his lumber camp, as he is up to the castle age just now. He's gonna find the gold mine now. DauT did a fortified church up on the hill. Bloodlines in forging, but still no armor on the scouts. And these Vils can still do a bit of damage to them. Second fortified church for DauT. He's securing his gold. That knight seems pretty clutch. Yeah, one knight changes everything against all those feudal scouts. That tower was so close to going down. Now gold mining for Classic Pro. A crazy game on this map so far. There's a market for DauT, as DauT no longer can take the stragglers at home. They are all chopped, all depleted. He's trying to wall up one side of his base, but has the fortified church for defense now, adding in a monk. And DauT, I mean, looking at the eco, 2 fishing ships to 7, and Classic Pro's got himself into an okay spot, but how did DauT get into the wood line again? Is there a hole? There's another hole between the lumber camp and the stable, and now there's a knight in the wood line. I'll cause some mayhem and maybe pick a Vil or two. DauT focusing the weak Vils until the archers finally save everything. Good attack from DauT. So 16 to 15 eco KD. Classic Pro, around 600 more resources collected. So a couple blunders from both. If that knight were to get to the gold, that would be devastating. Classic Pro needs to be aware of that and prepare quick walls. Just, is he gonna waltz in? Nope, that'll be walled. Yeah, that's what Classic Pro needs, some walls to keep the gold safe. Bill goes back. This crossbow and bodkin from Classic Pro as DauT's trying to pick up relics. Remember, 7 relics on the map, and the fortified churches do lead to monk production. DauT has not chopped enough for a TC, I don't think. Classic Pro getting on the Vils with archers. His Malians, but no ballistics yet. Malians can do a quick and early ballistics. That's a lot of dead Vils. And the monk goes down, the relic not brought in. Classic Pro playing this game pretty darn well. Hello, Flashbang. So, what did we say earlier? DauT wins if DauT doesn't do DauT things. Is DauT doing DauT things this game? Knight can't fight the crossbows. He's trying to dodge. More monks. DauT. This side of his base is open. Needs maybe some walls from the edge of the map to the TC. Some vills to garrison in the TC. DauT confirmed doing DauT things. Okay. Here's a TC. Yes, he is doing DauT things. And still only 2 fishing ships, so adding in cav archers now. As I said, Georgian cav archers. There's another range. And we're starting to get the Malian cav archers. Now, the Georgian cav archers will scale better. No bracer for the Malian CA. I mean, yeah, DauT doesn't have armor, but I think bracer without the range makes them quite tricky to use. Yeah, heavy cav archers, no Parthian, no bracer, versus DauT. No thumb ring, no final armor. The bracer is super important for the range. Ooh, Bill's dying under the tower as the crossbows from classicpro choose to dive. They'll also take out some knights that only have 1 armor as they get away.
Get you arse.
And fletching for DauT. We have wheelbarrow and ballistics now for classicpro. Healing up the knight, healing up some cav archers. Crossbows pick a vill. And husbandry really going into the cav archers there as classicpro, even with a couple of camels nearby. Help out against those Georgian knights. Georgians, I think they can really struggle against camel civs in the long run. Crossbows picking off the knight. Cav archers hit by the crossbows. Crossbows down, and then classicpro buying wood. We'll have a TC, there we go, TC as the wood is chopped for classicpro. That's how you gotta do it. Not on the edge, chop to the middle to build a TC. Cav archers all going down. The camel's very low on HP. But have to be careful with that fortified church. I have scale barding armor for classicpro. As now that TC is wonderful for him on the wood line. DauT will find the cav archers. DauT does not have ballistics. And without ballistics, he really can't fight enemy cav archers. Doesn't have bodkin either. DauT doesn't have bodkin. This does feel like DauT doing DauT things. Trying to get a conversion on a camel. Maybe he gets 1. At least he gets the high HP camel. That's another conversion on cav archer. That converted camel is a beast. Just killed 2 cav archers. classicpro try to group up his military. Either notices or at least was patrolling. Middle against DauT's cav archers. And there's horse collar on the way for classicpro. Ballistics for DauT. DauT no horse collar, but already farming quite a bit. 13 farms. classicpro right now not that many farms, so when he adds in his next wave, he'll have horse collar at least. Wheelbarrow and bowsaw in for him. Only double bit axe, the eco upgrades for DauT. Oh, and this is a struggle for DauT. DauT losing vills, DauT losing the cav archer. Oh, the mule cart taking up a tower spot. Where are those vills going for DauT? They're going to their deaths at the hands of the cav archers. Oh no, DauT. Not like this.
Get your arse.
Monk, very low on hit points. This is unbearable. It's always hard to root for DauT because you see games like this. More docks on the way for classicpro. As well have padded archer armor for DauT. DauT. See, 57 to 56 actual vills, but still 10 fishing ships working for classicpro. I guess he can't move them to the other side, where there's more fish still, but he could redock there. I guess DauT could too. DauT needs wood, and right now classicpro, he has 373 stone. And while the ridge does block PC placement. I don't think it blocks castle placement. PCs need to be on level ground. Castles can be on a hill. Oh. Maybe just sped up there for a second. Let's stay at normal speed. Or maybe that's just Classic Pro's micro making it look like it sped up. This is why we love DauT. Can castle... Oh, wait. Did someone talk about a castle drop? DauT, you don't have stones to drop a castle. Where are your vills going? Oh, wait, he doesn't have stone because he placed the foundation. Okay, that answers the question. You can castle drop it. But to castle drop it, though, I think he needs to win the fight. Does he win this fight? I mean, the Georgian CA heal. Classic Pro... Yeah, I think the way Classic Pro would lose is if he concentrates on fighting the vills instead of the cav archers. He can just block the castle drop location, though. Well, DauT doing DauT things. Here is the castle drop. As he loses his army, well, he's sending an entire village, but I don't think he'll be able to raise the castle. There's the GG. 19 vills, not going to do it. And the Classic Pro goes up 1-0 over DauT. DauT doing some DauT things to end the game. Went for the YOLO move to come back. But 93 to 64 KD for Classic Pro. After that annoying stable delete, not having the spears earlier on, manages to recover. Keeps his fish alive on water. And the scouts approach... led to a 5-minute difference in castle age timing. Felt like DauT maybe was thinking of fast castling, but then didn't have the eco for it. Had to swap to playing feudal and was always behind. Does it count as a DauT castle? It certainly does. You can't escape DauT castles just by resigning. So Crossroads there, won by Classic Pro. So Black Forest and Border Dispute, the home maps for DauT. Crownwood and Lowland, the home maps for Classic Pro. And so let's see, what was that? Georgians losing to Malians. Black Forest will be the map we have next. It will be Black Forest. Oh boy, who's ready for some Black Forest? Chat, are you all ready for Black Forest? This is going to be a Civ matchup. There'll be Malay for DauT and Bengalis for Classic Pro. I'll give you some BF games. I do too. How can you not be ready for BF? I don't know. Maybe you just don't want a Vil fight. There should be a good Vil fight on the map too. The width of the passage in the middle is kind of random. Let me also go grab a hoodie. I'm getting kind of cold. There we go. Now I can be warm. Even in May, it's still kind of cold here. Now it's got to be warm to cast DauT. Can't wait to watch DauT Micro a Vil fight. Is there anything better than watching DauT Micro a Vil fight? Let's be honest. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. It's cold here too. I'm sure it's everywhere. There's someone who's in a place that's cold. I just wish I wasn't in a place that's cold. Gotta move something warm. Move somewhere warm. And that's what all the subs help us accomplish. We gotta grow enough on Twitch that we can stream from anywhere. To be fair though, moving away from the New York City metropolitan area probably does make it cheaper. So here we are, Classic Pro versus DauT on Black Forest. Classic Pro is the yellow Bengalis to the west. He has a 1-0 lead. DauT as the blue Malay to the east, and both of them running their vills to the middle. There is a bit of a hill in the middle for them to fight over. Ray trying to buy a portable AC unit off of Craigslist. So 4 vills for Classic Pro as he does Loom, 3 vills for DauT as he doesn't do Loom. So DauT sending the 4th vill as he researches Loom. Classic Pro's just trying to wall up at the front. If you do get a forward wall on Black Forest, you have a great spot to castle drop, monk push, siege push, whatever you want later on. The Malay here probably wanting to go fast imp. They probably don't want to fight fully boomed Bengalis with elephant archers. Neither of them a great siege civ. DauT sending a 5th vill. And we all know how aggressive DauT can be in these vill fights. Playing a classic pro versus the most classic of pros. Well, vills all fighting each other here. Let's see if DauT has to get back. He could maybe attack the palisades, just take a little bit of wood away. Okay, big fight here. DauT has 1 extra vill. Classic pro pulls back. There's one thing DauT's gonna use, it's his Rage Forest experience to his advantage. Both players are housed at 15 vills. Both players are housed. Panic House under the TC for DauT. Panic House in the middle of the passage for Classic Pro. Both players housed. Similar idle TC time for both. 3 seconds more for Classic Pro. DauT Scout with a tiny bit more HP. Oh, this is great. So the relic here is in the middle of the passage. Pretty close between the 2 players. And it's almost right smack dab in the middle of the map. And whoever wins the wall-off war gets control of the relic, and they each have 3 relics on their own side. Who's the greatest Rage Forest player of today? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, you might have to just watch Rage Forest this summer to find out. We might answer that question for you, race car driver. Viper, Mihai, Classic Pro, who else plays yellow? Those are the 3 big ones I know. Theory will pick it occasionally. It's not like he plays it every game. When the captains rank each other this July, then maybe we can answer that. Vills fight this. 8 versus 7. Vill here goes down, and Vill almost pulled back for DauT, but not quite. 19 to 19 Vills. Now DauT's starting to get a bit of idle time. Just a tiny bit of idle time now. And you are guaranteed a pond, so the Malay can get a fish boom on this. And also DauT, well, one thing different between this and Rage Forest is you don't have a pocket who's going to get to the feudal age and make scouts, or get to the castle age and make knights, or siege, or anything to kill your vills. This is all just pure vill fighting. DauT will pick off another vill. More vills forward from Classic Pro. Sending weak vills back, though. You gotta be really careful there. DauT has a weak vill he's trying to pull back. Another vill down for Classic Pro. DauT with weak vills. He's gotta come back. Classic Pro thought about turning and fighting, but thought better of it. DauT maybe a bit too far forward. Trying to use the hill. Trying to destroy Classic Pro's house. Ooh, he destroys that. Classic Pro's gonna be housed. He's doing a mill, but he needs to throw up a house really quick. He's actually housed now because DauT destroyed the house he built in the passage. So DauT's panic house at home, maybe a tiny bit more idle time there, but actually helping him in the long run because now Classic Pro needs a panic house under his TC and will need a panic house afterwards because now he's only 3 pop away from being housed. But DauT pulling everything back, his vills, lots of low HP, straggler vills here and there. Classic Pro going back to those walls he made initially, almost finishing them. So vills have to fight still. Scouts now down for both players. DauT with a 1 vil lead, but Classic Pro with around 400 more resources collected. 3 to 5 KD and 4 to 4 KD. There's some boar luring mishaps somewhere. Let's see, sheep under the TC. We'll need a lumber camp soon for Classic Pro. Let's see, DauT actually did a mill before a lumber camp, just relying on the regular trees. He'll hunt some deer for food. Did not lure in his boar. I mean, it is explored. He sees exactly where the boar is. He sees where his group of 3 boars are. Vil's still fighting up and down in the middle of the passage. DauT not even trying to wall the passage. DauT just wants to Vil fight. And he actually is up now. 5 to 3 Vil KD.
Hi.
There certainly can be boar luring mishaps when you're microing this much on the Vil fights. DauT beasting at this Vil fight. Look at the micro. Can destroy the house foundation too, or at least force Classic Pro to delete it. This is peak AoE. This is Rage Forest 1v1 style. I've liked the generations we've gotten so far. I want to add a couple more variants, like one with 2 passages or one with 2 ponds. And when I make this the official Rage Forest 1v1 setup, I'm gonna have a variant with no ponds, but just to add a bit more randomness to it, I think. It's nice to have a bit of variation. Although going forward, I think this is a fine BF map. Maybe try to make wood lines a bit closer to player TCs. Might give them a couple of clumps closer. But now Classic Bro, he's sending his entire village forward. Lost another one. Oh, he lost another one on boar. Where are the boars? Okay, he did lure a boar at least. He did lure a boar successfully. That's important for his food. Gets a lumber camp, but not on the thickest of wood lines. I mean, over here might have been nicer. I guess he just wanted it as close to the TC as he could get it. Now he's taking deer. Big Vil fight in the middle. Big Vil fight in the middle. 9 to 9. Legend says DauT's first action after being born was Vil fighting on Rage Forest. Yeah, and he was born in Serbia. He didn't even have loom when he was sent straight from that TC to the passage to fight. To fight in the war. Classic Pro lost 2 Vils to boars, yes.
Hey.
Oh, there's just some weak Vils from Classic Pro. We can't really engage. That menacing Vil. Oh, there he goes. Gets a stab. DauT up by 3 Vils now. Classic Pro actually up by 500 resources collected, though. Even though it feels like DauT is winning the Vil fight. Losing Vils to boars, 1.0 C style. Oh, Classic Pro, he has some full HP Vils from the lumber camp he's going to send forward. Some fresh HP sent to the fight. He's going over to the berries, taking the deer in the back. And that will be adding more walls.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Vils all fighting here. Quick gate from DauT to try to block some of the Vils, and actually he traps 2 Vils. He traps 2 Vils. Let's go DauT with the gate. Look at this micro from DauT. Look at the micro from DauT. Oh, he's now up by 5 Vils. He's down by almost 600 resources collected though, but up by 5 Vils. Classic Pro actually, wait, he's fish booming. He's luring in 2 more boars. Did he have 3 boars? Wait, what happened? Did he have 3? I just gotta make sure the map wasn't bugged. He spawned with 3 boars there, right? Someone go back in the VOD and check the mini-map, make sure there are 3 dots there. Make sure that his map isn't bugged. He probably just lost, oh, almost lost a third to the boar. This is absolute nerd. Oh, he's gonna lose another house. He has to build a house to make up for it. DauT quick gating. And DauT? He's gonna bring his Vils back? He's not gonna stay forward and dock? Oh, Feudal Age first for Classic Pro. There's all that extra resource he collected. Now gonna do a lumber camp in the middle, try to take that hill in the passage. And a little bit of a clump on the outside. Barracks for Classic Pro. Using 8 vills to destroy a house. Not worth it in terms of res collected, but we saw that earlier where he forced Classic Pro to be housed. So now DauT doing a second dock. DauT is ready to fish boom. He has the passage secured. So what does Classic Pro do? He has the barracks. He could go men-at-arms and towers to try to get more space in the passage. This is how AoE is meant to be played, yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. No zombies staying up late into the Aussie evening just to experience the peak of Age of Empires, which is DauT Vill fighting on Black Forest. Yeah, I do want to make a few more touch-ups to the maps. I need to add more themes to it again. But I've been pretty happy with the generations and the games we've seen on it so far. And triple Warlord from DauT. Let's go. Let's go. There's FC and spams Karambits. So DauT has to be careful here if he shoots the boars with the vills because they're all low HP. This is the thing that we miss shooting with the TC. Yeah, look how easy this is now shooting with the TC. I hate that. That makes it way too easy to do the Warlords. Market Blacksmith for Classic Pro. And double bit axe. Classic Pro is ready to go up. And I know he took some losses in the Vill fights, but he'll get them back as he goes up. That'll be 4 Vills as he hits Castle. DauT has a huge Vill lead now because he's Dark Age longer. But then he'll make up for that with a melee uptiming. He has more fishing ships. So DauT feels like he's in a good lead despite the fact he's down by still 500 resources collected. FC Ratha a possibility? I mean, FC Ratha should be FC Karambit, right? Because you can pull back and heal. The big difference here would be monks. I think Karambits make monks kind of useless for Classic Pro, but then again, I mean, armored monks, maybe they hold up to Karambits. So outpost there for, what is that? The Gaia player. I clicked a straggler tree. Outpost there for Classic Pro. Outpost also for DauT. Neither player has Town Watch, just building outposts for the fun of it. I feel like you really do need Town Watch. What is this Discord ping? That's USA Cup. Okay, I got access to the stream promotion channel in USA Cup, so no spamming, says Paradox. So DauT up to Feudal. Castle Age now for Classic Pro. DauT can start adding fish traps with all that wood he's floating. Market Blacksmith and 5 fish traps with 500 wood. FC Ratha won't work because walls? Well, I think you drop the castle on the walls, and then DauT re-walls here, but that means you can push forward them with siege. It will just be monks, though. Monks for Classic Pro. And DauT will see that. DauT will see that. He'll see the double monastery. He'll see the double monastery. And monks for Classic Pro. And 4 monasteries. Oh, it's clown time. 4 monasteries in a workshop. I expect to see an elephant. You ever have that feeling where, like, you put on a hoodie, but then, like, your shirt's all messed up underneath it? That's what I'm going through now. Trying to stay warm. Yeah, there we go. Shouldn't do it sitting down. So, armored elephant now for Classic Pro. As DauT's up to castle. DauT throwing a castle right in the middle. Buying stone, throwing up the castle. And he has fish traps behind this. Oh, wait, I said 500 wood for 5 fish traps? No, Malay fish traps are cheaper. 10 fish traps for him, and he's going to enjoy fish booming while also having wood for another TC. Defensive monastery for him. And now Classic Pro's on a timer to push. Where does Siege Elephant go? Did he cancel the Siege Elephant? Oh, he's just going to go Imp? He's just going to go Imp? He canceled the elephant because he's gonna go imp. Oh gosh, DauT has a huge eco lead. Well, we're gonna have imp, maybe stone and trebs then? From the Bengalis? That block printing monks? Are they useful against Karampits? I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be imp and then 4 monastery production. I'll need to go to gold. Teenville's on gold. There he is up to imp. And he's gonna go to stone now. There he goes. 10 vills to stone. It's gonna be Trebor. Probably monk and elephant. So mining stone, gill nets for DauT. DauT, who looks like he's just gonna stay castle and boom for a bit. No karambits yet. And still doesn't see the extent of the monasteries. I really want to do some of that town watch, both of them, I think. So not as many fish for Classic Pro, 17 fish traps for DauT. DauT's picking up his relics, also has the relic on his side. Why does DauT have so many vills on wood? Because he's fishing, and he's not doing farms, so he needs wood to pump out the fishing ships and fish traps. But yeah, maybe that should be balanced. Have a few farms around each TC and around the mill. Balance out that eco difference. So DauT's gonna imp soon too. DauT actually imping, only 50 seconds behind Classic Pro. Is this enough for Classic Pro to win a Treb War? Here comes the elephant push. Remember, the monks can heal the elephants. Maybe 3 relics also for Classic Pro. And there is a castle also for Classic Pro.
Hi.
Eco difference in imp is gonna be really brutal with all those Malay fish traps. But there are block printing monks now for Classic Pro. There's a bunch of monasteries. The elephant's still attacking the barracks. Probably wants to heal it. Or bring it back to heal for a bit. Not doing any more monks. Doesn't really have the resources for it. And Kuro Snowy, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, quadruple monk healing on the armored elephant as it takes out some palisades. Here's Bodkin and ballistics for DauT. Archers in the castle, Treb deployed for Classic Pro, Treb attacking the castle. Monks want to convert the elephant. Remember, you need to be adjacent to convert the elephant, but you don't need redemption. And DauT now getting his own trebs out. He made a second town center by now. He just wanted to go fast imp. He looked at his res and wanted to go fast imp. But now look at the res collected. That's 5,500 more for DauT. I think DauT should be able to win the Treb War and push that Treb War win to a victory as he's doing chemistry, and then we'll have access to Bombard Cannon. And this will not be a fully boom Bengali player with elephant archers. It'll just be a desperation monk defense. Whatever Classic Pro does has to involve clearing out that castle. Illumination for Classic Pro. Devotion, crossbow, masonry, and chemistry for DauT. And 47 I know one TC too. So he doesn't even get the all the extra vills. Is this a double? Wait, is this a double uni play for DauT? Yes, it is a double university play from DauT. He has a double university, intentional or not. It is double university. DauT, well, he lost his castle though. Now it's time for some monks to start converting. I think DauT got some conversions himself too. DauT going full crossbow. And full crossbow, probably the play against Imp Bengali monks. Is DauT devoted? Yes, he is devoted. Malay also do have heresy. Here's a Ratha, a DauT Ratha. Classic Pro wants to convert it back. Bombard cannon in the workshop. And Classic Pro going heavily to his gold, but I think DauT's well on his way to tying this 1-1. He's got Arbalest on the way. And he will keep pushing that elephant. The cannon attacks the workshop. More monks go for conversions on the crossbows. Crossbowman converting the monks. Workshop down. Arb's actually being defended for the moment. Not actually losing his army. I mean, what happens if the monks now convert the bombard cannon? I guess DauT has more than enough res to pump out Arbs and keep pumping them. And ooh, the cannon gets the trebs. No repair vills on the trebs for Classic Pro. That hurts. Still trying to go full monk. 33 vills on gold. He's got 6 monasteries. Honestly, what could we want more from a game than 6 monastery monks? Don't think there's a way. However, they're not infinite. They're just, I think, 3 times as long. So in all practicality, this would have to be a crazy game if they need to be reseeded. Oh, kills on the monks from the cannon. Monks getting killed. There's the GG from Classic Pro, and DauT will tie this 1-1. Ah, real fight right from the start. DauT ties it 45-19 KD. 10k res collected difference. GG. And we're tied 1-1. Yeah, infinite in quotation mark now for the Malay. That's the way to think of it. You need another opening Vil fight. Let's see what we got. We have DauT winning Black Forest. He still has Border Dispute as his home map. That might be another Vil fight. Crownwood and Lowland for Classic Pro. Has first picked Malay over the Bengalis. Alright, and in the lobby for the next game are the players already, and it will be Crownwood. It will be Crownwood. Oh my gamer, GG. What a gamer for the double university play from DauT. And 2 different civs for approaching Crownwood. Byzantines for DauT and Khmer for Classic Pro. So thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate all the support as always, especially supplies for gifting the subs earlier. Thank you, Ivan. I think I didn't read that earlier, along with Crow Snowy for the follows, and also the Lightning for the follow. DauT shooting some lightning in that last game. So this is our last Warlord set today. Tomorrow we start again at 14 GMT, and we also have some USA Cup sets to cast. We also have some Rage Forest and Sudden Disaster stuff I'm working on. So I hope you've been enjoying Black Forest, because we're gonna have a lot of it this summer. So that game, did DauT do DauT things? DauT did not do the things that involved losing vills to boars. Classic Pro did. That feels like it might be a DauT thing. Losing vills to boars.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
Alright, and just swap player locations. Here we go. So we'll have Classic Pro as the yellow Khmer to the west, and the Lightning, thank you very much for the sub. I totally was distracted trying to click buttons to get into the game and missed that, but thank you very much for the sub. Thank you so much. That will be the blue Byzantines here. And Lightning, that will also be one of our Partner Plus counting subs to help us get to the 70-30 split. Thank you so much. Do we know who voiced the AOK campaigns? I'm sure they're in the credits. I know the Mongol campaign was voiced by Rick May, who is a voice actor from some other games. He passed away a couple years ago. So Crownwood. This map is in the open category, and you might look at it and think, hey, what's this tile of rock terrain doing at the bottom of all the hills? It's to prevent people from walling like they had been doing so much earlier. So this hill setup is one hill in the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hills around that, and then one hill in each corner for a total of 11 hilltops with wood. Also, the small little forests are pushed farther away from the players now. So we did everything we could to make sure this map is actually in the open category and not in semi-open. If you saw this in Red Bull, it's a fun map, but I think it really involved everyone full walling everything. And as much as we love walled maps, this would be a very do-it-yourself walled map. So how players wall now, I'm not sure. They have to wall their lumber camps in individually. Can't just do a cut from the lumber camp to the TC. And, well, DauT's map pretty good with all the golds in the back. Should have been called Hilltops with 11s. I remember Crownwood tilted me so hard in Empire Wars because of the bad lumber camps it gives you, so much better in RM. Yeah, that's true. It's because the hills are random. So I had to make some adjustments, obviously, for Warlords, but the way Crownwood works is there was a new map scripting feature added. This is how NeoZz places the pawns too. That when you place the hills, you place the player bases. There are things called lands, which correspond to places you can place resources, like the middle of the player bases where you put the TCs and the vills. You place those, you can place those on a circle, you can also place other lands on a circle, so that's how it does it. It places the 2 TCs and then these 6 other hills in a circle. And then there's this thing called place a land, which you can just use create land, which creates a land randomly on the map. And the new feature they added was a minimum distance where you can create your land and provide a minimum distance between it and existing lands. And if it runs out of room, it places the land immediately or directly in the middle of the map. So if you see NeoZz, it's the same thing. There's always a pond directly in the middle. Same thing with Crownwood, always a hill directly in the middle. That's because after the player lands and the circle of the other 6 hills are placed, then it just places a whole bunch of land. It's just the same line copy and pasted many times to fit as many hills as possible. And so if you start generating Crownwood in-game, you'll see anywhere from 11 to 16 different hills. It's completely random. But once it runs out of room, it places a hill in the middle and stops generating additional hills. Which is lovely because if you want to make the map support 8-player map size, you just copy and paste all the hills and you don't have to type anything else because it stops for the smaller sizes when it doesn't fit them. and it puts 20 plus hills for the 8-player map size, even more than that. But it does create some randomness that I aimed to tone down, and the way I did it was just 1 hill in each corner, 1 in the middle, and then the ring of 6 like the map usually has. So that's what we see here. And I think usually when I saw Empire Wars, it was almost always a combination. You saw the 2 hills and then 1 nearby hill, usually kind of to the back. It would have been great if the 3 lumber camps were split up that way on the hills, but wasn't always the case. Sometimes you got 2 lumber camps on 1 forest. I think it was harder to position your vills properly then. Map is gigantic? It's not gigantic. It's a normal-sized map. Trust me, you can change the actual size of the map, but that's not something that I did. It just feels that way because the players are far apart and there's the hill between them. Placement in the middle sounds like a bug. That's just how it works. It's in Zetnus's guide, so I'm saying that it's specified behavior we can rely on, especially since now Crownwood and Cenotes both rely on it. There's just a Scouts opening from Classic Pro, Spear Skirm opening from DauT as the Byzantines, not doing a forward Spear Skirm, just a defensive Spear Skirm. And oh, how did the bear get that far onto the woodline? I don't know, but Classic Pro kills it, keeps the Vill alive. And now on that hill in the middle, Spears and Skirms will move forward for DauT. Yeah, so those are nerdy map scripting details for Crownwood. I had moved the player TCs ever so slightly closer to the middle in this version to make it a bit more aggressive. But that also ended up creating more room on the outside for the hills to spawn. So instead of like 11 to 16, we were getting more variation with 11 to 18 with more likely spawns of higher numbers of hills, which made it also feel less like an open map. So that's part of the reason I toned down the hill randomness a bit. It just came out of the forest. It's not unintended behavior, but a documented feature, yes. That could be fun. We just put some holes in the forests where we could put wolves. Ooh, we should do that for a map. Is Bozzy still around? I bet Bozzy would like that. Any Discord ping. Right. Random Discord ping. Defined, undefined behavior. That's how you generate random numbers. You read from uninitialized memory and just get whatever happens to be there. Okay, I'm also seeing I need to keep the hills farther from the edge of the map. So let me make a note to myself for that. Crownwood, keep hills farther from the edge of the map. That way the rock terrain goes all the way around them. Not that this is too big of an issue, but it might be unfair if someone could wall to the forest to make a cut to the edge here. So bloodlines now for Classic Pro. Yeah, like 3 of the hills did that. Oh, we'll try to stop that. Just need to increase the border a tiny bit, I think. That's a lot of scouts for Classic Pro. But also maybe a bit awkward to engage the spears, especially without bloodlines. 9 scouts should win this fight. Question is, do they win it cost effectively though? And then there's also the question of, can this army do damage? If it can't, then you might just want to move forward with the scouts and try to get damage in DauT's eco. DauT, as the Byzantines, will have no shortage of spearmen. He has a lovely discount on them, minus 25%. Think about that. The Goths are minus 20% for their infantry in the feudal age. The Byzantines can train spears at a bigger discount than the Goths. That's how sick the Byzantine discount is. So tower goes up on the woodline for Classic Pro. And Vill's forward on the gold, dealing with skirms and spears. And oh, scouts getting in on Classic Pro, on DauT's woodline. Classic Pro scouts getting in on DauT's woodline. DauT just throw up a tower. Those Vills will start going down to the scouts. DauT clearing the vills as the tower goes up. Force the scouts away as the spears get quite a few pokes in. Skirms hitting the farm as the scout and spear stand at the front. Vills on the gold, forced away from the gold by the skirms. Skirms looking over for Classic Pro. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're here watching DauT versus Classic Pro. DauT here playing as Byzantines, lots of spears and skirms. And defensive skirms from Classic Pro is the Chimera, so I hope you all love some skirms. Hello, Marintho and Rapture. Welcome in, everyone. There is Castle Age for DauT. Welcome all the intellectuals from John Slow's a wonderful read. Boy, there we go. There's the skirm emote. Everyone has a skirm emote, right? Spam your skirm emotes. Added archer armor for DauT. And Ovorian hello hello. And Fletching plus Castle Age for Classic Pro. All the skirms forced back, and now DauT taking Classic Pro off of his gold. DauT's up faster, and this is probably a transition. Well, usually you'd think this is a transition to camels from the Byzantines, but that could just mean Fire Lancers. Or actually, never mind, it's not Khitans, it's Chimera, never mind. They don't have Fire Lancers. Yeah, that's just camels now for the Byzantines, and I think that wins the game from DauT if he goes camels. So we'll see if he adds stables. Right now it's going to be Skirm and Pike. He needs to be careful of his gold too. Hello, Baron. Hope you're having a lovely day, Baron. Saw the skirms of the KH Civ, and my mind was thinking, oh, is it Khitans? Nope, nope, nope. No Fire Lancers for the Chimera, thankfully, so it'll just be Elite Skirm. And what else will DauT do? I'm waiting to see the stable. Looks like it's just Pike so far. He's gonna go Cataphract. He's doing a mining camp on the stone. Alright, let's go DauT. He's going for Cataphracts. Raiding the vills with the skirms. He has a lot of skirms right now. Getting back to these. He knows there's a tower there. Can't really hit that wood line. You hate DauT because you love him so much. And Squires for DauT. We'll have Scale Barding Armor for Classic Pro. So Classic Pro, going Knights, has a few scouts still around the back of DauT's base. DauT trying to add in a TC with a pikeman. We'll get a pike poke on those scouts. Scouts keep dancing around. What and Fire Lancers would Chimera even get? That would be Fire Lancers can garrison in houses. Oh god, imagine that Chimera. Villagers and Fire Lancers can garrison in houses. I should do that. We should make a video of what type of and Fire Lancer bonus should all the civs get. So town center now for DauT. On 2 TCs. While still pushing forward. I'm still kind of surprised not to see camels. But maybe he wants to boom a bit more. Doesn't want to run into potential spears from the Chimera, but there are no barracks for Classic Pro. So camels would just run into skirms, which they're decent against, then like having knights, which they're excellent against.
Bart.
So let's see how this fight unfolds. It feels like the numbers are there. Yeah, the skirm numbers are there for Classic Pro. He's doing ballistics. DauT focusing bow saw, heavy plow on his eco upgrades. No wheelbarrow yet. He's just debating this army around. I feel like this army is a bit stronger. DauT adding in houses. There's a monastery at home to try to defend against the night raids. DauT trying to group everything up. But still doesn't have enough skirms, I think, for this fight. Cav mostly just hoovering around, absorbing damage, getting pikes out of position. Classic Pro gonna have a good KD. Well, I guess that's what happens usually when you play against the Byzantines. And the Vil counts are the same. Second TC now for Classic Pro as he takes a score lead. And actually a nice res collected lead, despite all the harassment from DauT's military. I felt like DauT was going to be in a really good position, and I'm still surprised why he didn't go camels, but now he's doing the stable. Maybe he was just waiting for more of an eco and more of a boom before going camels. Now he's doing scale barding armor. And doing a lumber camp. Needs to make sure he's walling his wood line, though. You can see the scouts now. Has clear vision of this, so he knows he has to be walled. He's going to go for the house, try to keep the Vils on the inside. And he's just going to say, nope, I'll do more houses out here. Now some pikes get in on the wood line. DauT just making sure that's safe. There is the stable, and here come the camels now. Here come the camels. So camels, but a bit delayed. It's pikemen chase the knights and light cav away. 1, 2. Now our third TC for Classic Pro, just out in the middle of nowhere due to the rock terrain. Oh no. Out in the middle of nowhere thanks to the rock terrain. DauT is the most brilliant and also the funniest man on Earth. DauT is anything he wants to be. Pikemen killing Vil, so DauT getting a nice raid on Classic Pro's eco. DauT losing some camels, trying to do a knight. And Byzantines, they do need a lot of camels to fight. And right now that's so many skirms, maybe the DauT won't have enough camels. Remember, no bloodlines, and DauT not doing the blacksmith upgrades beyond the feudal so far. Fire Lancer with a double crossbow.
Bart. Here. Bart. No Bob Rania. Here. Bart. No Bob Rania. Here.
So good fight for Classic Pro. He has a great KD, 62 to 47. Still ahead in res collected. This is looking kind of scary for DauT. I was thinking he was in a great spot. Maybe I underestimated the army composition of Classic Pro. Camels killing skirms. Some more cav come over to hit the camels. DauT not able to get that castle he wanted. He went to the stone for cataphracts, which okay, but cataphracts, weirdly enough, with their low pierce armor, are not that good against skirms. I mean, if they take a fight, they'll shred the skirms and massacre them, but it takes a while to get that many cataphracts, and DauT on the stone hasn't gotten there. He's losing a lot of his farming space due to this raid, and he's losing camels too in the fights. His monk's not effective against the skirms. It's the Classic Pro out-skirming DauT when DauT's the Byzantines. And I like he still can clean this if he gets more camels, but I think he's gonna need like 7 or 8. Maybe pick reinforcements first. The armor, but he can't get that many camels out when his farms are all idled. These skirms is the way to go. He has to bring everything together to fight. There's a 4th TC and more farms around it for him. Ooh, This is a tricky situation for DauT. I mean, he still has Byzantines. He also has 2 relics already, 7 total on the map, so nice that he was picking up the relics with some initiative. A couple of knights out, and now he's going to surround and kill the skirms. And this is kind of the point where now Classic Pro, he's worried about the cav numbers. DauT. 4 camels, 2 knights, finally making something happen with the cav. Is it enough, though? In the back, these skirms still hoovering around. 2 golds for DauT towards the back. But still being raided by Classic Pros. The Scorpions go down. Scorpions go down. Knight almost killed by skirms. HP Knights, Scorpions go down. DauT regaining some map control. With 1 knight, can't fight all those skirms, especially not with only 1 armor. Classic Pro still with more military, more skirms. I for one hail our skirm overlords. Everyone's gotta love the skirms. DauT trying to go knights now against the skirms. Husbandry for Classic Pro. He's still hoovering around with his knights. DauT completely open on this wood line. He's almost out of wood there. Same for Classic Pro, almost out of wood in their starting wood lines. Classic Pro 3k res collected ahead. That Vils ahead still, too. And ahead by 20 KD. Yeah, those are cheap Byzantine units he's killing, but all the same, that's a good KD. And okay, there is the stone for the castle. Forward castle now. Forward castle from Classic Pro. Right on DauT's face. DauT doesn't have the military to stop this. Classic Pro has the military to construct it. There it is, DauT abandoning the stable. And he'll have a castle right on his face. No even workshop defensively to clear the skirms. Classic Pro, this is a forward castle. I mean, it could have been more forward, a couple tiles more and it hits the TC. This is a forward castle. A darn good one at that, as knights will raid the tower atop the hill. Games are really chaotic, as this has actually felt like an open map this time that's not played with full walling. We've had chaos every single game so far. Losing some Vils. Losing to the Night Raid. And another castle! Classic Pro selling food to buy stone for another castle. That's going to hit DauT's main gold. DauT will fall to the back. He has more farming space and 2 gold back there. Is DauT still in the game? If this castle goes up, DauT desperately ungarrisoning the stables to add in camels. He's gonna go for a tower. Maybe, and he's up to imp. He's up to imp. He's doing a tower. How many Vils are there still? 9 Vils. I don't think the tower stops that. This is the imp TC. I mean, maybe imp needed to be this TC. I don't even know. But does the tower even go up? I don't think the tower goes up. Oh, DauT. No, this is an instance where the tower doesn't stop the castle. And imp also for Classic Pro with a much better eco. Oh man, DauT losing some Vils. The skirm raids can't be stopped. Where are the ballista elephants? Give us some ballista elephants, Classic Pro. Give us some ballista elephants. We did see a tower stop a castle earlier today. It was a guard tower though, so someone thought that was cheating. Yeah, skirm's best unit confirmed. And since DauT was booming and not going for military like Classic Pro was, he wasn't able to hold that forward map control. And when he fell back, just can't quite hold off against all those skirms. Too many skirms. As the Byzantines, he didn't have enough skirms, didn't have enough camels. Iron casting for Classic Pro. He hasn't even had iron casting this whole time. He's going to be now upgraded. Up to now the blacksmith upgrades. Also, oh no, Classic Pro was mining DauT stone. He's gonna have another castle drop. Oh my gosh, he could castle drop 3 TCs at once. Oh, Classic Pro, please, right here, right here. DauT needs some anti-castle houses now. Oh, that's almost perfect. Almost perfect. With Bracer, maybe I don't think he hits the TC. So DauT up to Imp, Classic Pro up to Imp. Oh, not calling the GG yet. Oh, what's he gonna do? He doesn't have a castle. There he goes. There's a GG, and Classic Pro goes up 2-1 over DauT. If DauT wants to qualify, he's got to start winning those skirm wars. 141 to 91 KD. So DauT, with the military advantage up to castle, decided to boom, couldn't apply any pressure to Classic Pro, and started getting raided himself. And dang, DauT. All right, imp into nothing. DauT is doing some DauT things. That's what chat said earlier. If DauT wants to win, he can't be doing DauT things. Also, that's Crown Ward for Classic Pro. Border Dispute doesn't even feel like that much of a DauT map. That was Byzantines losing to the Khmer. Oh yeah, well done by Classic Pro. That was a DauT tower at the end. Yeah, but Border Dispute, Romans versus Dravidians. Next. Right, and let me very quickly run to the bathroom between the games. Okay, they got into the game and immediately paused. I don't know why. Why is the game paused? Why are there chickens on the map too? I could have sworn I had swapped them out for deer. Oh yeah, that should probably be a re. That is weird. Wait a minute. Okay, there's a mistake. Oh, you have chickens there? Good question. I could have sworn I swapped them out for deer. Hold on. Let me see this. I sworn I swapped them out for deer. Maybe I didn't? That'd be a weird thing if I missed this, though. I thought I checked all the maps for this. Alright, let's... They've been practicing with that. Is JBR around? Maybe they use the wrong version. Now, it is the right version. It is the right version.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say this is definitely unfair to have the chickens in the middle. Let me look at that. I could have sworn I had changed that, but maybe this is the one map I missed. With 21 maps, I probably did miss something here. I'm surprised no one even reported this to me. We did say we changed all the deer for chickens, and no one said anything, so this is probably just one I missed. Huntable small, yeah. Alright, this will be something to update for me then. I don't know if they'll restart it. Oh wait, he lost the Vil during the boars? Yeah, so that is unfair. Alright. Are these live? Yes, these are live. These are live. That's where we pause. So I think that they are just going to admin re. That's right. A message here in the map feedback. Yeah, let's hope we don't need to make like 10 admin re. Yeah, because I don't want to just like suddenly update the map. Because this would be like a 5-minute thing to fix. But then players have probably been practicing with the chickens. But it's a good thing at least we catch it in the qualifier and not the main event. But still, it's the type of thing we wish we could avoid. But let's just go back. They're restarting, so we'll try this again. That is my bad. So here we are, and this looks good. This one looks at least fair. That is just not bad for not catching it in all the maps we had. So how this map works, there are 4 boars in the middle, 2 per each player, and then some shorefish. You're able to dock and take the shorefish. And then, apparently a group of hares. You have 8 of them in the back. 8 of them in the back. And a couple of scouts wandering around. And a house up for Classic Pro. So, everything looks good this time. Classic Pro did not lose a Vil. And this is so swampy. I honestly, looking at this water, I wouldn't want to eat those fish swimming in this water. It's all green and brown. Well, I think you're pretty brave if you eat those fish. Are they always in the back? Death Counter, no, they're not. The chickens, we just had an admin re because basically Classic Pro had the chickens in the middle and DauT had them in the back. So, oh, DauT's gonna forward dock. Let's go. DauT has a strat here. He's gonna forward dock. Yeah, they're supposed to be deer anyway, and they should be at least to the side or to the back. So they're not right in the middle with the boars. So I will fix that tonight right after the stream. Or maybe even during the stream if we have a break between USA Cup games.
Impera. Eus.
Eus.
What language are the maps in? Exclamation mark RMS. That is the guide.
Sorry.
Prontus.
So, loom in for both players, feudal age for DauT.
Non tayar.
What is it like?
Impera.
It's
Eus.
maintaining maps that are in, that we take from DE itself,
Prontus.
definitely is,
Salve.
the biggest annoyance is then fixing bugs in them, playing ranked games, and having the same bugs still occur.
Impera. Seri.
That is,
Sorry.
that's kind of one of the reasons I haven't really been playing AoE 2 that much myself recently. It's needing to deal with bugs that I fixed myself. Drazini code with all the includes. I mean, I'm familiar enough with it that I know how to navigate it, and it's not that bad.
Prontus.
What is kind of tricky, though, is Drazini's updated his code many times throughout the years, as I'm sure everyone has. And you can tell, like, when he wrote the maps, because there are different setups for the includes. The includes are kind of just like grouped commands. And the only difficult thing for the includes is making sure is, like, if you want to do something that the includes don't cover, you have to comment out the includes, and then to make sure the rest of the code still works, make sure that you have the same actor areas set up for the rest of the code. So you have to dig through and make sure you're defining the same actor areas.
Impera. Salve.
Other than that, it's not really too bad. Hello, Cyrex. I see a Dave in there somewhere.
Salve.
But it's getting eaten. So, men-at-arms for DauT.
Hey.
Let's see. Yo, what's up? Dave meant to be Twest. I am new here. Gibbity Sigma Ohio Rizier 67. I don't know that, Cyrex. I don't. I'm from Jersey, not Ohio. Yeah. So the purpose of the avoid actor areas, I guess this is the nerdy map scripting chat here. Oh my gosh! The hairs are in the back and they're being lamed by the men-at-arms. Being lamed by the men-at-arms. Or so that instead of using min-distance group placement, if you use a bunch of actor areas around resources, you can have different stuff avoid them at different distances. So you might use a small min-distance group placement so that boars avoid stuff, and then larger so that other resources avoid it. And there are some places I think Drazini uses multiple different avoidance areas for gold and stone.
Eus. Salve.
I do that too,
Prontus.
but it's definitely cumbersome to try to deal with. That's more of an NYC thing, dude, bro, more than Jersey. Well, one of the big cultural differences I have to get used to when I travel from Jersey to other places is when I'm crossing the street. Like, in Jersey, it's basically a game of Frogger if you try to cross the street.
Prontus.
But if you're waiting at a crosswalk, this is like a driving pedestrian convention. The pedestrian kind of waits until all the cars passed, and then the pedestrian goes in Jersey. Whereas elsewhere, like when I went to college in upstate New York, like, the cars stop when they see a pedestrian at the crosswalk and let the pedestrian stop. It's a completely opposite convention.
Impera.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You are legally supposed to stop for pedestrians at the crosswalk, but that's not the social convention. It's like the speed limit on Route 80 is supposed to be 65.
Impera.
So Ville's hit by the archers. Isn't that the point of the crosswalk? The crosswalks here are more suggestions of where to cross the street. So Scout running under the TC for Classic Pro doesn't get really punished for it. And the interesting thing for DauT will be what happens now in this pond since he's feudal with the forward dock. I guess the dock isn't far enough to trush. DauT could idle one of the farms by putting the fishing ship in the dock and shooting the farm. Oh, that'd be great. But Arson now for Classic Pros, he has men-at-arms around the back attacking the blacksmith. And the archers and skirms kill the scout, and men-at-arms and archer and scout will run away. Duck shooting arrows is kind of a disaster. Kind of is. More than kind of. And DauT trying to clear this army in the back. He is up by 3 vills now. And still has that Roman economy, but behind Classic Pro and Res Collected, even with the fishing ship and the shorefish he has. They're trying to force Classic Pro off of berries, gets a vill kill on the berries. And Classic Pro moving from one wood line to another. The wood lines are small and bushy. Quick wall the cars. Don't think that would be legal if it were possible. I guess it is possible to just carry a heavy object into the middle of the street and put it down, but that does not sound very legal or safe. So Ville's there mining gold, should be pretty safe. Men-at-arms from DauT still looking for a place to do damage. Remember, the Romans do not have arson. So with their double blacksmith armor, they won't get any bonus damage against the TC. And DauT going to make a fish trap? Let's go. Let's go, DauT fish booming. Feels like Jersey drivers just being the worst. We're actually the best. It's just other people are so not used to our aggressive style of driving, which we can pull off because we're the best. That they don't like driving next to us. And the reason we're the best is because everyone who isn't just dies. It's natural selection. You gotta be good to drive in Jersey. So, added archer armor here for DauT. And he's trying to bring his archer group around to find something to hit. The berries feel like the most tempting target, but both they and the gold are so close. Colors, hello? Oh, I need to swap the overlay sides. They restarted the game, and I need to swap the overlay. Thank you. So DauT now finally enough of an archer skirm group to keep the vills off the gold. Although it was not related to colors, that's okay. You spelled colors wrong. I'll forgive you. So Classic Pro, the first one to click up to the Castle Age. DauT will still be lacking a tiny bit of food. Doesn't quite have the market set up to buy his way up either. He'll just need to hold on until he can go up. He does have more total army, men-at-arms, and skirms, but now there'll be a timing advantage for Classic Pro. Dravidians also do have the wood discount on their siege weapons. Romans, their scorpions minus 50% gold, so we could just see a double workshop scorpions from both. That would actually be sick. There's a highway? That's what we call our parkways. Keep expecting DauT. Wait, I swapped it. Hold on. Swap. All right, there we are. Well, I alt-tabbed and clicked a button, and the button didn't click. Now we're good. There we are. Yeah, that's what we meant by the colors comment, so I swapped it, and then
நான் தயார்.
didn't save. So sometimes you press Control S and you miss the S. So Castle Age now for DauT.
என்ன கட்டளை? A.
And yeah, DauT. There he goes. Garrisoning the fishing ship in the dock, shooting the farm. I guess he needs to right-click the farm explicitly to shoot it.
நான் தயார். என்ன கட்டளை?
Back. The men-at-arms chasing the archers.
A. சரி. என்ன கட்டளை?
Skirms for Classic Pro. There is Elite Skirm for DauT. Also Longsword for DauT. So DauT gonna go Longswords, but also adding in the infantry armor. No Gambesons for the Romans, remember that, so they get up to 5 Pierce armor. Same as Longswords with Gambesons for most civs. How many barracks do we have? Only 1 barracks for DauT. So not committing to the triple barracks Longsword, and his vills here are gonna have to run. They are not safe. There is a hole in that wall. And Classic Pro's army will come pouring straight into DauT's economy, but then DauT will do the same to Classic Pro. He's going to get underneath the base of that tower, and with Longsword, should be able to tear that tower apart. That is a pair of elephant archers now from Classic Pro. But enough elite skirms, they should be able to fight the elephant archers. And yeah, DauT going to swap around, attack the tower with the longswords. And the skirms can tank some tower fire if they have to. I'll take out a couple of vills. And the tower won't last that much longer, but not having arson is a bit awkward. Sure. There are the vills out of the tower. That's 1 tower down. DauT can keep pushing. DauT having 1 tower left in his eco, but not enough men-at-arms to destroy the tower. DauT sending a vill back to the woodline. And we picked off by the skirms there. DauT trying to add more longswords, but needs to amass them, leaving a vill on a farm. Just a couple idle vills from DauT, not microing quite enough. Another set of vills trying to stop longswords from destroying the tower. If DauT's microing, he just turns the longswords and attacks the vills. And there he goes, maybe. Tries to keep them away. So a couple of vills going down. So vills going down for everyone. This map is chaotic. Okay, longswords hit by the skirms. DauT needs to amass his longswords. Needs maybe some siege at home. He does have 3 TCs somehow. Classic Pro's only on 1. And in all this mayhem, DauT will start pulling ahead in vills.
சரி.
Vills going down. Longswords kill them. Classic Pro trying to go elephant archers. Gideon elephant archers, that's enough longswords they can take down the watchtower in the back. That'll let future raids be more successful. I'll also go for that vill. He'll go down. So Classic Pro's army still wreaking havoc in DauT's base, but DauT pulling ahead in vills thanks to the extra TCs, even though he does have a good bit of idle time. And he's trickling the longswords in 1 at a time to be killed by the skirms. DauT, where are you going? What are you doing? Why are you putting the weak vills on far farms from the TC? Finally, he gets a scorpion. And with a couple of scorpions, maybe he can actually fend this off. I know Scorp's just economy management. He went for the TCs first and didn't have the wood for the workshop. And now he's trying to go longsword scorpion against skirms, which should work, but you still need enough numbers to make it work. As the elephant's on the other side, clearing the longswords. DauT now up 47 to 34 vills. And he's getting a good eco lead now. 1,500 res collected lead. I think he was a bit short on wood for the workshop. Yep.
Salve. Eus.
So there's another workshop forward for Classic Pro.
Impera.
So now DauT, with an army of scorpions, will, however, be downhill to whatever mangonels that Classic Pro produces from that workshop, mangonels that will cost less wood for him. And DauT still adding scorpions, might need to start making mangonels soon. However, scorpions also do have an attack bonus against elephants. It is +7 against elephant units. That is exactly what elephant archers are, elephant units. Vills might need to go and repair, especially as the scorpions will be downhill. Roman monks with redemption, that you can't really use them against mangonels though, because they lack sanctity, so they die in one mangonel hit. DauT just hasn't been able to clean this army from Classic Pro. He's up by 15 Vills, but 28 to 10 military. And now the scorpions will be less effective if there are mangonels on the field. Classic Pro gonna hold the mangonels and wait for 2 to 3. Dravidian monks, no redemption for them. Ballistics now for DauT being researched for the scorpions. What was the bear count at the start? I don't know, the map does have bears, but pretty far away from the players on the outside. And DauT could lose 3 Vills here, and he will, however, though, be aware of the mangonels now. Pulls back after losing only 1. He sees the mangonels. The bear will try to attack the elephant. That won't end well for the bear. Skirms on the outside. There's the university. Classic Pro will see the university and know that DauT has ballistics soon. DauT losing a few Vills out there. Classic Pro himself has ballistics. DauT sending scorpions over. Now DauT can struggle against the mangonels. Needs to protect this gold. His TC out here has a small gold mine near it. DauT has not garrisoned against this raid. All of a sudden, Classic Pro going to even up that Vill count as he takes a bigger score lead. DauT trying to get the scorpions back. But the elephant archers here, they have so much HP they can fight the scorpions. Mangonel goes down to some longswords. Monk there to heal the elephant archers. Which is, if the elephant archers don't die immediately, that means the monks just heal them back. 1 longsword converted, more elephant archers forward for Classic Pro, and he might be able to do this here. He might be able to qualify for Warlords instead of DauT. Mangonel hitting the elephants, Mangonel getting repaired by the Vills. And this army in the back still isn't cleaned up. DauT 5 military, longsword, scorpions, and mangonels. Maybe his commitment to the TCs instead of the scorpions was a problem, but DauT, in true DauT fashion, he has 700 stone. And what is he going to do? He is going to build a forward castle. There he goes. Do the Romans have a good unique unit? Yeah, Centurion's not really that interesting. Does that castle give DauT gold access? No. Does it deny Classic Pro gold? Not really. He's mined the gold at the front and he has gold at the back. Will it deny a few farms? Sure. And it will be a forward castle for DauT. It gives him wood. Maybe DauT could mine this gold now. But DauT losing his farming space, getting 1 mangonel shot to clear a mangonel defensively. Probably has to let this TC die. The longsword's heading around the back. Classic Pro trying to mine stone, but against 2 longswords, the Vills are going to run. How many Vills can fight 2 longswords? 18? Probably not against the Romans when they have their armor. I'll be another TC in the back, so if this TC goes down, Classic Pro does not want to be 0 TC gaming. DauT will be losing more Vills on his stone in the back. So instead of a castle to secure his base and stop the push, there's a forward castle, and he's not noticing this, he's not garrisoning. Trying to run the Vills, doing a mining camp on this gold. That is a DauT distance to be mining gold. More TCs in the back for Classic Pro. At least DauT doesn't have an army in the back here anymore because it's come back to harass his base. He's still trying to chase those skirms with scorpions. And he still does have a 12 Vill lead. Still is up by 3,000 resources collected. Will be destroying a TC. Could steal some farms maybe. Well, this is an absolutely crazy game from DauT. We'll have a TC going up between the wood lines. So Centurion to the back. We'll see if he finds that wood line. That would be a sick raid if he could find that wood line. He sees a lumber camp. He saw a lumber camp was there a while ago. He doesn't see the extent to which it's chopped. And Classic Pro now needs to run. A couple of weak vills, but not the ones at the back. The Mangonel and Centurion combo could maybe pick a couple. Nice attack ground from DauT. He gets 3 vills. And all of a sudden, as he's raiding again, that vill count's looking much better for him as he retakes the score lead. DauT here, and he still needs to force a game 5. If Classic Pro wins, he's in. Monk. Yeah, deleted Centurion. Monk dies to the Mangonel. And a relic grabbed for DauT. Gonna put it in the monastery. Another mining camp for DauT. And ooh, longsword attacking the Mangonel. STC for DauT. The vills pop out. They're repairing, but they're repairing from the middle. Let's see what type of Mangonel micro DauT can have. Can he clear a Mangonel? Keeps his Mangonel alive, still trying to repair. Classic Pro out of gold to repair his Mangonel. And DauT, only 1 Mangonel left. Can he clear this? Those Elephant Archers have a lot of HP. I think that one last Mangonel on the hill will survive. At the same time, DauT's still trying to raid. Classic Pro takes the score lead again as he's just booming up. He has a huge vill disadvantage now. I might just need to run his vills. Run and try to take the wood on the south somewhere. This TC looks like it will go down. So both players losing their starting TC. Both players losing their starting TCs. Mangonel's now out from the workshop. And that could be 3 monks dead and 1 Mangonel shot. Okay, they don't have Sanctity. No Sanctity. Do Dravidians have that? Yes, they do, but not researched. Monks want conversions on the Centurions, so DauT has to fall back. He needs more skirms. Well, they had a lot of skirms earlier. More farms for Classic Pro. DauT could maybe be raiding. Classic Pro has not had eco upgrades. He needs bowsaw. We have scale barding armor for DauT. DauT making this very interesting, especially in this game. Oh, DauT's gonna lose these vills, isn't he? Yeah, ballistics on the skirms and LE archers. There's 3 vills down for DauT. And now, all of a sudden, from a 20 vill lead down to a 12 vill lead. DauT going for more TCs. These farms are kind of exposed, as the elephant archer is not quite able to be cleared. Classic Pro trying to boom back into this. DauT with 4.3k more resources collected, still with more vills, but can't stop the elephant archers. I'm trying to go Centurion Mangonel as a composition. Doesn't have any skirms. Yeah, I guess skirms still are tricky when you're fighting Dravidian skirms. Centurions only have 1 armor too. They don't have bloodlines. They're not upgraded. Picked off by Mangonels. Centurion's trying to run down the elephant archers. 1 Centurion converted, and that is horrible for the Mangonels, as all of the Mangonels will be picked off by the converted Centurion. It's 1 parting shot on the skirms. Mangonel can't come forward now. Are these Centurions enough? Are Centurions beastly? Can they stop the elephants? The elephants are dying. The Mangonel's hitting the Centurion from the rear. And DauT does it. He clears the army. And DauT has done, meanwhile, done a second castle. This one's forward, taking Classic Pro's back gold. DauT needs to steal these farms before Classic Pro deletes them. And now Classic Pro actually has a vill lead, though. He's been booming. He's got 4 TCs. 77 to 75. What do we like late game? Dravidians with the better skirms against Romans with the cheaper scorpions. I mean, it feels like Roman Scorpions should be able to deal with Elephant Archers. There is a castle from Classic Pro. Hopefully he doesn't shoot and Mangonel it. Okay, he's not going to one-shot his own castle. Centurion's looking like serious business. There's a castle. We have wheelbarrow for classic pro. Oh, this game is madness. High armor? Sure, but he's missing the armor upgrades, and he's also missing bloodlines. These could be so much better, but the eco not in the position to do those upgrades. Wheelbarrow just now for Classic Pro. DauT's missing eco upgrades too. Gold mining for Classic Pro. Yeah, DauT at least has 2 relics too, that helps. That's 1, 2, 3 TCs for DauT. Just a bunch of houses and a lumber camp out here. Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing a TC on this gold, but DauT looks like he's ready for another castle drop. Where does he drop it, though? Does he have the army to drop it? 11 to 7, so I guess there's nothing that could stop it. I mean, over here he'd get a gold mine and some relics. And time for another DauT castle. We have 14 vills on stone. Time for another castle for DauT. Up by 4,000 res collected, getting some nice mangonel shots on the wood line. Only gets 1 vill though. Wheelbarrow for DauT, just finishing. They'll make the castle vills faster.
Sorry.
Honestly, wouldn't mind a castle out here though, stealing some of those farms. Okay, we gotta keep an eye on the minimap though. Where does DauT want his castle? That converted Centurion still being so annoying to DauT. Oh, it's gonna hit more mangonels, isn't it? Oh, the converted Centurion. Okay, so DauT's still trying to do more Centurions. This Classic Pro's taking a better score lead with a better KD and a 63 to 39 eco KD. Does he still have military rating DauT's eco? It feels like DauT almost just has to abandon his initial base or get a castle back. He needs a castle somewhere to defend himself if he's going to keep his vills working. I mean, it feels like a castle here would also be aggressive. He needs to figure out where he wants to send the vills. Here come the elephant archers. That's something DauT clearly sees and is sending the vills to the gold anyway. We'll pull them back. And looks like 4 elephant archers, something he wants to clear with Centurions thumbering on the way for Classic Pro. DauT doing handcart to move the vills even faster. Mining camp away from the gold, as DauT does. And remember when DauT had like a 20 vill lead? Now Classic Pro up 15, closing on a 20 vill lead. He's killed so many vills and DauT has so much idle TC time. DauT just now doing the second armor for the Centurions, but Classic Pro is up to Imp. Classic Pro is up to Imp. That means if he gets Trebs, he'll win the Treb fight. Only downside is Centurions can pick off the Treb. Right now, maybe DauT. I mean, there's another TC for Classic Pro. Maybe DauT can go all in Centurion and push. But there are elephants in his farms, elephants in DauT's farms. Classic Pro wants Imp to qualify for Warlords. He is raiding DauT's eco again. 72 vill kills is not enough for him. He wants more. That's only 5 elephants, but they have so much HP. 1,610 HP. Or 7 of them, among all 7 of them. Elephants don't even have thumbs. Well, DauT up to Imp too. Wait a minute, DauT's up to Imp too. I mean, DauT's res collected advantage is still huge. Can he actually fight elephant archers? There's a bear fighting a vill on the outside. Once these things get bracer and chemistry. DauT hasn't had husbandry either. He's grabbing another relic though. DauT's gonna have 4 relics to 1. And he's doing another forward castle. I worry though, that could be 3 castles trebbed down. He also has the pond. Could do drones in the pond. I can start raiding the eco. Classic Pro has gold in the back. He needs to get to the golds. Yeah, I can see there's a relic in that monastery too. There, DauT's monastery in the bottom. He now has 4 relics. 1 for Classic Pro, 2 still basically in Classic Pro's economy. So that should make it 4 to 3. Unless DauT can take this one, which maybe he can under the castle. Oof. Alright, Castle Age is just about in. And, well, what's going to happen? Bracer chemistry for the elephant archers. DauT's going to need armor to offset that. Should be able to afford it. Once forging's done, he'll destroy the monastery. Be in a position maybe to be up 5 relics to 2. First S tier in a while if he pulls this off. I think so. I don't know what events in the past were S tier or not, though. And there's a really recent addition to tiering tournaments. It's kind of a standard way to do it now, but it's also kind of a very recent thing.
Sorry.
And more TCs for Classic Pro, just trying to get spots he can garrison vills, get one on the stone. Here's the armor for DauT. Is Elite Centurion an option? Something we see every day. Yeah, the Dravidians have Bombard Cannon, the Romans do not. Seeing the effect of raiding without that armor when the TCs have Chemistry and Bracer. There we go, now the armor's in. Now they have 7 armor against the 9 attack. Now they can raid more effectively again. There'll be some vills dying. Quite a few for Classic Pro if DauT stays here, idles the economy. DauT doing conscription in the castle that's being trebbed. And he just will get conscription. He's sending 1 treb forward into the castle. Not the right gather point there. Loses his castle, and he has Elite Centurion on the way. He only has 7 Centurions left, though. Looks like he's going to keep going into them. And the Dravidians will be going Halbs. That'll be much cheaper for Classic Pro. The Elephant Archers in the back, still, they're against Elite Centurions, but they only have 7 Pierce Armor. An attack for the Elephant Archers. They're not elite yet. But they probably even clean the Centurions there. Maybe the Vills could quick wall the Elephants in. But, oh, these Elephant Archers are so hard to stop. Elephant Archers legit. I think they're honestly a bit too cheap. They're really easy to amass. Not doing a 3rd castle, but the castle's at the front, not in a spot in the back that'll protect him. And DauT grabbed this relic. I really think he needs to make a play for it. He has a monk in the middle of nowhere. 5 relics would give him a chance late game. Especially if he's 5-2. Or 5-0 if Classic Pro doesn't pick them up. So DauT some trebs on the side, trying to snipe the side TC. Centurions really aren't grouped up together, and with the Halbs coming forward, he'll have to micro and avoid the treb. Do skirms eat LA archers? I mean, Romans don't even have Bracer for their skirms, right? Dravidians have probably the best skirms other than Imp Skirm. So it's tricky. I don't know if Romans even can commit to skirms here. It's hard to counter Elephant Archers properly when melee units don't even do all that much damage to them. I guess you do at least have to attack them, but down they go. So DauT stabilizing the back of his base now. He's gonna pull his trebs back, but did destroy a castle, and he will not get what treb. 5 HP left, and that'll be repaired. Keeping the blacksmith and market alive. I mean, there's, I think, level ground where the castle's being trebbed. Now he's doing Legionary. Will Legionary be able to win the game for him? I think Dravidians or Rumi Swordsmen should be good against the Legionaries. I don't know for sure. Centurions can buff them. DauT still needs to commit a Tensace so that the Legionaries train faster. Still a good bit of time away for him. That'll be 1 treb down, so it'll help protect the castle. DauT still needs a few more vills to repair. He's adding in barracks, and will have a ton of gold for his spamming Legionaries. He still has a huge res collected lead, as he's raiding with more Centurions in the back of Classic Pro's base. Classic Pro doing Halb against the Centurions, but if DauT can hold for just a bit longer, he'll have a counter to it. And how expensive is Commit a Tensace? Pretty darn expensive, and if he did it, he wouldn't be able to produce Legionaries. He needs the Legionaries now. He needs attack upgrades for them. Those will help the Centurions too. Do Centurions buff Legionaries if they're not near them? Increases the movement and attack speed of the Legionaries. But yes, he does need Centurions mixed in with the fight. He's going to raid. I think he might need them to fight the Halbs, though. He can probably keep that castle alive were he just to push now. He wants to kill the Vills on that stone mine. Our Vill is the right thing to be raiding now. More reinforcements for DauT. Maybe he's trusting he can do both at the same time. Trying to bring the Centurions in. Just needs to keep them in the back so that the Legionaries get the buff. For 1.21 speed, more Centurions. Legionaries fighting the Halbs. DauT tries to treb the trebs. Centurions rushing try to snipe off Trebs. DauT repairing his castle. If he can take out one more Treb, he should be okay. Centurions now with the hill bonus. They're taking out both of the Trebs. The Legionaries are pushing, and DauT might be doing this. DauT might be doing this. Legionaries dying to the Elephant Archers, but they've taken enough of a fight that DauT has stopped the Trebs, and now the Legionaries are raiding Classic Pro's eco again. Classic Pro doesn't have much of a stockpile. Elephant Archers are expensive. Any raid on the farms hurts. I was thinking of two-man saw, but then canceled it. There's lots of vills idled in the back. DauT still has the relics and the map control. 2 relics for Classic Pro, and he probably should get 3. Where's the final relic? Resources... not on the map, must be in a monk held somewhere. Does DauT have it? Nope, DauT doesn't have it, so Classic Pro has to have it somewhere. Alright, there you go, there is the 3rd relic. And Legionaries now pushing uphill under castle fire, but they need to be pushing in front of the Trebs to keep them alive. Elephant Archers falling back as DauT retakes the score lead. Yeah, where are the Dromans? Would Dromans have been useful there? Maybe they could have hit the elephants. Is there murder holes in? No murder holes for Classic Pro. Yeah, that's true, right? Ignoring the double armor would be sick for the Dravidians. The Legionaries still, they have an attack bonus +4 against infantry, and that isn't absorbed by any armor. So I legit don't know how that matchup works. And now DauT actually ahead in KD. Trebs going forward. Trying to hit the castle. DauT now adding barracks everywhere to try to raid. He's taking a gold from the corner. Pushing uphill with the Legionaries, trying to force Game 5. Classic Pro, so many things went well for the raids he had earlier, but now DauT is actually ahead in Eco KD, and he doesn't have an immediate answer to the Legionaries. Had he anticipated these, maybe could have gone for his own Woot Steel champion line, but no, he can't, as DauT wins the game, and we're going to have Game 5, 322 to 282. Look at that military difference there as DauT was just trying to boom. And the entire game, he had more eco. Classic Pro closed it up a bit before DauT pulled ahead again. And that was crazy as we're going to have Game 5 now. How did he do it? He is DauT. Never doubt DauT. You gotta believe in DauT. So the final game of the Warlords qualifier today. I'll have to go fix that map. And Lowland will be the final map. It'll be Romans winning over Dravidians. The very first pick from Classic Pro, Dravidians. And this is now what? Just Burgundians, Catons, I guess? I guess Armenians could be a role here. I don't see Celts being used. As it will be Lowland. And we'll just take a guess. Burgundians against Catons. That'll be my guess, at least. And let me just double check USA Cup. We're gonna have a few games today, I think. We had some sets played. I don't know if we'll have anything live tonight. Cryptic plays tomorrow. Lots of sets tomorrow, too. Anyway, Burgundians versus Armenians, you think? Let's see. It will be Burgundians Catons. It will be Burgundians Catons. I see the saves. It is indeed Burgundians versus Catons on Lowland. No Celts pick for DauT, unfortunately. Not going to use the Celts. And this set will go all 5 games. Lowland, a map where you'd really... It's semi-open. You can wall yourself, but you don't have much access to wood at the top. And your res can be a bit far away. You know, doubt he'll pick Armenians. How many skirms do we see this game is the important question. 200, I'm sure. 200 pop. Catans train skirms more quickly. Burgundians, I think, miss the final armor. And we'll see the tech tree I'm getting. Oh, doubt. Needing to qualify. Needing to qualify for Warlords. Classic Pro player he has beaten consistently in the past. Did he lose the last best of 5 final game as Celts? Did he? Well, maybe he doesn't want to repeat Celts then. And they don't really feel like a lowland save to me either. Is he going for redemption? He's going for Burgundians, but Burgundians do have redemption. So we'll have DauT as the blue Burgundians to the northwest against Classic Pro as the yellow Catans to the southeast. Now, what's going to happen this game on lowland? I don't know. Players do have wood lines, kind of awkward though, mostly to the back. DauT will have a wood line to the back and to the front. Hard to wall yourself up, but you're so far apart from each other, usually you can make it happen. Golds are kind of far from the players on top, usually. Down at the bottom is where all of the big golds are. And players don't even have much stone. So 2 groups of 2 gold and 2 groups of 2 stone on the tops of the hills here. Both players. I think it was Celt versus Maya. Oh yes, you're right. It was Celt versus Maya, you're right. On cenotes. Another mill forward on berries for DauT. And lots of deer in the middle you can take too. Deer, you can grab your sheep there. Warlord. So the map seems pretty balanced, I think, right now. Both players will have gold access right at the bottom of their hills. TC shoots down the boar. Ibex now pushed in. No early wood upgrade for the Burgundians. If you want to go fast feudally, you sometimes skip that. And then do it on your way up, just taking a discounted upgrade somewhat early.
See.
I doubt maybe just wanting to play it safe. So 19 pop with Loom. This will be a standard scouts build from him. Other than maybe skipping the early double bit axe, so. Catan's better in feudal to mid castle, Burgundian's better longer game? Maybe. I mean, Cavaliers do sound like they can offset some of the extra forging that the Burgundians would get. A double bit axe and feudal here. And moving over to gold, so it won't just be scouts. He's going to go spear archer. Well, that's the opening he did on... Or spear plus range. That's the opening he did on Crownwood, and it didn't work out for him. Don't see any men-at-arms trained. Here's the mining camp for DauT. Here's the mining camp. Go forward doing a house. Barracks also for Classic Pro. And, well, what what's the follow-up going to be for DauT? Classic Pro and DauT up at the same time. And looks like it will be a stable. No gold taken for Classic Pro unless he wants to go Spear Skirm. But with the Khitans, probably will be a stable. Maybe DauT just wants to go pure Spear and... Oh, he's silly me. Flemish Militia. He's going Flemish Militia. What do they do against Khitan Scouts once the Scouts get the extra forging? How do they do here? I don't quite know how they do. I'm a bit scared for DauT. I think Classic Pro just kind of dives around with Scouts until he can avoid fighting. And then gets upgrades and fights. Now he'll suffer a poke to kill a sheep. Bowsaw for DauT. As a wolf will be chasing DauT 2 across the middle.
See.
Classic Pro does need one more tile of walling. He has scouted that. And the way he's walling, he will still have one of his golds accessible. Pushing forward with the Flemish Militia. How much eco will DauT have now, adding farms with Horse Collar? And he'll have Bowsaw. The DauT should have the better eco now. Still no pastures for Classic Pro as the Khitans. Someone else is also a longtime DauT fan. And at least DauT has all the eco upgrades already, so he won't forget them. He's full walling. Staying only with one barracks. Wall even to the edge of the map should he want to. That's a big wall, but... And wherever you want to on DE, if you want to wall, you can wall. For the most part. Is this open? Oh, these one tile short of being walled, though. DauT. Watch DauT forget to wall and lose 15 vills. Well, there's one. And he can't quick wall that vill. There's two. Oh, DauT. DauT. Now the walls are up, but the scouts are in. That's going to be so annoying to have the scouts hoovering around, especially if he wants to finish this wall off. Oh, there's that one Flemish Militia finding the scouts. They try to stay away from them, as they do have +6 against Cav. Don't know if he'd beat all 4 of them. But DauT will wall. Does have to make sure he walls all the way to the edge, which he has scouted. He's not going to break in anytime soon to Classic Pro's base as long as Classic Pro repairs. And now Spear defense from DauT as he has to keep his vills working while the scouts are running around. Maybe the Spear chasing too far there. Getting around the wood line. And DauT quick walling. DauT quick walling. So Classic Pro up by a vill. Idle time. Now, though, of course, does have Bowsaw, so the better upgrade. Res collected still very, very close. Nice gate from DauT. Still not able to poke any of the scouts, and ooh, there's the Wallingville dead. As more scouts now can pour in through the edge. Ooh, it's a 3-ville lead now for Classic Pro. Oh, DauT. Flemish Militia forward, not able to accomplish much. Hole in the wall, not walled fast enough, but DauT now is losing vills to the scouts. Losing vills to the scouts. Love it. Spear going for some pokes. Oh, there's another house up. DauT needs one more house. One more house on the side to close this gap. 5 vill difference. And as DauT has been losing vills to these scouts non-stop. The scouts zigzag around a bit. Another farm up for DauT. Scouts kill the vill. And mark it up now for DauT. Mark it up for DauT. As his scouts still not contained. Still not contained in his base. Is this still open? Honestly, can't tell. I think that's walled. And this is all without forging, too. This is all without forging. Classicpro hasn't needed forging. He's just calmly booming up on the pastures. Out selling stone, buying food.
Bonjour.
I'll try to attack a Vil in the middle. As that Vil goes down. The spear comes over to chase the scouts. So, they're out idling some Vils, and we see the res collected now for classicpro pulling ahead as he doesn't have to deal with scouts in his base. And that's 7 Vils dead for DauT. This is not looking good for DauT. Double ranges, as both players are up at just about the same time. And you can't imagine how much better this... Or you can care to imagine just how much better this eco would be if DauT had gotten that one tile of wall up in time. Is DauT a low elo legend? I mean, I don't think 2565 is low elo. He's gonna need to pull out something special here. Hope that the eco upgrades really help him out. As he's down by 1k res. Is it dead to early Lancers? Well, not if he's walled. And it's not going to be early Lancers either. It's going to be Cav Archers. Going to be 3-range CA. I think CA are kind of hard for Burgundians to deal with. Too. DauT with the quick gate. There we go. Quick gating. Trying to isolate these light cav a bit. We could have used a cut to the TC from the wood line. Bill goes down as the spear pokes a scout. And there's the padded archer armor from classicpro. Spear and militia run around. Spears chase the scouts back. DauT up to the castle age, classicpro up to the castle age. Bodkin now for classicpro, Bodkin for both. And this is gonna be skirms. So skirms for DauT, but that's all the map control for classicpro on lowland, taking the forests and the golds. This is another map where I could do something maybe a bit more interesting with the forests. And Spear's chasing the scouts. No snow down here right now, more sunny down there. What's the point of big wall? Well, the point of walling was to prevent the scouts from getting in the first place. Once they got in, you can't just, like, not finish the walls because reinforcements come in. classicpro ever stops microing for a second, the scouts get cleaned up, but... classicpro, his micro has been good, his base building nice and compact, not letting DauT in. So 8 Vils dead from DauT. Spear dead, and classicpro still looking to push through these walls. Oh, this is so rough for DauT. And now the army's in. DauT has elite skirm. And if there's one thing that could save DauT, it has to be the best unit in the game, the elite skirm. And relying on TCs to boom. University so we can get ballistics. As the university Vils go to repair or to build more. He really loves some ballistics right now, but has to patch up his walls again. And there is pastoralism as classicpro will go to 3 TCs, 1, 2, 3. Add on 3 TCs too. And ballistics for him, but he's now down by about 2k resources collected. He has ballistics so he can defend himself properly, but does not have access anywhere in the middle. So let me make another note for myself. So... border dispute has to be Pickens to deer and lowland forest mixing. I can make this map prettier. So Cav Archer's trying to make another hole. There's a TC here, and DauT can maybe quick wall that. Ballistics is here. Now he can actually chase the Cav Archers a bit more easily since he can hit them. Classic Pro picking up relics. That's his second. Already has one. DauT just now trying to fix the holes. Where there's a Step Lancer. Ooh, turns around. Turns around. So this is the last game, yes. Unless there's maybe some USA Cup I can cast, but it didn't look like there was anything live. Maybe I cast one set of Rex after a brief break. And I prefer if there were live matches, but we'll take a gander at the schedule. Market now for Classic Pro. Your house is going up.
See.
And wheelbarrow for Classic Pro. Rocket car hitting the skirms. Ooh, skirms going down. Going down to the rocket cart. Offensive skirms for DauT, but being killed by a Step Lancer. There's one Step Lancer against the elite skirms. It's being brutal. There are more holes in the walls. There is by the house in the woodline. Skirm's still forcing this back. Classic Pro going for an outpost Vil that DauT does catch. 73 to 64 Vils. 3k more res collected for Classic Pro. This is going to have to be one heck of a comeback from DauT if he wants to stay alive and qualify for Warlords. And he's going to have issues with gold, yes. So how does he play this from here, knowing that he's basically 1,600 gold from being out, doesn't have any relics? His fourth TC. Fourth TC from Classic Pro will be forward in the middle. Yeah, 9-1 Vil KD, as this still isn't walled. Oh, DauT. You're building the TC here, why isn't this walled? It's just one house. And there's a forward Vil for an outpost. That could be... That's seen by DauT. Before a workshop, he's got to be careful there. He sees the Vil. I think he really does want to pick it off, but Classic Pro wants that outpost vision. There's handcart for Classic Pro, and looks like he won't get it. As the skirms do pick off the Vil. And that'll be another TC for Classic Pro as he goes to take the rocks, or the stone. Catching up on the Eco KD. Well, 2 to 9. He's catching up on Eco, 80 to 86 Vils. He's still down huge in the res collected total. Rocket carts are forward. There's a castle in the middle now for Classic Pro. And he's just about to click Imp. DauT will need gold access. Doesn't even have gold for Imp yet. Doesn't have the stone for a castle. Not like you can just mine stone and sell it. You don't have much stone either. Vineyards, Burgundian Vineyards. Cost 300 gold. Is that the thing that would save him, Burgundian Vineyards? Looking for relics, but Classic Pro already has 4. Picks off a monk at least. He can go for that relic, knows where it is. And 4 stables. This is going to be Imp, and then it's going to be Burgundian Paladins. Burgundian... Or no, wait, yes. Okay, Classic Pro confused about his blacksmith text. Figuring out which one to get. Sure DauT would like his Step Lancer back. Or wait, actually, never mind. You'd like a Step Lancer. That's the Catan Step Lancer. Now pushing through, maybe trying to kill Vils. 600 score difference, but that Imp is going to be absolutely brutal. Wait a minute. DauT has a hole in the wall. He's Elite Skirm's rating. We all know Skirm's the best rating unit in Age of Empires. The Skirm, he gets 1, 2, and now 3 Vils. Skirm raid as DauT will get a castle at the front. He can do Castilier. Oh wait, I completely mixed up the civs for a second. This will not be Burgundian Paladins. This is going to be is going to be Step Lancers into Elite Step Lancers as the Khitans. Now, Khitans do fall off a bit in Imp, since they don't get Blast Furnace, but I guess here there are no Blacksmith upgrades at all for the Step Lancers. You're just going to Step Lance to kill the Skirms. What's DauT going to do in Imp? That's just going to have to be Halb, I think. He's the Scorpion in the Liao Dao, but I think he has to go Halb with his limited gold. And Skirms versus Step Lancers. Well, Skirms get a couple of Vil kills at least. And here, Castilier picking off rocket carts. They go down, that TC stands. Imp is on the way for DauT too. There's Elite Step Lancer, he's doing Cavalier. Will it actually be Burgundian Paladins if he can get a sliver of gold income? That TC has to go up before the Step Lancers slaughter all the Vils.
Bonjour.
Oh, more Steppies over. Not enough Vils are going to fit inside that TC. Oh, poor DauT. Maybe if this were a castle, it'd be different. Oh, DauT is still open here. DauT, don't let them in. He quick walls just in the nick of time. But this palisade won't hold up for long if the Step Lancers want to break through there. And neither will this open hole in the front of the walls. This house will open things up. Step Lancers run in. Cavalier's more for DauT. He's not going to be able to afford Paladin. He wanted gold for Paladin, but a nice outpost scouting from classicpro everywhere, giving him full vision, knowing when DauT would come forward. He's still trying to raid with Skirms. The Vil counts are 103 to 103, but DauT down by 8,000 resources collected, even with that Vil count evened now. Iron casting, chain barding armor for classicpro, finally investing into blacksmith upgrades for the Step Lancers. 17 Vils on that gold. I think the Step Lancers just destroy the TC now. Should be able to pull that off. Yeah, getting right underneath it and attacking it. Meanwhile, on the other side, DauT not really getting much raiding done. classicpro going to destroy the TC. Paladin clicked for DauT, somehow using the market. He clicks Paladin. He's going to lose 15 Vils. But he is going to have Paladins, and he's going to hope that Burgundian Paladins without bloodlines will be enough to win the game for him. He does not have gold income. He's going to be using the market and selling for gold. But he has Paladin clicked. Is that open? Paladin's on 92 Vils. While you're opening, going to be raided. Doesn't even have upgrades for them. DauT holding on as desperately as he can. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Remember, he went to, what was it, Game 5 last week before losing Celts versus Maya. Game 5 here. And he's losing more Vils. Can't quite get it done. Oh, the Steppies are pouring in everywhere. Every hole in the wall, they just run right through. Now, remember when he was on 90 Vils? Now he's on 74, and it's dropping. He has Cavaliers before they become Paladins. He's going to try to raid. What can he raid? classicpro's eco is so much larger. We're almost at an ACCM score difference. Chat's typing the GGs. 63. And dropping 59 Vils for DauT. Doesn't have any relics, but he will now have Paladin. Paladin just in time to watch them die. There's the GG. And classicpro, I think for the first time ever in his career, will win a set against DauT. And this game here, the Flemish Militia didn't do much for DauT. classicpro got in through scouts through a hole in the wall, got in everywhere whenever he needed to raid, slowed down DauT so much. And 137 to 59 is the KD. As DauT will not qualify for Warlords. He will not qualify for Warlords. classicpro will. The final qualifier will be classicpro. Winning Lowland. Everyone winning their home map. And that Crossroads crazy game at the start. ended up deciding it. Celts and Armenians not picked. Whew. DauT. Oh man, DauT. DauT slipping. Still was a great and competitive set. But man. Is that maybe a Civ draft issue with... I don't know, I mean, DauT still won with his top 2 Civs. At the end of the draft, maybe not as strong as Classic Pro. Losing with Byzantines, though, on Crown Wood, I think that really hurt him, too. That felt, I think, most like the game that he would want to have back, if he could. Ooh, alright. Type in update there, and okay, I think we're gonna swap and see if there's any good USA Cup games happening right now. If there are, I will try to cast them. Ray didn't post the time in his scheduled post. Ray. He posted Beast Coast time and didn't post the time. Ray versus Deadwoods. What is that? Oof. Dang, so again, let's just give a shout out to Memb. For hosting this event, go give Memb a follow. And we'll swap over, see if there's any USA Cup action to be casting. Don't see anything live right now. There's a set 2 hours ago. Sets tomorrow. Let's see, Cryptic plays tomorrow. There's Honeybadger versus Jafarr, which was played. I could go cast that. Not posted in Hawaii time. No Hawaii time. Alright, let's just update everything here. Then I think we'll do that Honeybadger versus Jafarr. Fire best of 3. This will be for USA Cup. Okay, let me just get ads out of the way before this. So thank you all for tuning in. I'm just gonna get the ads out of the way and then we'll head over to USA Cup. So let's swap the logos over. Here we are on this scene. I'll also need to swap the logos in the draft. Capture Age will swap the logos. And I think that's good. I'll also need to swap the drafts. Our USA Cup here somewhere. There we are. I need to find the right drafts and the recs of this set. Let's see, I don't think I'll find the drafts, and I haven't seen the Rex posted yet. Or wait, no, Sunday, May 3rd, 4 p.m. ET. Someone entered this in GMT instead of in EST, so this will be live. This will be live. Oh my gosh, the time zones debated me. 4 hours ago, yes. I'm just gonna make... is there like a... scheduling chat? Red in general. Caster chat somewhere? I don't see one. Wait, I was tagged in it earlier though. Where's the Discord thing that lets me see the things I was tagged in there? Mentions... stream promo. Oh, it's just a streaming thing. Right. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break then, and then they'll draft and we'll get going. I mean, just watch YouTube. Currently watching Joan of Arc Mission 6. New player and you're completely stuck. Oh no. Man, Mission 6 is a tough one. I remember Nikov lost that before. So don't be afraid if you got to try it a few times. Anyway, let me copy and paste some stuff from USA Cup Qualifier. Grab that. Throw it there. Update the thumbnail. See, cup. Qualifier. Watching other people do it. Well, mine is the one giving you confidence. We'll give it another try later tonight. Well, good luck. Good luck. Rex, what are you spamming in the chat? USA Cup. We will get to this next. Gonna keep an eye on AW2CM. Hopefully the dashboard picks up the drafts for us, but we'll keep an eye out ourselves too. And there we go. There are the maps. Let me swap over to the map scene. Put the maps here. And we'll grab the civs in a second. But we will have Arena in South Dakota Badlands. Remember, it is a best of 3, but the players will have 5 maps. Best of 3, but the players have 5 maps. So, also, if you're interested in Warlords, we'll be back to that tomorrow at 14 GMT again. And then there are some more USA Cup matches tomorrow I like to cast. I'd like to cast Cryptic. That's at the same time as Warlords, but we can always cast Rex. And also, I don't know if these times are posted in GMT or EDT. Okay, matches are scheduled strategy match is scheduled for 4 p.m. EDT, but shows as 16 GMT instead of 20 GMT. Posted in the Discord. There. All right. Now we will look for the civs. Here we are. Also add these players to my overlay. And the civs. Right, while they do the Civ draft, I will be right back. And then we'll get into USA Cup. Alright, so just about done with the Civ match of Civ drafts there. We'll have the interesting map. Voyagers is the first one. Putting you against Daniel. What time does that start? What time does that start? Because I see the matches on the dashboard are not on the right time. I see that starts in 53 minutes. So yes. Yes, I will. Sounds perfect. So 5 p.m. in 1 hour. Perfect. How do Mamluks do against Rathas? Also, I don't know who Honeybadger is. I don't have an account. Let me look up AoE2 Insights. This might be a common name. I'm guessing it's the 2K... the 2112 player from the US. Okay, that makes sense. See a team CHEM. That's an alt account name. I don't know if that's a current clan. And Jafarr, I don't see a clan. If anyone knows who Honeybadger is, if they currently have a team, that'd be good to know. And I'll add their team to the overlay. Should monks get conversion bonuses when preaching from hill/elevation? I think it's good that they don't. I think monks should stay the way they were in AOC. Maybe fix the monk with relic having extra armor thing. Other than that, keep them the same. Monks are good. Monks don't need to be changed. Monks are the fun part of AoE 2. Alright, so I'll need to look for this game. I'm not sure if the dashboard actually will show it to me. Maybe it'll show Honeybadger. Let me look for the players in the lobby browser, though. I just typed the names in. Yes, they do have a lobby. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I can type in USA in-game and it shows it up. Perfect. So again, pretty big ELO difference. Around 900 ELO points. So, like all the games, I think we'll be cheering for the underdog. At least to take a game. South Dakota Badlands. Now that's a map that we've seen some interesting games on. And remember, Voyagers has the neutral horses that you can capture now. Got the game on your main PC and guest PC. Can't wait to play against friends. Nice, nice. Apparently it's coming out for Mac soon. And hola, hello Cryptic. Hello, hello. You're playing tomorrow, right? I'll probably cast that. What time did you schedule for? Because I've been seeing the dashboard having the wrong times. Unknown. Gameplay would fit in the background footage? Maybe. Yeah, tomorrow 5 p.m. Alright, lovely. Alright, they're cyan versus purple. These players know how to pick their colors. Is there something I'm missing about this? I'm seeing Paradox posting an unknown channel. Is there like some caster channel that I have to sign up for? I thought I did, because I signed up for the stream promo thing by reacting. Now, there's a confirmed times channel, but that's not usable for this purpose because it's not chronological. And if I use that, there's going to be stuff that I miss all the time. There's also times posted in spoilers. Classic Pro play? I mean, he's playing the upset over DauT. But it's honestly, it's good for Classic Pro to make that event. I'm happy for him. Classic Pro always, he has the misfortune of having internet outages. Because he's from Ukraine and he has internet outages at unfortunate times for AoE 2. So it's nice to see him making an event. Failed to download match content, and we simply hope that his internet holds up properly for it. So here we go. Let me just do one more ad out of the way before the game starts, and we'll have Honeybadger versus Jafarr. They just launched. It'll be Bengalis against Georgians on Voyagers. Or Voyagers. Voyagers. However I say it. And they'll be playing Cyan versus Purple. I think we can go with those two colors. Everyone loves DauT. Everyone does love DauT. Still DauT winning Red Bull 3 was one of the most amazing moments I've ever seen. We would hope that one day he can re-find his youth and do it again. That was just so amazing how everyone just went to his stream after he had won. That's the shame it was before it was the lands like it is now. But man, that was amazing. I always love when DauT can win stuff. And we'll see, now that team games are back, maybe he'll have a chance at winning the league. Maybe he'll have a chance at winning Rage Forest if he signs up for that. And Gunther620, thank you very much for the follow. And Lonachiv, thank you also for the follow. And here we are on Voyagers. It'll be Bengalis for Honeybadger in the Cyan to the southwest, and Purple Georgians for Jafarr in the northeast. Again, this is a custom map. This is a clown construction by Marine Throw, and welcome to Rapture. And oh, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Is that an I or an L at the start of your name? Thank you very much.
Very well, brave Rodrigo. Face the night afoot.
Clowns are clowning, yes. So, for those of you who haven't seen the USA Cup yet, this is the opening round. There's going to be a group stage later on, where players need to qualify for the group stage. And in order to do that, they have to play through a qualifier. This is the very first round of the qualifier, which can have some big ELO mismatches. The absolute biggest ELO mismatches did get a first round bye, but we're not having a 1200 against a 2k7. We did see, I think, a 700 against a 2k4, but that might be one of the biggest ELO mismatches. They'll have some best of threes. Players will get a chance to play against some higher rated players. So yeah, a bit of a mismatch, but it lets us root for the underdog. Yesterday, we saw an amazing set between a 1400 and a 1700. And maybe we'll see more of the same today. I really like these walls. So, again, this is a custom map, and we'll just take a look over the map as Jafarr is getting everything started for the build order. Nicely done, Boar under the TC, taking some sheep. And as the Georgians, we'll need to find a way to get that mule cart to a nice spot on the wood line to start chopping through. So these are fort walls, a campaign object that's now used as a wall with fort gates in the middle of the walls. I had changed some stats for the fort gate to use for a fortified palisade wall on a map before. They're pretty tall, but also pretty darn strong. These are stronger than stone walls. Stone walls have 1080 to 1800 HP, so these are hefty walls. And then in each side of the land, each player has a shorefish pond with some stone. And also an outpost, a fortified outpost that has a very small range, protects some of the foxes in this area, and also boosts the movement speed of nearby units. As we have Jafarr taking down a bear. But what you can do is what Jafarr is doing, head on over to the closer fox area, which is controlled by your opponent, but if you're really careful, you stay outside of the range of the tower. Oh, and you lure the boar. I was going to say you take the gold from the fox, but no, he's going to lure the boar. Okay, this is our 1200 going for a big, long boar lure. Let's go. Can this happen? Jafarr knows the map. Capture age just gave me a pop-up. I don't know if you saw that. I hope nothing broke. That hare trying to get in the way. Jafarr bringing it in. Ooh, takes a downhill bite from the boar, though, but he has loom. And now it's kind of tricky. You want to block the boar and not block your own vill. Hold open the gate. Ooh, there we go. There we go. And Jafarr is doing it. Jafarr is getting that. Oh, he needs to keep running. He needs to keep running, Jafarr. Keep going. Oh, the house trick. The house trick. He does it. Yes. Ah, yes. And he takes the boar. Lovely. Now, DauT from Honeybadger. You can DauT here. A paradox trying to tell me that the DauT is better than the mill. I don't know if I'm convinced about that. I think the mill is also pretty good. Yeah, paradox. Yeah, paradox. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? I was with the channel permissions. Looks like times were entered incorrectly on Wikipedia. Since they were entered in different time zones. Alright. So I can't use the spectator dashboard to confirm the times then.
Hey.
Also the horses. I don't know if Honeybadger realized, but you can capture the horses. He reads GMT. Yeah, I was really confused when I saw this set was played 4 hours ago, but it's actually live. But I guess I just have to manually look through the scheduling threads then on the confirmed times. I had one time someone entered a prize pool, even though the prize was in USD, and entered the prize in euros. And then by the time the tournament was over, the exchange rate had changed ever so slightly. And players were sending me the wrong prices on invoices. Because instead of reading the post where I posted the prize and tagged them, they went to Wikipedia to look up the prize pool. All scheduling for USA Cup should be done in EDT. So feudal age for Jafarr, he'll be going up first. 23 pop up. And he'll be going probably for another mule cart in the back. Yeah, does the horse change ownership? No, once it's yours forever. Yeah, this was an accidental feature added to the map. There are some neutral horses scattered about, and you can capture them and use them as scouts. Oh, there's another horse for Jafarr. As he's going down with the mule cart to take his own foxes, his own hares maybe, for some food. He needs to make sure he doesn't idle the vills too long. Oh, he's gonna rush the tower with vills. He's rushing the tower with vills. He should attack with the scout too. There's no murder holes, but it only does 2 damage, and the vills with loom have pierce armor. Oh, these things have free murder holes, huh? Honeybadger confused. This tower destroyed by 4 vills, and now all the foxes under control of Jafarr. Chat telling me Jafarr knows the map. Chat not lying. Chat knows Jafarr. And now, wait, Feudal Scout versus Dark Age Scout. Let's go, Jafarr. Attack and kill the Scout. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Barracks over here. Barracks over here. You can drush as much as you want with all the gold from these foxes. Honeybadger gonna lose his Scout. He's just gotta turn and find a hill to fight. Oh, Jafarr, climbing the hill, climbing the hill. Look at him. Beasting, destroying the outpost, destroying the scout. I think adding the capturable horses makes the map ever so slightly more aggressive. Jafarr is turning this into an aggressive map. Now Jafarr taking all the map control with all the foxes. He says, I don't even need to dock. I'll just take the foxes. I'll mill my own berries. The mill for the market. Yeah, that's what, 700 gold, I think, I saw when I double-clicked foxes earlier. So that's like 1,400 gold you'll have, and it's super fast. Also hunt. Take the hunt. Why not take the hunt? Isn't it still just above overall average? I don't know if that's the right way to look at it, though, because that's still gonna, like, people who are lower elo probably don't really, like... There's gonna be a lot of instances of people who start at multiplayer, play a few games, and then probably don't play anymore, or people who don't really play that frequently. So, I mean, technically on any elo system, there's gonna be 1,000 would be the average, where the starting point would be the average. But I don't think that's a useful way of looking at it. Because you're going to get a whole bunch of randomness added in with different skill levels that just happen to be around that elo. I think 1,200 is like the point where I see players kind of start to get their build orders resembling what a build order should look like. Right? If you're doing it among active players, I think 1,200 is what I would say kind of like a starting elo-ish would be. Or more like active among competitive players. Yeah, right. Like, you got some nice micro there. That's not something that you're gonna have from someone who's just starting out, right? Have some nice micro going up the hill, recognizing the feudal versus dark age scout difference. Okay, clearly getting the basics down. He just needs a market now. Yeah, it needs a market now to do something with all that gold. Maybe you gotta pick Saracens on this map so you can buy food with all those foxes. Am I cold? I'd put a hoodie on because I was cold earlier. A bit late to castle. There's Castle Age for Honeybadger, who has a few scouts out. Can't really engage under this tower, so we have a bit of a tower rush from Jafarr. Trying to break through down here. I've seen the map spawn so that the gold and oyster area is more towards the back, defended by the fort. Here it's out to the side. So if it were down here, I'd say this aggression might be a bit more worthwhile to try to deny the gold, but here we'll have a workshop for Honeybadger. I think Romans might affect the collection rate if the vills work 5% faster. But yeah, your vills are not hunters when you collect from the foxes, they're just villagers. And up there's an attack on the vill. Not quite walled up there. Jafarr maybe baited into not being walled, and now all three light cav are going to get on the mule cart. He thought he was walled, he wasn't walled, and now he has to run back in. And he's going to open the gate for the light cav. Does Honeybadger want to run in? He's just going to hold the gate there and try to kill the vills. Not going to run in, though. We'll pick off one more vill. That won't be walled. Ooh, so unfortunate hole there. Unfortunate hole there. Jafarr will try to bring the scouts back, but the light cav will run out. How was DauT in the last game? Well, it was 2-2, and then DauT lost the last game. Molly and foxes? Oh, because they get 10% faster from the foxes? Yeah, because when they drop off gold, and they'll drop it off instantly, they'll get it faster. Yeah, that might be it. I think Romans are still 5% faster. Turks, I don't think, have a bonus for the foxes. Because they don't have gold miners collecting from it, it's only the villagers. And they're extra light cav on the hill. Jafarr gonna try to take the fight as he's up to the castle age. We'll lose a couple of scouts. Maybe the Maya foxes last longer. As a mangonel here from Honeybadger stops the tower, and he'll just now get a second TC up on the stone island. Nice that you can TC that. I wonder if you can do that consistently. That might be something to adjust if, like, one player can TC the island, but here I don't think Jafarr could. If this is a land, maybe you just want to increase the base size so that it's consistent. So we have Bloodlines, Forging, and Castle Age all on the way for Jafarr. As Georgians, he probably wants to go Cav. We'll have a 3 TC boom from Honeybadger. Hindustanis with Grand Trunk Road. That's a good question. We'll have to test this now. We'll have to test who collects the fastest from the foxes. So many civs to test. I don't even have the Georgians or the Armenians or the Romans to test with. I need to badger someone for keys for the DLCs. So there's a horse going down to the light cap. We'll have, and then a TC out here to the west on this lovely, swampy grass flower with water layered terrain.
Hi.
And you gotta be careful sending vills all the way out there because they're vulnerable. There is a stable here and a couple of knights. But doesn't look like Jafarr will get over there. He might get the outpost vill though. And picks off the vill with the knight. The mule cart over here in the corner. Honeybadger gonna scout there just to see if Jafarr's out there. But so far, Jafarr's still on 1 TC. 6 on stone, though, so might be looking for maybe a castle drop or Monaspas. Honestly, putting a castle over here and then being able to raid this TC would be pretty sick. I guess you could wall this off. Would be pretty tricky with all the forests, but could be done. Actually, it might just be 1 tile there and then 2 or 3 tiles here that need to be walled. The rest of it, I think, is covered. And then 1 tile over here. A couple of fun passages down there. Please dock. Yeah, you can dock. You can dock the ponds. We do have a dock here for Honeybadger already. We could see some forward docks, too. Let's see. Jafarr trying to go for some knights. Falling behind in the boom. Honeybadger really has the boom going. With another TC going up for Jafarr down here. So, husbandry for Jafarr. And the knights fighting the light cav. If Honeybadger just fights that, he will lose. It is knights. I don't see a... Let's see, there's 1 monk. That's what I was looking for. The monk to convert the knight. And Jafarr probably wants to run back, but doesn't run in time. And now he might just want to engage and go for the monk, since it's out of monk juice. There's another monk coming, and he's maybe missing the opportunity to jump the first one. As there's that mangonel from earlier from against the Trush. So second TC here for Jafarr. That horse is still in the back. And Jafarr seems like he knows the map, so he knows... Look at the scouting he has, too, with all those horses. He knows what's going on. And then heavy plow, bow saw, eco upgrades coming in. Honeybadger, just all more efficient. You can tell the elo difference here in the efficiency and the boom. Getting the eco upgrades added in. And the res collected. Now, to be fair, though, Jafarr, I mean, isn't that far behind for being down by this many vills and so far later to the castle age and later to the boom. Also, lumber camp quick wall, stopping knights from getting in. That's an important part of the quick wall, the lumber camp, of course. In the middle, another fight. A couple of scouts added to deal with the monks. We do see a monk going down. Oh, another monk will be hit by the scout. There it goes, there it goes. And 1, 2, can it get the hit? It can kill the monk. Nicely done. Nicely done. Gets the monk. Could have maybe ran away at the end, but gets the monk all the same. Handcart for Honeybadger. And we'll have another TC all the way to the north. And, ooh, Honeybadger sending Vills, getting ready for a castle drop. Well, that's not a... I was waiting for the castle drop to be over here. That's a very safe castle. Defending your gold. That is a tournament castle. That is someone who is not looking at the elo difference when dropping the castle. And Vills here. I still love this leafy texture. I'll need to use that in my own maps. These autumn trees all mixed in together are great. Malians do get extra, nice. And heavy plow. Heavy plow for Jafarr, so he's adding in the eco upgrades. I want to prioritize wheelbarrow a bit earlier. But there's Imp from Honeybadger. And 3 TCs, he's booming away. And mining stones, so he'll be able to get a castle up too. As at least we'll go late game. Jafarr probably will be able to get Imp. How much, in my experience, if you take a fox with 1 Vil, with the decay from 35, you get to 31 gold from it. If you take it with 3 Vils, I think you get 34? 33 or 34. I was mapping out how many foxes you need to push to past castle on arena back when you could push them. I think it's you have to take foxes with 3 Vils in order to get at least 100 gold. So that'd be 3 foxes. No, Mongols don't. The Vils that collect from them are villagers. Not hunters. So, oh, nice picks from the light cap. Nice picks from the light cap. As Jafarr takes out 2 monks. That'll buy him some time if this were a push that we're forming soon. And nice walls against Honeybadger using the market wall. Fighting the bear with the villagers. This is where I need to ask the map experts. This is rock and grass layered terrain. Which is on top and which is on the bottom? Can you actually build here? Looks like maybe you can because the house is kind of on top of that terrain. There's Honeybadger up to Imp. We have Chemistry, Bodkin, and Elite Elephant Archer. All on the way for Honeybadger. He's still fighting bears. I love that there are predators around the maps. That's one of the complaints I always get whenever there's a hybrid map from pro players. They complain there are too many predators. I like the clowns that add them in. Okay, so it looks like you can build here. You can build here. Everywhere is buildable except the ponds with the leaves. Okay. Yeah, it's always tricky to get that consistent with maps. Because there are... When you place terrains, you have a base terrain and then a mask terrain you can place on top of it. And that's fun if you want to make stuff look pretty, but it can also be confusing. Because the terrain on the bottom is what gives you the properties. And there are differences in appearance between the way you layer them, whether you have grass on rock or rock on grass. But it's not obvious unless you really, really learn what those layerings look like. I always try to avoid stuff that looks obviously confusing. So Bracer and Masonry as the Treb push continues. Which TC is the Imp TC? Okay, back TC. Jafarr better than Leary, making sure to put Imp in a good TC. Making sure to put Imp in a good TC. But he's gonna call the GG. Oh, he needs to see. This is where you see that Jafarr, he's 1200, right? You need to learn. You have imp on the way. Make it to imp before you call the GG. Make it to imp before you call the GG. Now that's just important, right? You got to make sure that you've all those res collected. Yeah, you're not in worrying about losing your TC here right away. Let the imp come in. Just play a tiny bit longer. Make sure you get imp. Get some satisfaction from hitting imp before you call GG. Yeah, the pure rock terrain's not buildable, but this is layered here. This is, maybe this is pure rock? I would need to palisade scan to check. But, oh wait, I should look at the stats. Let's look at the stats. Look at the stats. So that's 18 to 9 KD for Honeybadger. More res collected. But honestly, the opening from Jafarr, knocking down that fortified outpost with the Vils, clearly something Jafarr had practiced and was aware of. So you get Loom, the tower does only 1 damage. But then kind of getting feudal first, but didn't get much from it. So probably still is a fast castle map. But we'll need to see it more to see if feudal has viable approaches, maybe sniping the Vils that are far away. But I think going for the pure fast castle worked out better for Honeybadger there. And Jafarr wasn't able to do much damage beyond that, even though I did love the opening. But you see what small difference a 1 minute feudal time difference has suddenly leads to a huge difference in castle timing. What would I do with big palisades in-game or IRL? So that was what, Bengalis over Georgians. And next up looks like it will indeed be South Dakota Badlands. Let's go, South Dakota. If I were gonna make a map with them, ooh, that's a good question. I would need to think about that. Because I did already use the fort gate in the gunpowder barrel map I made. But I just used the fortified palisades there. I didn't use the big fort walls. So I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe there's a sudden disaster map design waiting there. Are Canadians, this is YouTube, held this message. I don't know why it held it. Well, I think the asterisk you wrote, Noob Netrum, meant that the message got held, but Noob Netrum asks, are Canadians allowed? They're in some of the, I guess, some type of North Atlantic League, I don't know, sports balls. I mean, like, Toronto has teams in the NBA and in Major League Baseball. But I'm just gonna think that YouTube held the comment because you asked, are Canadians allowed? Lily Bear, I guess, is Canadian, but she's playing. I think she's probably also a US citizen. I don't know everyone's citizenship status, though. She lives in the USA. Is living enough to play in the USA Cup? Or do you have to be a citizen? What are the rules? Are there any rules? You literally read the rules. Oh, let's see, we gotta open up some random PDF then. Fine, where's this handbook? Important links? We're in info. No, it's in important links. Handbook. Have to be able to consume a whole peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's That's true. That's true. Entries are open for any American nationals and or residents if this does not apply to you. Wait, what? Entries are open for any American nationals and or residents if this does not apply to you? If this does not apply to you? I'm confused. I'm very confused. You have to eat 6 cheeseburgers and 3 large fries in 1 hour? You have that long? Paradox telling me to read the rule book. And there are typos in the rule book. Well, that just shows you no one read the rule book. There we go. Yeah, so nationals or residents. There we go. We'll pretend the sentence just ends there. Let's see. Are we in the game? Are we in the game? There we go. We're starting the game. Let's watch the game. We got 1 minute left on the spec delay. It'll be Tatars versus Jurchens. Let's just, okay, apologies for maybe blinding everyone with the rule book. We can all try to make sense of this. It is a white PDF. It'll show it off. So this is the sign-up rules. Entries are open for any American nationals and or residents if this does not apply to you. We're just gonna pretend that the sentence ends there. Any American nationals and or residents. And admins also reserve the right to refuse any sign-up. There we go. That's the sign-up criteria. F5. Oh, time to refresh. Time to refresh. If this does not apply to you, you cannot sign up. There we go. It is fixed. It is fixed. There we go. There we are. Handbook fixed in live time. Boom. Paradox is on it. Alright, so this will be the home map for Jafarr. This will be the first civ pick for Jafarr. And welcome to South Dakota. We'll have, I need to update the scoreboard. I need to update the scoreboard correctly. There we go. So, Honeybadger won game 1. Jafarr now, his first home map, his #1 civ, as the Jurchens, on a nice little trip to South Dakota against Honeybadger as the Tatars. Again, it'll be purple for Jafarr and cyan for Honeybadger. This map, lots of cracked terrain, and it's pretty far open. This is, again, the question, is this terrain masking? Is the cracked terrain the base terrain? So the TC here is on cracked terrain, I believe. So the TC will take more damage, 20% extra damage if anything attacks it. The higher elevation terrain looks like it's not cracked. The spaces by the wood lines look like they're not cracked. So there won't be any damage multipliers there. But here, down at the bottom with cracked terrain, at the low elevation, this will make it very aggressive. Our Jurchens in the early game. Jurchens, they have longer lasting hunt and herdables by virtue of the fact they don't decay. So you get a little bit extra food from them. Well, that's a nice hunt bonus for the start of the game. Ooh, that is a lovely lumber camp from Jafarr. Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. Right in the little nook on the wood line. Oh, brilliant. But then after that, there are good scout civ. There are good scout civ, mounted units, and fire lancers, but mostly mounted units for the feudal age attack 25% faster. So those are your scouts. You can go scouts. And what else can you do? Maybe Jafarr has some crazy FC Grenadiers build, or FC Fire Lancer, or FC Step Lancer build. You can do all sorts of crazy things with the Jurchens. But you can also play them just as a standard scout civ. Still streaming? Yes. Supplies, yes. I had to have enough supplies to keep me running all day. Of water and food to eat, but we're still going. We got another set after this. I'll probably go for around 8 hours today. Yep, Jurchen CA shoot faster than normal, or it's the same as Thumb Ring. It is 25% faster. So it's the same as Thumb Ring, but they start immediately upon hitting Castle Age. They don't have Thumb Ring, though. So it's not like Ethiopians who have the faster shooting archers and then stack Thumb Ring on it. It is, or is it better than Thumb Ring? It's the same as the Mongol bonus, right? It's not like the Mongols who shoot faster and then stack Thumb Ring on top of it, either for their cav archers. This applies to all mounted units, but it is the same as the Mongol bonus, so it's essentially the same bonus for the cav archers, minus the availability of Thumb Ring. So if you're in this situation, right, you're a newer player trying to take on someone who's much higher level, honestly, I think it can be pretty educational just to pick a standard scout save and go scouts. You can then look at the rec and see what the differences are. Qatar is a good cav archer save too. They will have free Thumb Ring. See, do I get a description of Thumb Ring? It is. Oh yeah, it is better than Thumb Ring. Thumb Ring's only 15% faster. It helps with the accuracy, but the attacking faster is good too. Does it apply to converted units like war elephants? I would guess no. There are some rare technologies that apply to converted units. But for the most part, technologies are kind of like... Or civ bonuses are just like researching a technology. So if you apply... if you like research forging and your unit gets converted, the converted unit still has the technology that it had when it was converted, but it doesn't get the technologies that the other player converts, or that the other player has researched. So if you have a war elephant and it gets converted, then it sticks with the bonuses that it had. It doesn't get any of your bonuses added to it. There, I think I have a video about Inca villagers. Or I definitely have some villager video from years ago where I explained that. There are a couple of bonuses like the Spanish faster building villagers that don't get applied on a per unit basis, but are applied for the player. Just like players have food, wood, gold, and stone, they also have lots of other attributes, like population or numbers of kills. And that's how, we still call them resources, but that's how various bonuses, like extra conversion resistance or faster building speed for the Spanish vills are implemented. So any builder owned by the Spanish player would have the faster build speed, regardless if it's converted or not. Wish I could play with Too Busy. So we'll have Jafarr doing the barracks, and this is just looking like a standard Scouts build order. And so far, I'm a bit behind in res collected. That can be a lot of things, just a bit of little villager inefficiencies. Having 7 vills on the berries is kind of rough. This map does have a lot of stray, or at least when I looked, yeah, like stray wild boars you could try to lure in, but they are pretty far away. I saw there was a bit of randomness to them. I don't know how reliable it is to try to lure away, or try to lure the far ones. Wait, that was a cheeky gate, and we see some, oh, looks like a TC. A volley of arrows on Honeybadger. Is Jafarr the Viper? Is he going for quick gates now? Some more foxes out here. I need all the help I can get. And then here we see Jafarr. Oh, that's a weak vill. That is a weak vill. Jafarr finding the weak vill. Needs to get away from the TC fire. He does. Look at that. Picking off the weak vill. Maybe he got Honeybadger typing in the chat, because they were chatting a bit right before going for that. That was under the TC, but Honeybadger didn't garrison in time. Oh, there's an Idleville on the woodline. Look at Jafarr go. Land that. The boars aren't random anymore, but the deer are. Okay. Yeah, because I think there were a couple changes made. And being able to push deer definitely helps. And we'll have a forward stable. So just a standard Scouts build order from Jafarr. Spear early from the barracks. A double bit axe researched and walling up. So nothing that looks out of the ordinary here. There's probably a few little efficiency things with managing the vills. Stuff like the T90 farm being a gap from the TC. They do add up after a while, right? Because we're around 300 res collected difference right now. With kind of a similar bonus, longer lasting herdables versus longer lasting hunt plus herdables. Honeybadger probably a bit more confident going for the long Warlords. Was housed a bit? Yeah, I see he was housed at 20 out of 20 pop too. So stuff like, oh my gosh, look at all those birds. Stuff like that, just making sure you're mentally prepared to click up, do the force dropping of the food at the right time can help too. As you know, the more you play, the more you autopilot things, the less you actively have to think about the build, the easier it gets. So here are some scouts now from Jafarr. We pumping out scouts, want to make sure he's keeping the TC running. So now, you know, you're in the tricky spot. You're out of hunt resources near the TC. It's a non-standard map, so you might not be quite on point with the build. Had a lot of builds on berries early, so the berries are taken, and you have to go to farms. Horse collar in before the farms, too. Nice scouts opening. 38 seconds of vital, or there you go, 127 of vital TC time, though. So that's where if you want to look at the wreck, you're just going to go watch your TC in the Dark Age. See what your vills are doing on the hunt. See if there are any times they're inefficient or if you had something that was missing. Yeah, ballistics I think is on a civilization or a per player basis too. So scouts looping around. A couple of weak vills. Jafarr could go for the Harris snipe on that farmer, only 6 HP. And nice to be walled up. I mean, there's no, like, strategic blunder or anything from Jafarr so far. It's all just execution-based. Stuff like this, letting the scouts fight the spears one at a time. Ooh, and he's reacting, right? Because right now the spears take the hill bonus. And Jafarr is reacting to this with the market. Trying to wall this out. Who needs scouts? Who needs scouts? How often do I play myself? Well, I have the game open like every day to cast or to do map scripting. I haven't really played ranked games in a while. Just the whole not being able to pick the map you want to play thing. Kind of a downer for me. Last I like seriously played the ladder, I was around like 1900, but I haven't done it in a while. And honestly, since DE came out, I haven't really tried to grind like I did back in the Woobly days. That's a low HP Vill for Jafarr. Spear and Scout gonna poke the Vill. And Vill goes down. And Vill can just turn and fight now, that'll keep that away, but nice awareness from Honeybadger to find the weak Vill. Hello from Brazil? Well, hello. Hello, welcome to the YouTube chat. And where are these vills going? They're gonna run from the archers. And this is now, we're looking at 2 vills on food. A lot of the farms are idled. Are struggling to deal with the archers and the early pressure. And a few vills out here running where these vills going. They're going to find a gold mine. Going to find a gold mine since the gold here is a bit forward. Now things start to snowball a bit. Honeybadger took a few good early fights, and there's the GG from Jafarr. There we are. Let's maybe look at that wreck again from Jafarr's perspective. Just I think I know that some people like to watch the casts and see if they can learn stuff from if there's a big elo mismatch. Let me just take another look at that if we check the stats. That's a 4-2 difference in KD, and it's, I mean, not even a big difference in uptiming, right? 941 to 955. So if you're going for a 19 pop up, that's around 15 seconds of idle time, which for 1200 or so, you're gonna have a competitive game against people that the same elo. And eco difference about the same, but then we see there's a big difference as the players head up to the feudal age. Let's just go look at the wreck again. Yeah, it is a pretty big elo difference there, but we have had a couple of good games. We had a couple of nice plays from Jafarr in that first game too. So let's just go, let me watch this wreck back. And South Dakota Badlands. They're gonna see, first things we get from Jafarr, a couple of houses up. Nothing too different there, both doing the houses. And what are the resources here? You have 1 Javelina, and that's what's gonna make this a difficult build, I think, for Jafarr, because you only have 1 starting Javelina, and you're gonna have to rely on pushing the Ibexes. That's in a safe spot. And it's a couple of ibex pushes or far Warlords. You get so many civs, so many maps. If I had that question, everyone has that question. Yeah, and the boars are super far. So this one is going to come down to ibex pushing and making sure you have stuff under the TC. Do you even have extra, like, neutral herdables? Yeah, this one's really rough on the food. Yeah, there's a push. And this is now... We looked at the lumber camp. It's a beautiful lumber camp. But here, this is, I think, the big mistake here from Jafarr. Where are all those vills going? Over to the lumber camp? And that might have just been a misclick, right? That might have been a misclick. But that's the type of misclick you kind of make at the 1200 ELA, right? So there's... You might have tried to take the turkey and maybe just queued them over to the woodline accidentally. Well, that's just a misclick, right? You're not worried about that from, like, the total Dark Age standpoint, other than, you know, you'll clean that up as you get better. Maybe you want to look at your hotkeys if you have some custom hotkeys set up, or just using the defaults and see maybe there's some hotkey overlap where you did that. Maybe a control group mistake. But yeah, I feel like on this map, I never want to say, oh, it's a good idea to push deer instead of scouting to someone who's 1200, but I think that would have been a good idea here. I guess Honeybadger doing some scouting too, but that's maybe looking for the boars. Oh, and Duve, thank you very much for the raid. We're just rewatching a rec we had just watched, and then we're gonna cast another set right after this. So thank you very much for the raid. So yeah, this is the point where we have Jafarr, the scouts all the way out here on a map where you only had one javelina. And remember, the javelinas have only 100 or only 300 food compared to 340, so that's already less than a boar. I think you really do want to be pushing the ibexes here, and then you have the food under your TC to go up at the right time. You're also casting USA Cup. Nice. We're going to cast another set right after this. See, honestly, this is kind of a tough map to play and get a build order for. Yeah, now we see this is what Honeybadger's doing with that scouting, bringing in boars. And this is going to be the real difference in res collected. The two boars that Honeybadger's able to bring in. And we'll see there's still a turkey left under the TC. Possible to map more than 10 groups? I believe so, yes. I believe so. Paradox rating from Duve, too. I think you have 20. You should be able to do 1 through 0 and then numpad. All 10 digits for the numpad, too. And you can then... Or those are the default keys, and you can change them around. So, yeah, now pushing in the ibexes again. Well, idling the TC already for 25 seconds. I think that's just going to be from not having the food there. And now's where you can start to see the res collected difference show up. The boars are a bit smoother to take. A couple of weak vills from taking the boars. So that's going to be an interesting nuance for when we see higher level players play the map. Are they pushing in the deer, or are they scouting for and luring in boars? Because taking the boar is a lot of vill walk time, too. A boar is essentially little more than 3, or not quite 3 deer. So, here we are. Now we're up to feudal, but I think the res difference here is going to tell a bit of a story. Yeah, and now we can see why there are so many vills on the berries. It's because there isn't the food under the TC. Here's the forward racks. Honeybadger, I think gonna wall in a bit more at the barracks. Yeah, you can see Honeybadger is a really safe base, right? You wall from here to the edge, that's not even cracked. And then you just make 2 cuts from the woods to the TC, and the back's fully safe. I should have checked for what the gate was. Yeah, at this point... It's kind of a weird situation because you don't have enough food to keep both the stable and the TC running. And you have only the berries left. And no more food under the TC. So another thing to keep an eye on will be, do players skip horse collar in the higher level games too on the map? Because if you skip horse collar, you're essentially giving yourself an extra scout of production. Or letting yourself do a spear. And now, since horse collar applies retroactively to farms, it's not as important to do it right at the start of feudal. But that might also depend on how much extra food players are able to push. So I think that was the Dark Age there. And that's going to be an interesting decision of luring boars versus pushing ibexes for the Dark Age start. Yeah, don't look at the T90 farm. Okay, don't look at the T90 farm. Go look at the bill that was picked on the archery range, right? Like that was a bill Honeybadger could have saved if you were here when we watched it first, but your attention is finite, and where you're paying attention matters. Oh, thank you, Only Cats, for the cheer. Thank you very much for the bits. Anyway, we have another set we're gonna cast. I mean, we did cast this game. Who needs scouts? We'll just fast forward it. Why not? This army's gonna break through. And yeah, here we see Jafarr struggling to throw down the farms. And it's a bit more calm and orderly there for Honeybadger. So, 2-0 for Honeybadger. Congrats to Honeybadger. And I think that right there is definitely the type of game you can look at the rec and learn something from. So it's a loss for the Jurchens and a win for the Tatars. So we're going to swap over. Until I find the drafts, just swap the overlay. We are going to have now... it's going to be Daniel, and how do I spell the name of Daniel's opponent? Daniel versus FrNkyboy. In the qualifier. Alright, let me just get ads out of the way as I get this set up. And change my YouTube title to... add their names to the tags. Daniel, FrNkyboy. There. And now just look for their drafts. It says they're live. Boom. Oh, look at that. Daniel's first map is Warlords Black Forest. Get the name right. Maps and civs. There, so migration will be map number 1. Let's go. Migration. That's gonna be what, Japanese versus Dravidians? I'll just take a wild guess there. Blue here, a Daniel fan. Daniel is Daniel still on Ling 1? He was last I checked. I don't think FrNkyboy is on a team, but I'm happy to be corrected. I'm wrong about that. Yep, according to the dashboard, he's still on Ling 1. Or FrNkyboy has a profile page. What is that? No team for him, though. So this one is in some ways, I guess, I'll fail to download match content, DE. I think I get that every game. According to Wikipedia, he is. Yeah, according to the dashboard, Daniel is. So here we are, we'll have a spectator delay. Indeed, Japanese versus Dravidians. And a Civ matchup I'm sure we'll see a lot on migration. Good fish boom from both of them. And then after this set, then I go fix border dispute. So they're calling a restart because they played unexplored. Like I said, the last map Daniel had selected was Black Forest, so let's see, re-explored. I can show you what the map would have looked like, but they're calling a restart because the map was explored. Here's Daniel as the Japanese, FrNkyboy as the Dravidians, and they're calling a restart. So, fix the lobby settings, then we'll go. Alright, once more. Second time will work. Like I said, the last map Daniel had selected was BF, so he forgot to change Explored. Is he in a tournament Discord voice call? Is that the rules? Yeah, he was here. He was here earlier asking, right? He knows. Yeah, don't distract him while he's playing. So let's hope the settings are right this time as we hop into migration. And here we are. This time we'll have FrNkyboy as the blue Dravidians to the west, building a house on his berries. Oh no. Kind of hard to avoid that on this map. Daniel as the red Japanese to the east. And he'll probably start off by pushing in his deer. Now this is a very classic version of migration, it seems. No whales, no oysters, no gold in the water. Daniel gonna start by taking the sheep. Interesting. I almost always start by taking the palm tree as a straggler and pushing in a deer. I guess this is maybe a more old school straggler tree spawn, where they're gonna clump up more towards the left and top of the TC rather than the right side. That's just something maps do if you don't know how to avoid it. The default way where you type 1 line of code to spawn stuff, or 10 lines of code, put stuff with a bias to spawning on the left. You can fix that, but it's ugly. Anyway, yeah, so FrNkyboy doing, let's see, taking 1 sheep and 1 deer. And I wonder if Daniel will swap to taking the deer instead of the sheep. Doing a double deer push. But that can be kind of wasteful in migration. But the reason I like the deer rather than the sheep is you only need 5 on the deer to sustain vil production. So if you go 1 sheep then a deer, that's fine too. But with only 5 there, you can go to the lumber camp earlier and get the dock a bit earlier. Speed everything up by like 1 vil. I think it makes a very small difference. But if you want to take a trip around the island to find fish locations, that's good too. 5 on food is pretty meta. Yeah, and we see Daniel leaving 5 on food right here to go to the lumber camp. So it was 1 sheep, then the deer. So, again, it just depends what you're prioritizing, a straggler versus a sheep. You can do that too. On migration, I guess depending on the version, you might not have your sheep in your line of sight. It's usually 2 and 4 on migration for a total of 6, and then you have 4 deer. Old school migration, I haven't looked at this map script. If it's super old, it would be a random chance of a player having only 3 deer instead of 4. But this one's probably 4 for each. So Vil going out to grab a dock. There he goes on the shorefish. Not straight to the side, but going to the front. Once you get deer, I feel like you stick to 4 to 5 on food. Yep, once you get the deer, you stick to 5. And here we see Daniel adding Vils to the lumber camp. If you're going for fast feudal, you stick to 5 on the lumber camp. If you're going to stick in the Dark Age longer and fast castle, you'll add more, and both players adding more. Can't believe you think I wouldn't use a tried and tested script. I mean, there are tried and tested scripts out there, but they all have differences in them. And that's not really a bug so much as it is just a preference thing. So some people like more randomness like that. I do sometimes miss the days on Arena when you could have the extra res spawning in the back of your base. And it just gave more variety to the map. Gave it some more options, some more flavors. So far, ooh, Daniel's slightly housed, but so far, so good for FrNkyboy, but he's slightly behind on the fishing ship production. And looks like, did he do loom? Flickerville. Nope, hasn't had to do loom. Just a bit of TC idle time. That can definitely be a tough thing on migration if you're not used to the build. Pushing the deer, taking the sheep, having the timing on the houses. And he needs to make sure he doesn't get housed again, especially if you're Dravidians and maybe counting on the dock as the house. Any slight misstep in the build order means you get housed. Let's go FrNkyboy. Hello, Planetary Wizard. You would see a hyper random tournament with random civs? Well, check out Masters of Hyper Random. That happened, what, last year? Yeah, 2 and then 3. We had 2 hyper random tournaments with random civs in the past 2 years. He's gunning for that upset. It would be a big upset. We are about 900 elo points apart. But I mean, FrNkyboy is 1655. It's not like he's a super low elo player. He definitely knows what's going on if you get to 1655. Perfect map balance is an illusion. Look at SC2. The maps are static and mirrored, and people still complain about a map favoring one race. Oh, we just need static mirrored Arabia Huns then. Make it as even as possible. Go back to peer-to-peer so we don't have server ping differences, and boom. 100% fair. Second dock for FrNkyboy. Bit behind the timing of Daniel. Daniel's on 3 docks now. So just, you know, little small tweaks and efficiencies in the build order matter, even though they're both basically doing the same thing. 16 fishing ships or more for Daniel? I'd imagine so. I don't know exactly what a migration build will be with the new water balance, so we'll have to see a few games and see if we have a consensus on how many fish players do thereabouts in the Dark Age. Because remember, your fishing ships are less efficient than they were in the past, and you need to do fishing in lines in Feudal. And that could lead to players doing more fishing ships in the Dark Age, when it's also maybe with a longer Dark Age, because it's also more defensive when you can garrison in the docks. So I could imagine players even doing more than what, 16 or so they do in the past. Probably somewhere 10 to 16 if they were fast castling. 10's probably a low number. But three docks for an FC, I think almost always what I'd expect. But we can see Daniel starting to pull ahead in fishing ship numbers, and he's also doing a transport ship. So the transport ship could be for forward docks to be aggressive with fires on his way up to the Castle Age, because he clicks to Feudal now, but not fast enough where this would be a transport forward dock fast Feudal approach. And that's an approach I feel probably won't be used as much now because of the dock garrisoning. Garrison the docks, go hulks, and then you're not taking the same damage you were in the past where galleys were sniping your fish. And fishing ships themselves are tankier too. They now take 10 galley arrows instead of just 6. You hope migration have whale? Blue wants to take gold on migration. I miss the whales. Migration, a map where maybe it would make sense to add whales. Maybe whales could be added to migration, but only super far away from the players. Like on this map, imagine a couple whales maybe at the top or around the bottom. Just keep them so you have to maybe dock the mainland to grab whales. So 4 docks, moving to the mainland for a dock. Barracks there, probably adding a stable. Line my pockets and maybe. That's a chicken and egg problem. They need the whales to get the gold to send you the gold to add the whales. Maybe we donate for whales. You're right. Whatever happened to those $2 bill sales? Are they funding the prize pool? Ray had me sign like 5 $2 bills. He was gonna sell them to try to raise funds. So gold mining and loom for FrNkyboy as he's up to the castle age. So FC, fishing lines for Daniel. And then this as he goes up to the castle age. That's also something players might do. They might try to go maybe for a kind of a longer feudal age so they can do fishing lines earlier. And then go up to the castle age. But it will be just about the same time here. Daniel up by 500 res collected. And Japanese fishing ships are, as always, very, very strong. Daniel will bring that scout back to Reveal. Doesn't have a spear. Does the Vil have loom? Yes, the Vil does have loom. And another scout out for Daniel, along with a spear. Yeah, Daniel's red. Daniel's red. FrNkyboy explicitly picked blue in the lobby. Wanted to play as blue. And he'll be forward with double barracks? Oh, let's go. Double barracks. What is this? Daniel will see 1 barracks, but will he be prepared for the 2nd barracks? That's what it looks like. Ooh, 4 HP on the house. He'll see the 2nd barracks. House didn't have enough HP on it. Oh, FrNkyboy trying to wall in the scouts. Might lose some Vils here. How is there a low HP Vil? Was that attacked by a scout earlier? Oh no, that's 1, 2. Is there loom? There is loom, but 3 Vils down. The scouts have forging on them. Daniel doing forging maybe earlier for Hulks. Also has them for... Yeah, he's going Hulks. So some synergy between the Hulks and the spears and the scouts all getting the forging upgrade. Oh yeah, so that is a bit greedy for FrNkyboy, but here come... Oh, he's going for a range now. What is this build? Once again, not much HP on the Palisades. So, double barracks into a failed barracks into a range for FrNkyboy. Is this going to be elephant archers now? Also, Hulks, he's defending with Hulks. Is that a transport ship he just sunk? That looked like the remains of a transport. No more transports over there. Did Daniel have anything on that transport? I could imagine Daniel losing 20 Vils on a transport. But 4-0 eco KD for Daniel so far as he's going to start harassing the fishing ships. 19 to 14 fishing ships. $100 for 12 whales. 12 whales is a lot of whales. That's 12,000 gold. I was thinking maybe like 4 or 5 whales. So 1 Vil TC for Daniel. As some more Hulks are cruising around migration trying to get into Daniel's fishing eco. But since Daniel's moving the docks around, he's also moving the fishing ships. More Hulk from FrNkyboy coming around the other side too. As this archery range against Japanese light cav going down pretty quickly. Just honestly, that range is low on HP. But there is the first elephant archer. But a monk for Daniel to convert the elephant archer. The monk isn't even doing anything, he's just healing. Daniel, where's the micro? Where's the micro on the monk? Scouts picking off the spears. They don't want to fight the elephant archer, though. Daniel gonna start grabbing relics. As that unfinished barracks still sits at the base of this wood line. Scouts will take out the elephant. There's a Vil here still repairing. Oh, diagonally hit across the wall. Oh, the diagonal hit kills the Vil. On the water, looks like FrNkyboy is making some progress, though. Daniel just about finishing that 1 Vil TC. There he goes. And the scores are still really close, but Daniel's still up lots of fishing ships and also lots of Vils. Not even much idle TC time from FrNkyboy, just a bit here and there. Oh, now he's housed. Now he's housed. There goes that idle TC time. Wait, why is the... Okay, I guess he built a house. I was gonna say that wasn't ticking up, but he built a house. Another house there. That range is almost destroyed by Daniel. Yeah, Daniel quickly took both sides of the islands. There's a 5 HP scout there whenever Daniel notices that and right-clicks it. Unless FrNkyboy notices, that'll be killed. And Hulk in the north cleaned by Daniel. Daniel pushing around in the south too. Now the score is starting to climb for Daniel. FrNkyboy will be adding in some more galleys. Elephant Archer is going to focus the monk. Ooh, but a conversion comes in. And now we'll have the slowest thing in the game, 2 elephant archers shooting at each other. This will take a while. What 2 units take the longest mutually to kill each other? I guess in some sense that's the petard, because one petard doesn't destroy another petard. It just explodes and the other one stands there. Alright, let's go, let's go. Oh, there's a monk! Daniel's cheating with a monk. And FrNkyboy deletes the elephant. Oh, where's Paradox? Admin lost Daniel. It is possible, actually. 2 ranged units actually can kill each other. Melee units, I don't think it's possible. But you see that with fires quite often. Or at least you did in the old patch when there were more fires. FrNkyboy is still out of that weak range, trying to make more elephants. And always going for a castle. That's not a very aggressive castle. That's just a give me a foothold on the island castle. Keep me in the game castle. And he will be going for war galleys to clean the war hulks that are attacking him. Still has a few fishing ships left, but most have been cleaned by Daniel. Two Bengali post-imp Hulks. Hulk versus Hulk. That's true, Hulk versus Hulk, with the Bengali ones that heal. If you don't do attack upgrades. Maybe attack upgrades don't even matter for the Carracks. 1 versus 1 still. More monks for Daniel. We now have a castle, but I don't think Arumi Swordsmen are going to help out in this situation. Daniel's starting to amass more elephant archers. 2 versus 2 on elephant archers. That one needs to be healed, but Daniel has the monks to do it. Oh, he wants another conversion. Will he get the conversion? 2 monks going for it. That's going to pull back to the castle. Pull back to the castle. Yeah, 16 fishing ships now for Daniel. He's still on the water. FrNkyboy trying to fish a bit more. Now all the fish are pretty far away from the docks. Daniel see the castle? I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, he sees that there's a castle there. So he has to be careful about navigating his warships around the outside. FrNkyboy's still holding on the water. Maybe even investing a bit more to win the water. Daniel almost up to the castle age. He has a nice boom in the middle. Grabbing up the relics too. He has 3 with a 4th on the way. He's trying to convert more elephant archers. Oh, the light cav might kill one. And then the light cav can maybe block so the conversion comes in. Now the elephant archer running out of coastline to flee the monk. That monk still wants the conversion. Oh, the dock even getting in on the action. Oh, quick wall, Daniel, quick wall. Oh, he stops chasing. You know, he says, I'm going to convert the Arumi Swordsman instead. There's 4 relics for him and a 5th in his grasp right at the top of the island. Some fish traps for Daniel, confident that he'll maintain water control, adding in some fires along with the hulks. In this matchup, you need the hulks in front of the fires to meat shield the other hulks. But I guess that is quite a lot of DPS, with fires in the back still, even if the hulks are armored against it. Let's go, FrNkyboy. Lots of FrNkyboy fans in the chat. Another castle up for Daniel. Yeah, he's up to Imp doing handcart. Getting a nice patrol down here. If you ever get some war galleys on the island, I think one of the forests was chopped completely. Yeah, there's the desert from the Palm Desert. Taking a break from farming in your backyard. Ooh, okay, nice. Gathering some food. Your backyard farm sounds like it's closer to your drop-off point than T90's farms would be. There's Yasama for Daniel. Time for some Japanese Yasama towers. So we're taking the middle with some towers. Guard tower, Bodkin, as he's up to Imp, and he'll probably go Japanese keeps then. We'll see if we get GG once Imp comes in. As at this point, FrNkyboy is still trying to push on water. We'll see he has the advantage there. Now, once Daniel gets heavy warships, then he can turn things around. He's getting Bodkin 2. Still needs ballistics. He doesn't have any war galleys, just hulks and fires for now. He has Bracer and Chemistry. Won't apply to the Elephant Archers since those are converted, but there's the GG anyway. As Daniel takes game number 1. So that unfortunate barracks quick wall did put Frankie behind for whatever strat he was trying to do. Feels like Daniel just had the more efficient Dark Age build anyway. Some little things here and there about getting more fishing ships. He was constantly ahead in fishing ship numbers too. So good effort, Frankie. We'll give a win to Daniel, but Frankie's got another shot. This is a best of 3, so he's not eliminated yet. Or actually, wait, is this the second round? Is this a best of 3 or a best of 5? Let me check the tournament page for a second. Yeah, this is the qualifier round. Still a best of 3, though. Alright, still a best of 3. Yeah, FrNkyboy did win 2-1 over Miguel in the first round. And yeah, heads into this also as a best of 3. Really only one way to play migration. I mean, you could land the opponent's island and douche, Ray. There's always that option on migration. That's more of a 4v4 flank strat, though. I gotta watch more Swomy migration team games. And the next map will indeed be the best map, Arena. And, well, this will be a pro-arena Civ matchup. Turks against Bohemians. So Turks Bohemians, a matchup where I usually like the Turks, especially if it goes super late. I think the artillery range is better than the Aufnitze in this matchup. So again, thank you everyone who's been watching, especially if you've been here since the start of the day when we were casting Warlords. Gonna have more Warlords tomorrow. See, I'm not sure how much of Warlords I'll cast tomorrow though, because I also need to take my phone and drop my phone off to be repaired. And that'll be running errands throughout the day. And I think the phone repair place opens at the same time that Warlords starts. So I'll see what I'm able to coax out of them if they have the repair screen in. My phone's not doing it now, but I have a good purple line. Oh, yeah, it is. See, I have a good purple line. And apparently that is a common issue with the Pixel 8. That it's covered under an extended repair program. So hopefully it gets fixed for free. Just traveling to the UK with a damaged phone screen was annoying on the flight back because the phone screen just turned green. Alright, so just about to get started on Arena. here we go. Daniel will be playing to the west as the Red Turks. FrNkyboy to the east as the Blue Bohemians. And we'll have 5 relics on this version of Arena with lots and lots of wolves that could maybe mess up a castle drop or a monk rush or a tower rush. Also a few foxes, the Arctic foxes in the middle. Oh, look at that guy. He's so small compared to the Arctic wolves. Normal wolves, not the Arctic wolves, though. Not everything's Arctic themed. My favorite wolf now is the Arabian wolf. But, oh no, no. Well, what hell did Paradox curse us with? There are chickens on Arena. Oh my gosh, are we gonna see funnels now? I think Daniel's chickens are open to being funneled from the edge of the map. Diagonal gate through there, palisade, couple palisades, and then you go to the TC. Oh no, Paradox, why did you do this? Why are there only 5 chickens here? This is probably DE's arena that's bugged and doesn't give players the same number of chickens. This is 8 chickens here for FrNkyboy and only 5 for Daniel. They picked the wrong map. It's USA Arena. It is USA Arena. The overlay doesn't show it, but they picked USA Arena v1.0. Unless there's a newer map. But yeah, the chickens are bugged. I don't know if Paradox does an admin re for bugged chickens if it's only 5 versus 8. But there is a scout fight going on. 12 versus 12, so at least it's even. Daniel runs back. Daniel really wants to save the scout HP, though, as the Turks. And so admin re would favor FrNkyboy in terms of the scout right now. Yeah, this is probably a loose grouping error. I think maybe all the DE maps suffer from it if they have chickens. You pick the DE default maps in Hidden Limbao. There's another house for Daniel. And I'll pick up a couple of pigs. Score lead. Oh, look at Frankie with the trash talk. 2 points. Oh, Frankie's a trash talker. Look at that.
Yes.
So he's going to start telling Daniel he's got a cheeseburger with him. Maybe that's got to be a rule for USA Cup. You got to eat 1 cheeseburger per game. So chicken mill here for FrNkyboy. Scout was a coward running from the fight. But yeah, FrNkyboy 1655. Yeah, it's around a 900 elo difference, but 1655, you're expecting a pretty darn good Arena Dark Age. Only 1 second of idle time. Yeah, McDonald's sponsorship for the next one. Oh, what is the Vil doing out here for Daniel? It's picking up foxes. Ooh, the scout's too low on HP to stop that. So that was part of the scout fight master plan from Daniel. Get the scout HP so low that the Lumeless Vil can take foxes. Well, we're going to see what happens here. Vil gets 1 hit on the scout. Daniel has to be super careful of those wolves now. Lots of wolves on this map. But he'll take the foxes. You do need 4 foxes if you're taking them with 1 Vil. That was 31 gold to get up to the castle age. Well, with 2 foxes, maybe you put only 1 Vil on gold. Maybe you just long distance mine the gold. Maybe you just sell wood to skip the mining camp. Lots of options. But you do have a lot of idle Vil time from all the walking it has to do to get out there. A bit of a house wall now for FrNkyboy. He's going to take the front gold first. Front stone for him too. Daniel's map I think I like a bit better. Back gold, stone, and berries. Oh, Daniel has an amazing map. Wall all that in. Gold, stone, berries in the back. Chickens in the back too. Other than the bugged chickens. Other than the bugged chickens, Daniel has a great map. Gotta build forward early. Maybe he'll trush. Certainly could trush. Oh, we have a forward build from FrNkyboy too. Is this the meta on Arena now? You take the foxes with your Vils. Send the Vil to the middle for the foxes. I could see that becoming meta.
Ano, jsem připraven.
And then a mill for FrNkyboy. Feudal Age on the way.
Hazır. Efendim?
And there will be a barracks for Daniel. 2 minutes away from feudal. So FrNkyboy a minute faster. He's on gold right now as the Bohemians. 3 on gold is a lot. 22 pop up. Not on stone. Maybe he goes for a monk rush here. Oh, there's a... Oh my gosh, fox and a scout chase here. FrNkyboy loses the scout. And will probably lose the Vil too. As Daniel will do what he can to ensure the wolf wins the fight. There's the rip from FrNkyboy. 1655 elo. Can he wall the wolf in? Can he wall the Vil in? Can he save the Vil? Can he save the Vil? Both players taking the foxes. But Daniel's just going to let him run into another wolf, maybe? Oh, there's the second wolf. Which Vil is that going for? Which Vil is that going for? Wait, Daniel has to be careful here. The wolves are going to finish the Vil. The wolves are... Though both of them going for Daniel's Vil, though. The scout only 3 HP. Can the scout... I don't think the scout can attack the wolves and de-aggro them. Yeah, he's just going to block, though. He's not going to attack. He's just going to block. So I don't think the wolves change target to the scout. But now Daniel's going to bring the wolves to his base and block one of his gates with wolves. And prioritizing chat over quick walling. That's how you do it, though. Ooh, and the wolves just shut out. Just barely. Oh, that one's running around. That wolf still wants to get to the Vil. This one doesn't. That one does. That's weird. Anyway, stable for Daniel. It's just Turk light cav for him. Nothing out of the ordinary. This is going to be a monk rush now from FrNkyboy. Nothing on stone. He sold the stone to go up. So monk rush time. 3 HP left on Daniel's scout. Would have loved to have killed that before it became a light cav. Daniel can heal it now. That's a well-defended gate. Now he's just saying, you can't go forward monasteries on me. All these wolves guard my gate. Calculated. You go for forward monasteries, the wolves will attack you. I mean, to be honest, wherever FrNkyboy goes to monk rush, he's going to run into wolves. Guard dogs. I mean, Daniel also, if FrNkyboy is ever up here with Vils, Daniel can delete these palisades and unleash the wolf. Unleash the wolf on those Vils. There's a barrack, so probably a couple of spears along with the monks then. Maybe anticipating light cav from the Turks. That's why I always pick Magyars. I pick Magyars. One hit the wolves. Yeah, at least something happened in the Dark Age there. A bit of trash talk. A bit of fox hunting.
Ano, jsem připraven.
Here's the barracks and the spear for FrNkyboy. And where are the forward Vils, though? Where are the forward Vils? Is this just going to be monasteries from home? Oh, it is going to be. Ooh, like a 2015 arena game. Monasteries from home, double monasteries. Now, is that historically accurate? Let's go, Frankie. Yeah, okay, we got some YouTube cheers for Frankie. Believe in the Davids of the matchup. Daniel up to castle. Bowsaw on the way for Daniel. And Daniel adding a second TC too, so he's looking to boom a bit. This is just pure monk. This is monk. And ooh, will the spears get the scout? Yes, they will. They will kill the light cav. Let's go. Let's go, Frankie. Frankie getting a kill. He's laughing at it. Daniel's scared by it. So second and third TCs for Daniel. Just light cav and boom from him. Here's that forward monastery. Let's go. Where are the Vils going through this gate? Will they find the wolf? Will the light cav find them? Fervor and Sanctity. These are going to be some speedy and tanky Vils with 55 HP. So Fort House too, why not? And that monk will be killed by the light cav.
Ano?
Ooh, the Vil will try to protect the monk. Can the Vil quick wall? Nope, no quick walls. You don't want to let the light cav in. Okay, that he didn't. There's a monk on the inside going for a conversion. Letting the light cav in means the monk gets sniped. And no conversion there. As all the Vil go down. Well, Daniel, doing what you want to do. Get underneath the monasteries with the light cav, and then the monks can't go forward. Can't get out, but also his goal now is to snipe monks. The snipe monks, don't let them pick up relics. Or snipe weak Vils too. Ooh, weak Vil on the gold. They do have 55 HP total. I don't see any more weak ones. No more snipe attempts. But monk snipe attempts. There are spears not defending the monk. That monk will go down. Down it goes. Another monk that's out. And Daniel get to that monk. No, he can't. Oh, but he has light cav out there that can. Oh, and another wolf going for the Vil. Things falling apart for FrNkyboy. Oh, things falling to pieces for FrNkyboy. Now the wolf can attack the spear. Oh, Daniel. He's fighting the spear. Yeah, the wolf will attack the spear. We made this best of 5. Maybe. I guess there still are quite a few mismatches, though. Oh no, it's the monk that'll go down to light cav. More light cav getting in. And the light cav can snipe off another monk. People light cav are getting poked, but more monks are dying than light cav. Oh no, the monks. The light cav now are walled in a bit. Yeah, they die to the pokes. But now 46 to 27 Vils. Daniel's 3 TC boom is quite smooth for him. 2 minutes of idle TC time, but sometimes you get some idle TC time. Downloaded Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Nice. Haven't played that in a while. One day I'll have to do the campaigns for that. In Hungary, you had a folktale where Toldi, the main guy, killed a wolf with his hands. That's the origin. FrNkyboy is still wanting to do that forward monastery. Doing a monastery down here. Ooh, some quick walls. Not enough, though. And the spears can poke that light cav away, but nice micro from Daniel. Not to be killed by the spears. Relic will go in this monastery. Oh, the wolves! Daniel deleted the palisades around the wolves, and the wolves are now attacking the spears. Can the wolf get a kill on the spear? Yes, it can. Go wolf, go wolf. Does it use the same random map scripting system? Yes, it does, I believe. Yes, it does. But with a different set of constants and everything. And a much older version. It would have been the 1.0C RMS system. So not even the early user patch or HD changes. So, woo woo woo, get your woo woo woos in the chat for all the wolves. Finally do have wolves getting some kills. And there's a mangonel. Wheelbarrow for Daniel. Another monk goes down. And scouts and monks not attacked by wolves. Oh, if those wolves attacked FrNkyboy's Vils, that would be perfect. The light cav pulls back from the monk. The cav want to snipe a Vil. The monk conversion is charged. This could be an insta on the scout, or to whichever unit the monk switches target. Gotta just right click once as the unit's running away to keep the monk following. Minecart and loom for Daniel. There's a barracks for FrNkyboy. Oh, the Vils are attacking. Oh no, the Vils are attacking FrNkyboy. As is his own mangonel. FrNkyboy, no, don't help the wolves. Oh no, he mangonel's a wolf at least. The Vils are focused on the gate. He's almost mangonelling his own Vils again. Oh no, you gotta attack around the gate in a different spot than the Vils are going for. Oh, it's going for the higher HP Vil. She's being converted. Mangonel keeps the monks away. The wolf is still going. The wolf is still going for the Vils. Monk goes down to Daniel's light cav. The Vil turns to fight the wolf. This is going to be close, but she wins. But the light cap can kill both vills now. Oh, the one hops in the ram. Oh, she almost made it to the ram. He's got 3 minutes idle TC. Well, it's 3 TC booming, right? You're going to have a bit of idle TC for booming. And also going light cap and fighting for relics. So ram doesn't go down. Ram pushing. If only the wolf focused the weak vill. It's 5,000 resource collected difference. Quick, get in the car and drive. So 77 to 28 vills, that's a bit of a difference. Just a bit. Oh, the ram gonna block the light cav so the spears can kill it. There we go, that's the micro from FrNkyboy. This is where you want the spears in the ram, the vills attacking the gate. Or everything just in rams to avoid conversion. Scout needs to run. FrNkyboy not realizing. Oh, the scout needs to run. That's going to be converted. Oh, he has atonement. He has atonement. The scout will go for the monks now. Maybe one monk and then a delete. Yep. There we are. So Daniel with the defensive castle. He's about to click imp as the push comes in. And he has enough vills on stone. A second defensive castle eventually would be in the cards for him. He's, let's see, 2-2 on the relics, actually. Wait, so FrNkyboy could win the war for the relics. Let's go. He sees the relic. He can pick that up whenever he wants. And so 3 times the vills for Daniel. Heavy plow and fletching for Daniel 2. Starting to train some janissaries. And I wonder if this will be imp once we see, or GG once we see imp. Town watch for Daniel. Just checking if I had any Discord notifications there. So we have Devotion and Imp and Town Watch, all the techs. Daniel as Redemption is in for FrNkyboy. Well, he would also need block printing in Imp, really, to convert cannon from the Turks. So 103 to 31. Vills, rams going through the barracks. There's that second castle from Daniel. Janissaries will have a slight attack bonus. They have +2 against rams. Pierce damage is canceled out, but they will do 2 damage. That's not nothing, 2 damage. And FrNkyboy does pick up the relic, so he has more relics. Janissaries probably need to focus the monk, maybe along with the light cav. Well, they'll just focus the monks there. Those monks can't hold up to the Janissary fire. That scout can almost dodge everything. Oh, that was weird. There go the relics. There go the relics. Forward Vill here also from FrNkyboy. Janissary is picking the Vills. Now Daniel's getting into Turks mode now. Ooh, Mangonel. Will the Mangonel get a good shot? Nope, Daniel micros. He goes back. As it might be over. I don't think we can have an early GG at this point. I think FrNkyboy went for the monk rush. It didn't quite work out. There's Imp for Daniel, Bloodline's Husbandry, and there's the GG from FrNkyboy. So Daniel will then advance, as FrNkyboy calls it. And that's 42 to 13 KD. 3-1 conversions, though, in favor of FrNkyboy. He did have more relics, but did not have the boom that Daniel did. So, GG's there. Daniel, as expected, he will advance. Daniel is the #1 seeded player. This is maybe the quest to find who's #2. But GG for Daniel. I think that's the first second round matchup I casted. What was the first one? Did I not check that off? I could have sworn I checked that off. I thought Emu was #1 seeded? Is he? But way to go, Frankie. GG's. That migration game was honestly pretty nice, but an arena, the clowning didn't work out. So that'll be it for us today. Wolf carried indeed. FrNkyboy cried wolf. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and Emu technically is because he was drawn first out of the top 4. There we go, Emu #1, USA player. So we'll try to cast Cryptic tomorrow. We'll cast Warlords. I will see my schedule around my phone repairs. I think the place opens at 10, which is when Warlords starts, so we'll see how I call them on stream, maybe. Ask if the parts are in. Anyway, that's it for today. We'll see you all tomorrow. And good luck to Cryptic tomorrow. I'll end on YouTube and then raid someone on Twitch.